One, two, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. Can you hear me on the phone? Yeah, but we don't have a camera.
You should send the audio with the HDMI.
And yours out.
So if I send you the audio.
Testing. Hello, everyone, for the esteemed and packed house we have for our opening panel. Thanks a million for everyone turning out. A little too early for everyone else, yeah? I'd like to thank everyone for coming back today too. I'd like to thank all the staff for coming back too. I don't have a whole lot to say before we introduce it. This is our second day. This is the theme for today is Full House of Risks. So it's looking at more the compliant, responsible gaming, more the ethical and operational side of the gambling operators and the gambling business, as opposed to yesterday was about promoting the experience and tomorrow will be about promoting innovation. Today is about the responsibility, the ethical, the professional, and up high standards. So can I please invite to the stage Miss Viktoria Soltesz and Mr. Samee Bhatti, please. Thank you very much. Grab a chair, there's plenty to choose from.
Right. I will just grab some books as well,
Yes.
because we will have some business with them later. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for coming today. A little earlier than we'd intended, but I do appreciate you being flexible.
You got it.
How have you found it so far?
Great. It's super exciting, super engaging conversation. And yeah, it's great that you put together something which is that like the niche of the niche. You know, the iGaming, it's a niche on its own, but focusing on poker and that aspect of the iGaming is just very refreshing to see that you can actually make an expo and conference around that because there is interest. So well done.
Well, thank you very much. It has been a tremendous effort, and I have to thank the spearhead gentleman behind this, Mr. Antonio Sapo. This is entirely his project, so thank you very much. Sammy, when did you get in?
So I got in late last night, actually. I'm traveling from Montenegro, which is a absolutely beautiful country, but not always the easiest place to get in and out of. So I had a little stop in London and then popped over here late last night.
Okay. Well, I hope you've had a chance to look around the place. So today's opening discussion with the two of you as the experts in this field is about new implementations of blockchain. Viktoria, do you want to start us open on the topic?
Yes, actually, I brought you a very interesting case study. We had a client who had a serious problem with blocked account, and they had around like 250, 300,000 euros on that account, and they couldn't figure out for the life of them what went wrong because the banker just didn't want to give any kind of reply to that. And turns out that they introduced crypto processing to the payment mix, and they happily took crypto payments from individuals, which is obviously very hard to trace the source of funds. And they did an off-ramp once a week or twice a week to this bank account, which got frozen. And turned out that we started to investigate everything, what went wrong, what happened. Turned out that the bank was requesting a spot check for all of those crypto deposits with the names of the players. And one name was Chinese.
Okay.
And China banned cryptocurrencies a long, long time ago. And the bank not even taking the risk with facing any kind of penalty or even losing their banking license or financial services license. They blocked the account completely just to eliminate that risk that they might actually accept some funds which came from China, which is a serious crypto ban. That means we don't want to work with that client anymore. But by the time the client figured it out, it took them ages. And trust me, that crypto deposit was not more than half to 1% of all the deposits that the players made, because players are still, prefer traditional fiat method. Where I'm going with this, you do need to understand payments and banking is a standalone problem, not only for our industry, but for everyone. And this is what we do. We are payment and banking consultants who are putting the elephant in the room, revealing that this is a real problem. Because let's say you're paying, I don't know, in our industry, it's not uncommon to pay 6, 7, 8, or even 10% for card processing or any kind of deposit payment methods. Mm-hmm. Now, the poker industry is working on a 20, 30% profit margin. So if you put the 7% compared to your profit margin, you're paying 30% to a payment provider. And we are not talking about it. And that is just one thing, which is a fee, but it affects everything. The customer experience, the technology, the product, the risk, the compliance, the integration, and the story is completely endless. So you do need to understand that payments and banking is affecting every aspect of your organization, and your current accountants or financial people who are reconciling the payments and the banking, they're not adequately trained for that. I'm an accountant. We never learned about Visa, MasterCard, open banking, payouts, payment risks, regulation, technology, integration. I mean, good luck if your accountant is making decision on customer experience and integration roadmap. So that's what we stand for. We argue that payments and banking has to come out of the finance function and be considered as an overall strategy. And that's why we have the consultancy and obviously the institute, which is one of its kind, teaching payments and banking professionals to make informed decisions around payments and banking.
Well, thank you very, very, very much, Victoria. Sammy, do you want to give us all an introduction to yourself and your extensive background?
Yeah, sure. So, in a nutshell, I've been in technology development my entire career. It's been about 25 years. Started in fintech, and spent a good 10 to 15 years working on technology to interface with the NASDAQ and be able to do stock trading online back in the day when being able to trade stocks online was fun and exciting. So I'm taking it back to like the .com boom. And then did a similar thing in Forex in different parts of the world. And about 5 years ago, started to really focus on iGaming and taken my technology skills there. And one of the main reasons for that actually was because about 7 years ago, I got really deeply into blockchain and cryptocurrencies. In fact, I'll give you a very short story about what was sort of my light bulb moment with crypto. I'd been hearing about it for a long time, being in technology. I've heard about it since 2013 or 2012. I was in London in, I think it was late 2017 or early 2018, walking down the street with one of my cousins who was visiting from America, and he wanted to buy something from a street vendor, and he didn't have any pounds with him. I had 20 pounds, so I gave it to him, and he purchased, I think, a toy for his kid, and then, he was like, oh, let me pay you back. And, my thought is, okay, what, he's going to give me American dollars, or I'm going to have to give him my banking information, and he's going to send me, I'm like, don't worry about it. It's just 20 pounds. And he's like, no. He's like, you have a Bitcoin wallet, don't you? He's like, just pull out the app, show me the QR code. He scanned it, and, while we're walking down the street in Camden Town, we did a peer-to-peer transaction. It was just 20 pounds. But to me, it was a real eye-opener in the sense that we didn't have to ask anyone to approve this for us. This was just him and me, and we used a technology that was existing that we could both trust and feel safe and secure and transparent, that we could actually watch it and see exactly what the flow of these funds were. And so for me, that really opened my eyes to the power of cryptocurrency and how it could potentially be utilized, not just in iGaming, just all around the digital space. So that's kind of what got me into it. And in fact, it's not a huge crowd here, but I'm wondering, just like a show of hands, do people know like what blockchain technology is? 1, 2. Would anyone like a brief explanation of it? Yeah? Okay, a couple of people. Right. So really simply, it's just a giant online ledger. Okay, just picture a big book with, back in the day where people would write entries. And I guess there's two aspects to it. There's the block and there's the chain. So we'll talk about the block for a second. You can think of the block basically as a page in that ledger. And each page only has a certain number of lines. And so each time there's some data to put in. So in cryptocurrency, it's usually a transaction of some kind, a sending of cryptocurrency. Each time that happens, it gets recorded on that page. But there's also multiple copies of this, and I'm making this super simplified, but there's just multiple copies of this entry in other people's versions of this ledger. And once that page gets filled, all of those transactions are verified by all the parties concerned, right? And I won't get into the technical aspect of that, but just know that it's digitally verified in a way that's immutable. And once that's agreed that everything on that page is correct, it gets sealed. So it's completely immutable. And that's what's known as a block. So all the data within that block is going to live there forever. It can never be changed or altered, right? And then you start the next page, which would be the next block, and you attach those two things together, and you've got a blockchain, right? And so that's one aspect of it. And you know, I think a lot of people might say, all right, well, what's so special about that? Don't banks use you know, this type of technology? So the main difference here is transparency, right? Where everyone can take a look. It doesn't. You don't have to be an executive or have some special privileges or sign in. You can go right to the blockchain, and each. And by the way, I should also say that there are multiple blockchains, right? So Bitcoin has its own, Ethereum has its own. You know, name like another layer one cryptocurrency. Sorry if I'm getting too technical, but name another layer one, and they're going to have their own chains with their own characteristics. But essentially, they all sit under this this same sort of principle of being an immutable ledger. That and the other thing that most of them sit on as well is being decentralized. So like a 20 seconds on decentralization as well is it's just not controlled by any one individual or any one group, right? One individual or group might have set the ball in motion, and then any changes or any governance that has to come into play for that blockchain is done by the users.
Thank you very much, Sammy.
Mhm.
Everyone pretty clear so far? That was a nice introduction because I find that blockchain is a word that is thrown around constantly, and yet very rarely does anyone stop to go, yeah, what actually does that mean?
Right.
It's like the word bespoke. It's just put around and no one actually understands what it's just used interchangeably. Victoria, I want to take your experience running many different payment processors and understanding the financial basic machinations and mechanics of online gambling. Do you think that new innovations and new technologies are driven by customer demand or by the actual operator saying, well, here's a new payment method that we will have a better transaction fee on? Like you mentioned, you can have up to 30% loss in your poker transactions, depending on if you're using fiat currencies. Do you think new technologies are driven and understood by the actual customer base, or do you think it's brought into companies predominantly by the operators?
The innovation is usually run by two initiators. One could be the regulator. So what we have seen, for example, in EU, trying to simplify all of those transactions, forced all the financial institutions from October to implement the instant payment. So that means that when I'm walking with my colleagues in Camden Town, I will be able to also, with a touch of a button, send fiat money to anywhere, whoever has the European currency bank accounts, the euro or the pounds, and I will be able to transfer the money instantly. So this is somehow the regulator is trying to get back a piece of the market, what we have seen, for example, with PIX in Latin America, in Brazil, and in India with the UPI, which is a very similar method. There is no trust needed. There is no delay in the payments. Peer-to-peer transactions. We went out for a dinner and I send you the money. Now it is an obligation for the financial institutions to offer you. It's no longer a choice, it's a force. You have to, right? So that's one which is leading the innovation. The other one is obviously customer demand. So if I'm an operator or any kind of online business for this sake, if I know that my clients do not have cards, I'm not going to offer them only cards on the website, because then they try to click pay, but they cannot, right? So obviously I'm not going to shoot myself in the leg and lose business. I will offer whatever the clients want to use as a form of payment. And that's what we see with the mass adoption, that I want to be hip, I want to be cool, I want to reach out to people who are paying with crypto. So I'm offering a crypto wallet, not knowing what are the risks behind, as we said earlier. But that could be any kind of other payment methods, for example, open banking. Now, the problem here is that many times the customer is not even educated of what are the risks of these payment methods. So, for example, if I'm going online and I'm buying shoes, and I'm ordering the red shoe and I'm getting the blue shoe, if I paid with a card, Visa and MasterCard has a built-in functionality, which is called a chargeback, where I can dispute the transaction. If I go back to my bank and say that, listen, I got the wrong product or a wrong service, I can get my money back. In this way, back in the day, Visa and MasterCard improved the online shopping because that increased the trust of the customers in the online purchase. Now, the problem is that it is very costly, right? As we said, it could be 7, 10, whatever percent for even operators or online businesses. So what happened that they thought that that's great. Why don't we introduce the open banking, which is based on the instant payments? It's immediate. It's peer-to-peer again. So I don't have to give my bank details. There is an application where I can send money. Think about Revolut or, Venmo or any kind of like application, which is quasi like, an open banking. This is great because it's cheaper for the merchant. But why is it cheaper? Because once you send the money as a customer, you cannot really dispute. I mean, you can, but it's going to be so much harder and so many more steps. So the merchant, the operator, or whoever is offering those products and services are motivated to steer the customers towards a solution which is good for them, but it might not be good for the customer. So it is a double-edged sword that, yes, innovation is coming and there are different wallets, and now you can pay with your watch, now you can pay with your crypto, now you can pay with open banking and whatnot. But everything comes with a caveat. And what we say is that customers also need to be educated to know that if I'm paying with my card, I have an option to dispute the transaction. If I'm paying with open banking, I don't. But also the merchants need to understand that just because you integrated a card provider 20 years ago, it might not be the good solution for you today. And since everything is changing, your company is changing, your volume is changing, your target markets are changing, the regulator is changing, the banks are changing, the banks' offerings are changing. Now, every company now who is a fin company now became a fintech company, right? Yes. Because even your high street bank has an online application for online banking. So everything now is fintech. How you can utilize this? What are the benefits for you? Is it a benefit for you, your products and services specifically, or not? And that's why you need to look at payments and banking from a different perspective. It's no longer just a finance function, which a provider, and that's it. You need to have a holistic approach to payments and banking, because if you snooze, you lose.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open the floor now to any questions from anyone. Victoria has a lovely offer for anyone who wants to ask a question.
Yes, exactly. I forgot to say that I wrote a book which is about moving money, how banks think, and I brought you a couple of copies. So to encourage this early morning, like freshly caffeinated crowd to get involved in the conversation.
That's Alec.
Thank you. I think this was one of my most interesting. I was just really looking forward to this. Keynote, this panel. So first of all, thank you so much, Sammy, for breaking down what blockchain is. I think that's actually one of the main issues within the industry, is that everybody is so techie that when the normal Joe like myself comes along, I go, excuse me, I have no idea what you're talking about. But I think that one of the things that blockchain, at least for me personally, that really excited me was the transparency side of things. And we were just talking with Viktoria just earlier on, that of course banks in this day and age with the regular Joe are not as trusted as they used to be 20, 30 years ago. You'd walk into the bank, speak to your bank manager, they'd help you sort everything out, but now everything is online, and where my money goes and where it's being invested is so not, I don't know where my money is being invested. So how do you think blockchain and the current fight, because I understand the issues for sure. I understand that you still need regulation to avoid the crypto crime, the cyber terrorism and the money laundering and all of that. But at the same time, you still need to use that transparency that is built in within blockchain to allow for the system to then grow and become mainstream. So how do you guys see, from both perspectives, I would love to hear, how do you see the two merging, really? Or do you think there is a possibility of the two merging at any given point?
Go first, because I'm dying to hear out your point of view.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. So first of all, thanks for the question. And I would also like just to underscore, before I totally get into that, what you had been saying and also what you've been saying about just education overall. So it's not, and it's not just the players, it's the operators, it's the regulators, it's pretty much everyone. And you know what? It's also the experts, because it is a rapidly evolving technology, and you've got to be really dialed in to stay up on what's the latest and what's the the best technology, even within the blockchain, for you to utilize on different different aspects of your tech. Sorry, what was your specific question?
So how will the current financial system as it is
Mhm.
and blockchain technology merge? Because at some point something's going to have to happen
Right.
so that the two can interact and be friends.
Right. Okay. So I would say probably more Victoria's area of expertise when it comes to like how the banks will handle it. But like my understanding is that pretty much every bank is developing their own blockchain, but centralized. Right. So I explained the decentralized aspect of it. So they're gonna be able to put this in within their system where if you're gonna get onto their chain and be able to track your transactions, it would be similar to how it is now, where it would be to you specifically. You wouldn't be looking at the entire chain to see all the different transactions that are going on there. But I guess when it comes like with specific to the iGaming industry and banking, I think that there's going to be a major shift here. And one of the reasons for that is for something called staking pools, which probably no one in this room is aware of, or maybe a couple of people are. But again, it basically, you can think of it as a savings account that gains interest for specific tokens. And a lot of operators right now are developing, once they're adding these Web3 cryptocurrency blockchain features to their site, are releasing their own token. And those tokens have all different types of what's called tokenomics, right? So the way that they actually work, and what type of returns do you get if you're holding it in different wallets or different accounts. And it's gotten to a point now where there are, there's a token called Edge for the edgeless casino, where they're able to offer like 100% RTP casino games because they get their edge is actually on the players using their token, right? And so I guess ultimately where this circles back to banking is that, and I'm actually even doing this myself on a couple of platforms, is this like your iGaming platform or your iGaming company, because they're using blockchain technology, you've got that security, transparency, and trust. I'm actually storing some of my wealth in on these different platforms because there's just different advantages, and it's a way to diversify yourself. And in some of these cases, you could be looking at 10 or 12% returns a year for holding your funds in an online gaming platform. And they're starting to roll out even more features to it, so you don't just get the return on it, you're also going to get some VIP level bonuses, and then there's an even bigger return.
Do you want to do school lessons on that subject? Because I think a lot of people could benefit from knowing that. Victoria.
Well, I have an unpopular opinion, and I think it goes back to human nature, right? So what happens when you put together 5-10 people and give them a task? The first thing that they do is to pick a central figure who is going to lead the team and is going to make the final decisions. And this is what we see, unfortunately, with the DeFi project. The DeFi projects are the decentralized finance, when in idea, it's good because everybody is equal and kumbaya, and we make decisions together, and your investment, my investment, we manage everything together. But it's just not viable whatsoever. And the first thing that DeFi projects do, as soon as they reach a critical mass, which is like 30, 50 people, that they pay someone to make the vote on behalf of them. Therefore, it goes directly to centralization, back to the norm. And that's what I see, that in idea, it's great that it's decentralized and everybody has a saying and it's all transparent, but without a central figure who is going to make the final decisions, who is going to regulate things, who is going to fix the bugs and maintain the system and do the voting and take care of the system as a whole. Unfortunately, you can't expect 1,000 million, or depends how big is the blockchain, that everybody is going to completely agree and go towards the same direction and make decisions in a harmonious way. And as we see with democracy, democracy is great, but the problem is that you built in that half of the population is going to suffer, right? This is the coming with democracy, right? So what I'm trying to say here is that yes, it's a great idea. It's a good ideology, but when it comes to execution, it's very, very hard to maintain a system when 100 people have to vote for doing something, and most probably it's not going to be implemented. So when it comes to banking and payments, that is the reason that we have a central figure, which is the central regulator, because if you give it to Tom, Dick, and Harry to make decisions on regulation, they're going to vote for, I'm not going to pay tax, right? People are creative, and if you're not forced to pay tax, you're not going to pay tax. If someone is not forcing you to do the right thing and not commit illegal activities, you're going to commit illegal activities. This is just human nature. So there has to be a central figure, which is generating the rules. Of course, you can argue that how that central figure is doing their job, is it good or not? And if you're, living in a democracy, most probably 50% you're not going to like it, but 50% you're going to like it. There's an argument how good it's implemented, but it's a whole different question of there needs to be a central figure which is monitoring where the money is going. There are no offshore regulated operators acting in certain areas that they shouldn't. Who's going to exercise this? You can't put a policeman next to every single player who is depositing on a unregulated casino. Where are you going to catch them? Where the money goes through. And these are the banks. And today there is a huge burden on the banks because they still need to generate profit. They still have, it's a private institution, right? You've got shareholders. You need to satisfy the shareholders, but defend your own license and avoid penalties. And you are obliged to run the financial system and keep the economy alive and make sure that everybody's paying their taxes and no crime is being committed. Because if you're not doing it, then you'll get the penalty, but you have to have the shareholders' pocket full too. So it's a very, very hard job what the banks are forced into. And the bare minimum what we can do as people is that, yes, it's burdensome, it's expensive, it's very hard, but you have to do that. Otherwise, who's going to maintain the economy? Who's going to make sure that your daughter and your son is not going to be able to buy drugs online or being sold online for terrorist financing or human trafficking? And this is the problem that, yes, ideology is good, transparent, but who's going to maintain the system?
Thank you very much. I would like you all to give a round of applause, please, for our speakers. Samee, Viktoria. I'll try that again. Samee, Viktoria, would you like to tell people where they can find you if you're staying around for the rest of the conference? Just in case people want to have a follow-up conversation with you or meet you for a coffee or something?
Sure, find me. It's not that hard to spot me, so I'm going to be here today and tomorrow. So come to me. I also brought some books, so if someone is interested, there are some limited number of books that I would like to give to you, but it's on Amazon as well, so it's just I'm easy to find.
Samee?
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm going to be here today and tomorrow. So, please, if anyone is interested in discussing this, I'm a super nerd about this, and I'm really happy to just get into it with anyone. If you just have super basic questions about blockchain or more specific to the iGaming industry, then I'm super happy to talk to you about it. And a bit of a shameless plug is the company that I'm representing here, Zebra Solutions. It's a Montenegrin-based company, and it was basically founded specifically to help people, or specifically operators that are working in the Web 2.0 space, to move into the Web 3 space and adding these crypto and blockchain features. And as I was saying before, education is the biggest hurdle that we've got. So what we've done actually is built a custom front end that has all of these crypto features in there. And then if someone has a platform that they want to connect it to, then it's just a very visual way for an iGaming operator to see, oh, okay, that's what a staking pool is. Oh, that's what a custom token is. That's what it means to have registration using MetaMask, that sort of thing. So I'd be, anyone, just please feel free to come up and say hi to me. I'm Canadian, so I'm a little bit friendlier than maybe the other people that sound like me.
Thank you very much. Once again, a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. We'll start our next panel in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. We're going to move fast and swift now. Our next presenter and panelist is a professional poker. Right again. Our next panelist is a professional poker player and coach. He has been gracing the high-stakes cash tables for over 2 decades, and in his time as a tournament player, he's amassed over 2.5 million in total earnings, including an 11th placed finish in last year's WSOP main event and a top 3 finish in this year's mid-stakes championships. As a coach and poker education source, his channel, Conscious Poker, has over 14 and 15 million YouTube visions. As a serial investor in both property and startups, he is a businessman of immense acumen. He's also a genuinely nice guy. Can I please have your hands together for Mr. Alec Torelli, please?
Thank you. That was great.
Come on, sit down.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you so much for the kind intro. I appreciate that. And thanks for Edge and putting this together, inviting me here. The community needs something like this where everyone could get together and talk about ideas. So I'm really grateful to be here. And I chose this topic of the future of online poker in the age of AI. Of course, AI is a big trend, and it's really shaped our industry in many ways. And there's some challenges that it has brought to the industry, but it also could be some solutions. But overall, I don't claim to have all the answers. I have some ideas of how I think the poker community can move forward with online poker, with a project I'm really excited to share with you. But ultimately, I hope that this inspires some ideas that we could all share and bring together to move the industry forward. So the challenges in online poker, I want to lead with this 4 distinct challenges of online poker, many of which are influenced by AI. And the first is real players are cheating using artificial intelligence. And I've been in online poker 20 years. This wasn't a thing when I first started. Solvers and softwares weren't even, frankly, a thing. But even when original solvers came out, they weren't good enough to really beat humans in a meaningful way, and they also weren't fast enough to be able to have humans cheat with them in real time. So we've seen the use of real-time assistance, or RTA, where literally people can be playing online poker on a site and on another browser, another window, or on another computer, if they're trying to avoid cheating in a more discreet way, they can input the hand they're playing on the table into a solver, and that solver can immediately spit out an answer. And that's kind of a new phenomenon where the solvers have gotten so much better. But also, the second problem with this is that the solvers have gotten really good. Like before, they weren't able to beat humans, and now they're much better. So these solvers, the edge that the cheaters have has increased as the technology has gotten better. The second issue is just obfuscating the humans altogether. There are people that are just using these solvers to create bots that are playing in place of humans. And this is a huge problem. The bots are using the solvers to play the hands in real time. But these bots are also, they're not human. So they don't tilt, they don't get tired, they don't get stuck, they don't play bad when they're losing, they don't misread the board. I mean, they just play perfect. In fact, you can see here, this is a bot farm. This was out of Russia, I believe. And the small group of people employed hundreds of bots to play online. You can see this chart here on the left side. That's $10 million in profit, over 1 million hands that they extracted from the community. And it's pretty devastating that this is such a prominent thing. These are the list of suspected screen names. You can see here they were utilizing hundreds of different accounts to run bots on these accounts. The red is inactive, the green at the time of the discovery was active. And so this is a big problem with the rise of AI. And it's ultimately, a thing I want to point out is it's the players that are sort of discovering these problems. The players, out of self-interest and preservation, they obviously don't want to play against bots that are going to extract $10 million from them. And so the players are the pros are smart. They're figuring out the betting patterns of these bots that don't play like humans. If you've seen robots play chess or Go, they make moves that humans are just not capable of making, and that's part of the advancement of them being better than humans. But they have sort of patterns that are sort of awkward to a human, how a human would actually behave. So they do things in poker that observant players could kind of figure out when there's a bot. So these players put together this allegation and said, look, these sites are using these bots, and they kind of figured this out. So it's the players that are the ones that are ultimately suffering, unfortunately, as always, but they're also the ones that are figuring this stuff out and solving these problems, and that's something I'm going to talk about later on. Here's a bot farm in action. I think this video should play automatically. It's not playing. What do I do? Do I hit next? No, I don't know what to do. Anyway, this is a bot farm. It's spanning over 2 monitors. It's someone playing 8 tables. There's no human necessarily involved. You just run the bot, open the tables, and it plays for you and wins a lot of money. So the third problem is trust. This is something that's been plaguing the poker online poker space for since inception, and it frankly hasn't changed. Players really trust the poker sites to manage their funds. So if you think about it, when you play on a poker site, that site is effectively a bank account for the players. When you deposit money, you deposit crypto, you deposit US dollars, euros, whatever, you're putting that money into a poker site and they manage the money. So the money's no longer in your individual control. And as we've seen with Black Friday, April 15th, 2011, Full Tilt, when they went under, when they got the domain got seized by the DOJ, they're supposed to have $390 million in player funds in a segregated account to pay for all the deposits, but they only had 60 million of that money, so they mismanaged the players' funds. $330 million was lost, and this, frankly, we haven't seen another blow up necessarily of this magnitude, but the system has not changed. I mean, when you put money on a poker site, that money is no longer in your custody; it's in their custody, and you're trusting that they're going to manage it correctly. And a lot of sites are not necessarily regulated like a bank with FDI insurance or potentially offshore. So this is a big problem that plagues the industry today. But the fourth problem, I think, is arguably, in my opinion, the biggest one. And I like a new sort of way of thinking about this that I possibly knew, but that I'd like to present to you today. It's a misalignment of incentives. And I think this is a deeper problem. I think all the other problems are sort of like level 2 problems. But if you look at the root cause or the first principles to a lot of the problems in poker, it's a misalignment of incentives. There are more than 2 people involved in a poker site, but let's say primarily there's 2 different people. There are 2 different entities or 2 different groups of people. There are the operators who have a certain set of values and interests, and there are the players that have arguably a different set of values and interests. So the players want to play in a very fair, safe environment against other humans, and the sites want to rake as much money as possible. And so sometimes these 2 things don't necessarily their incentives don't necessarily align. So, for example, going back to the bots, I'm not saying any sites are operating maliciously or that they're malicious actors, but you can't deny that a site does benefit from having bots play on the site. Like if someone is a site operator, bots serve a pretty helpful purpose to online poker sites. They provide immediate liquidity, they provide a lot of players, and they provide a lot of rake. These bots generating a lot of rake. One of the hardest things about operating a poker room or a poker site is starting a game. It's actually so hard that live poker rooms, live casinos, hire what are called prop players. And they pay these people to play at odd hours or to start games or to play shorthanded. So the hardest thing about a poker game is to get the game going. Not many people like to play 2 or 3 or 4-handed, but a lot of people will sit in a game that's 7 or 8-handed and fill that game. So what value do bots provide to a site? Well, they start games, they play 24/7, they play at odd hours, and they fill games, and they'll play shorthanded. So there's undeniably, in my opinion, a misalignment of incentives between the 2 parties involved. And one of my favorite quotes from Charlie Munger, Berkshire Hathaway founder of the Warren Buffett: "If you show me the incentives, I'll show you the outcome." So we see some of the incentives involved in the community, and I think we've seen some of the outcomes that are less than desirable or not ideal. Another way that this is kind of pervasive in society, I think this is kind of like a first principle of how I think about the world in general. The photo on the left is the US. I took this at a Walmart parking lot. There's a lot of shopping carts spaced out in the US. This might be something you've noticed if you're American, or you might not have thought about it because it's just so fucking normal. But like literally it's so bad, and you think Americans are supposed to be really efficient. They pride themselves on this stuff. But it's actually so bad that they hire someone to literally go retrieve shopping carts and put them back. Like, this is fucking absurd. In Italy, where I'm a dual citizen, I've been going there 15 years, I've never in my life seen a shopping cart misplaced. Now, I saw a thread on Twitter about this the other day, and someone was like, "Oh, Americans are lazy, they're selfish, they're entitled." That might be true, fine. But the real problem is the incentives. In order to rent, you actually have to rent the shopping cart in Italy. They're all connected through a keychain, and you have to put €1 in the keychain to take the shopping cart. And so to get your euro back, you have to put the shopping cart back in a line and connect them through these keychains. And this is the real problem. The problem isn't that Americans are lazy. The problem is that people respond to incentives. They do what is in their immediate self-interest. So when someone has to walk American parking lots are big. They have to walk all the way across the parking lot in the hot sun and they're late and the kids are screaming and they don't want to return the shopping cart because they have no incentive. But if you charge them €1, they do it. And this is one of the big problems in society today, frankly, that a lot of things, incentives aren't aligned, the drug companies and the health issues. A lot of shit goes like this, but I think it's a big problem in poker. So presenting a solution, I think Phenom Poker hopefully solves some of these problems. And I'm really excited to share this with you today. But ultimately, I hope that it could inspire other ideas and talks to bring new ideas to the table as well, and hopefully implement some of these things in the community at large. So what does Phenom do differently? And how does it align these incentives? And how does it improve on some of these shortcomings in the community? First, it's built on blockchain technology. So this is the infrastructure that's going to allow a lot of these incentives to be aligned in the community. And the first way is it's the world's first community-owned platform. And so on Phenom, every single player that plays on the site becomes an equity owner of that site. So it's very different than how other sites operate, where there's the players and then there's the owners, because on Phenom, every player is an owner. So the way that works is pretty simple. Most people are familiar with rakeback. When you play on a site, you get, let's say, 25, 30, 35%, whatever it is, rakeback, and you get that in dollars. On Phenom, you get that in equity. So the rake that you generate is converted directly into equity in the site. So you earn Phenom tokens. Those tokens represent equity shareholding in the business. And the cool thing about this is your equity could grow with the site. So the more that the Phenom site grows, the more money they rake, the more players they have, the more the business grows. So you can keep your equity in Phenom by holding the tokens, or at any time, if you want your cash, you want to cash out, you can swap that equity for cash at any time. But your equity at least has the potential to grow because you literally have ownership in the business. The other cool thing that you get with ownership is you get governance. So you have a voice in the community. Remember, it was the players that are finding these problems and proposing to the sites to make these solutions. But a lot of times this falls on deaf ears. The sites, maybe implement these things, maybe they don't. On Phenom, flipping the switch. See, any owner of the site, any player who plays on the site holds one token, can submit a proposal to all of Phenom, and the community can vote on that proposal. And if that proposal passes with a majority vote, it gets enacted. So we could vote on things like changing the rake structure. We can hire live events. We can sponsor new people. We could implement new security protocols. If someone has a great idea, great. Tell Phenom what to do. And if that proposal wins, then Phenom could enact that proposal. So it's very, very cool. You actually have a voice with governance as well. A little bit of how the platform looks, very sleek, modern, and clean. I think if you've looked at the platform, it does look very good. A quote that comes to mind with how this is changing is, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, you need to build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. This was a systems architect, this guy's OG. So I think Phenom is creating a paradigm shift in the model of how online poker works. They have 5 tiers for rakeback. So the more that you play, the more percent rakeback you earn, which really is more ownership equity that you get. So the more you play, the faster you accumulate equity in the business, which is really cool. They intend to bring back the glory days of Supernova Elite type of return structure. The other thing that equity gives you, you might own equity in something like Apple or Tesla, but you just have you shares in that company. With Phenom, you actually get revenue share of the business. So every single week, 50% of all the rake of the whole site is shared with all the token holders. So if you have 1% of the supply and Phenom rakes $100,000 in a week, 50,000 of that is distributed, you would get $500 a week. So you literally earn passive income while you hold your tokens. Again, the tokens could appreciate in price if the business grows, but in the meantime, you're also earning revenue share. So the Phenom is sharing the rake with all the players, and they have a really cool gamified sort of flywheel mechanics. Most businesses hire affiliates, they hire agents, they hire salespeople, they pay them a commission to bring people to their business. It's pretty common. Phenom does the same thing, except they're rewarding everyone with equity. So every player that makes an account, in the bottom right corner, you have a link. If someone signs up through your link, you earn 100 tokens when they sign up, and that person also earns 100 tokens. You have to play on the site, play a small number of hands to generate rake to achieve the bonus, so that you were actually incentivizing people to play. But this can create some very cool gamified mechanics to get people to play. Another thing we talked about is trust. With Phenom, it's built on blockchain technology. So if you're familiar with how crypto works, when you make an account on Phenom, it creates you your own cryptocurrency wallet. and you control the seed phrase to that wallet, and you control the funds in that account. So that money is not on Phenom Poker. So Phenom goes out of business, they don't custody your funds. That money is in your control, and you have access to those private keys at all times. So just like in a casino, the only time the money is not in your control when you play live poker is literally when you're sitting at the table, right? Like you can have money in your box, you could have it in your pocket, you could have it anywhere you want. You control all your money, and the only time that money is not in your control is when you sit down to play. Same exact thing on Phenom. That wallet is your wallet, it's in your control, and when you sit at a table, that money moves instantly from your wallet to the table, and the second you leave that table, that money is sent back to your cryptocurrency wallet. It's instant, it's free. You refresh your browser, the money's back in your wallet. I literally spent a month over multiple emails and phone calls trying to cash out from a well-known site, and it's like really tilting, but it's also stressful, and it's why is it taking so long for me to move the money? On Phenom, it's instant and free. So it's super cool, and this is one of the ways that we're gonna solve the trust problem. Let's talk about the tokenomics. I'm sure people will be curious. The Phenom token, we covered 3 things today, represents ownership, equity in the business, governance, community voting, and revenue share of the business in real time, updated weekly. The Phenom token is a security, for those wondering. It's not for sale, so there's no like insiders that are dumping on later people. You can't buy the token, so you can't buy it to speculate on it. Like this is not a speculation. It's not tradable, it's not transferable, there's no secondary market. The token is not the product. Like when you buy other cryptocurrencies, like a meme coin, for example, people buy it to hope that other people buy it at a later price. There's often insiders and VCs that are dumping on people that buy later, the founding team and whatever. That's not how it works. It's basically just shares in a company utilizing blockchain technology. So just like shares in Apple or something like that. You literally just own shares in the business. So how do you cash out, right? If you can't sell it, you can't trade it. You can sell it back to Phenom. So the Phenom treasury will buy back your tokens at any time. So we have 24/7 liquidity. For those people that have ever looked at early stage startups or investing, when you invest in a startup, it takes a decade for you to have liquidity. You also don't earn any revenue share or have any governance in the meantime. With Phenom, you have 24/7 liquidity. So you earn your rake back every Monday. You can hold those tokens if you think the site is going to grow and they're going to appreciate in value and you want to get your passive income. If not, great, sell the tokens back to Phenom. You can do that 24/7. So the profits from the rake, 50% are shared with holders. The other 50% are sent to the Phenom treasury to cover operational expenses of the business and redemptions, token redemptions. So how does the price work then, right? If it's not speculation, if buyers and sellers don't dictate the price, what dictates the price? The price is set, the price of Phenom is fixed. It's set by Phenom. And it works the same way early stage startup businesses work. They're typically valued based on their earnings. So a typical startup is valued at 10x their annual revenue. So if the business generates $10 million a year, the value of the business is $100 million. Phenom's the exact same way. So if Phenom rakes $10 million a year, their value is $100 million. And the token price will reflect that. Token price is updated weekly. It's transparent. It's the first thing you see when you log in to the lobby. Everyone knows exactly how much we're raking every single week. That's completely transparent. There's only 2 ways to get tokens. You can't buy them. You can play on the site and earn Phenom tokens for playing on the site, or you could refer other people like we talked about today. So this creates 2 new ideas that I'm introducing. One of them I call grind to earn. I think game theory is going to incentivize people to play early on Phenom because we just launched 2 weeks ago. Our token price objectively is low because we obviously don't have a massive network of players yet. And so the token, because you earn tokens based on the price, the lower the price is, the more tokens you'll earn. If the token price goes up 10x, you'll earn 1/10 of the tokens for the same amount of volume. So I already talked to one player while I was playing on there last week. He moved all of his volume to Phenom to grind as many tokens as possible because the token price is very low. So you could earn more tokens today, assuming the business grows in the future, than you can tomorrow. So this creates this idea of grind to earn. The second one is what I call phenomics. If you play on other sites, you earn 25% rake back. That's cool. You have cash and you earn 25% rake back. Well, what happens if you play on Phenom and the value of your equity grows because the site grows? Let's say the site generates 4x more rake in 6 months. Well, your tokens are worth 4 times as much. So if you have 25% rake back today, you hold your tokens for a few months, whatever, 6 months, a year, however long it takes, that 25% could be worth 100% because the value of your tokens can increase because you have equity in the business. You're also earning rev share in the meantime. I call this phenomics. I think a lot of people that are grinding early are going to earn 100%, 200%, or more in terms of effective rake back because of this phenomenon. So it really is community owned. You can see here the distribution. I would argue that all of these buckets are players, but immediately 50% of the Phenom tokens are going to be distributed to people that literally grind on the site. 10% is to promotion general, ambassadors and stuff like that. And I would say the investors and the founders are poker players as well. So we really are 100% community owned. The founder, Matt Vallejo, started this. He's been a professional poker player for many years, been in the community probably 20 years as well. So he's a player too. All right, talk about some of the security things, alignment of incentives. I think this is a big one that is really going to help. Imagine, the difference between renting and buying something. Most people, like, if you've rented a car, bought a car, rented a house, bought a house, there's a different relationship with the thing that you own. So I think Phenom is going to really create this ownership mentality, whereas right now it's a renter's mentality that people have when they play on online poker sites, because they're renting from the site. They don't have any value in the upside. They don't really care. They're there to extract as much money as possible. Rightly so. They're a professional. Their goal is to win. On Phenom, it's a little bit different of a relationship with the site. You actually have ownership in the site, so you want the site to grow. KYC process, for people that have ever made an account on a crypto exchange, perhaps know how this works. You have a know your customer process. Phenom is very strict about this. It's actually, like, some people have been off-put by this, but Phenom's goal is to have only humans playing on the site. So when you play on the Phenom, you have to upload your ID, and then you have to scan your face using a biomarker scan with your phone, using a very sophisticated third party to tie your account to a real identity. So this makes sure that everyone is a human. And the real name and ID of cheaters will be outed publicly, along with a lifetime ban. This is something that Phenom has really tried to make as public as possible. I have an interview with Matt Vallejo, the founder, on my YouTube talking about this. It's in our terms of conditions that every player signs. They've already outed one bad actor. They've released his social medias. They've issued a lifetime ban to him. They issued this publicly to thousands of people, or hundreds of thousands of people, whatever, in the Discord. And so it's kind of like if you walk down the street and there's 2 armed security guards in front of a store, and then you walk down another street and there's no security. Phenom hopes that it's less likely to have bad actors on Phenom because of these deterrents. So it's not the place to cheat, hopefully. Anti-collusion systems with big data analysis of betting patterns. There's a lot that AI could do. Like, AI is a tool, like fire, it could burn or heat. AI is sort of the same when it comes to poker. There are a lot of betting detection things that AI can do, like tracking mouse clicks and betting patterns and bet sizing, and comparing that to how AI would play. Seeing how often 2 different people are playing at the same table or in pots together, or how their aggression frequency when they're in pots together. There's a lot that AI could do to detect these things. And I would argue that this is not necessarily like a money problem in our community. I mean, poker sites are worth literally billions of dollars, some of them. So it's also it's not a resources problem. It's a little bit of a will and a vision problem. And Matt, running the ship, is like super strict about this. Human versus human play is another facet of Phenom poker. A lot of sites allow HUDs, heads-up displays, where you can see the betting patterns of other people. This is legal on sites, so it's not like people are cheating doing this. It's actually legal to see the statistics of other players. But Phenom really aims to replicate a live poker environment where HUDs aren't allowed, so you can't see the statistics or betting patterns, and people will be banned for using HUDs. So to recap the future of poker, I think it's community-driven. Players influence the platform evolution by having a voice. It's trustless. You're going to control your own funds. You're going to be your own bank. You don't have to rely on the poker sites to be a bank. Cooperative, where players are treated as the most valuable people. They're equity shareholders in the business. And transparent, better security, and publicly shared financials. You can see the value of your equity, the value of the business, the value of Phenom at any time. So I think disruption happens fast. This is part of a bigger trend that I think our society is moving towards. Talked earlier about blockchain today, but this is really, Phenom is, I think, going to be a case study of how the entire financial economy works in the future. So I kind of want to highlight that really quick here at the end. This became a meme. You might have seen this. The photo on the left is from 1900. This is Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. So, most prominent places in the world. There's one car and a lot of horses. A decade later, there's all cars and no horses. So the fact most people don't see disruption doesn't mean that they're wrong. That just means we're early. So disruption happens in an exponential fashion. Most people think in linear terms. So if I take 30 steps in a linear way, like 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 30. If I take 30 exponential steps, like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, that's 1 billion. So disruption happens on an exponential path when you have a much better technology, especially powered by something like the internet. And that's the era we're moving to with, we did that with the internet, we did that with the mobile phone. We're going to do that with blockchain technology. And I think we're going to distribute ownership to the whole world through this new model. So people don't see it. They don't even know they want this. Henry Ford invented the automobile. This is an all-time legendary quote. If you asked people what they wanted, they would say faster horses. You ask people today in poker what they want, what do they tell you? They want more rake back. They don't even know they want equity because it's not even on the radar of what people are anticipating is possible because we're entering into a new paradigm. This paradigm is called the tokenized economy, and it's going to be a community ownership world where I think it'll completely revolutionize finance. I think this is going to be arguably one of the biggest changes we've ever gone through in financial history of mankind. Customers and employees will own equity in their favorite businesses. Right now, we have this like diametric difference of incentives between customers and employees, not just in poker, not just with shopping carts. We have it all over the world. Like if you look at Uber, for example, and I'm not picking on them, this is with any public company, and the Uber's not evil. I'm not saying this at all. This is just the model. This is the old model of walking around the world with fucking horses. Uber went public with 22,000 employees, 4 million drivers, $82 billion valuation when these guys went public. So if you convert that, it's $3.7 million of value created per employee, $21,000 per driver. Who keeps that value? It's the VCs and the founders. It's a small group of people, 10, 20 people that owned Uber when it went public. I don't know the number, but these people are, kind of the very core early adopters and shareholders. But who created that value? I mean, I created that value. I used Uber in 2015. My friend comes to Rome. I'm there and we're stuck in the middle of like, I don't know, somewhere we got lost in Rome. And I'm like, fuck, like, well, how are we going to get back? I'm tired, whatever. He's like, hey, let's call an Uber. And I'm like, what's that? Explains it to me. We use it. It's like magic. The first time everyone could use Uber, I'm sure you've realized like it's this magical thing. But imagine instead of me just contributing money to Uber, them taking a cut and growing their way to 82 billion. I also onboarded a lot of people to Uber, as I can imagine many of you did. You tell people about Uber, you tell people about Spotify, you tell people about these amazing apps, Peloton that you're using early on. But imagine if instead of me just contributing money and paying Uber $20 for my ride, what if I got 10 Uber tokens? What if I got a percentage of all the fees that Uber made while they were growing? That's the world we're moving into. It's going to be a true alignment of incentives. And I think the real goal of the token economy is going to solve wealth inequality. The way to get wealthy is to own productive assets, and everyone's going to be an owner in the future. Am I going too long?
No, just mindful of time, Alex, because we had intended to do a short question, but
I got 1 minute.
That's it? No, by all means.
All right.
Continue.
So, cool quote by Wayne Gretzky, skate to where the puck is going. This is the future of the world we're going into. We have, one automobile on a road of horses, but this world is happening fast. Crypto adoption is growing exponentially. This is the trend of crypto wallets over the past decade. BlackRock says it's the fastest adoption in years. I just watched an interview with Larry Flink, the CEO. BlackRock, famously owns the world. He says everything's going to be tokenized in the future. This is the trend. This is an exponential chart. So 30 steps is a billion. The green line is the mobile phone. The blue line, the blue line is the mobile phone, the green line is the internet. Crypto adoption is faster than both of those. So this world is coming very fast. In a couple decades, I think we're going to be there where the whole world's tokenized, and it's going to be incredible. So join the online poker revolution. I mean, you can make an account at Phenom, joinphenom.com. If you have a network of people you want to refer, you could become an agent. You earn tokens for every player you refer. You could also DM me. I could set you up to be an agent. You also earn a share of the other player's rake. So if you have a large network, you could earn a share of all the players' rake who join under you as well. So you have multiple ways to earn passive income. I'm at Alec Torelli on Twitter and Instagram. I read all my DMs. I read all my email. I'm just Alec at Conscious Poker. We have a newsletter for poker strategy advice, the latest content. The last thought I want to leave you with is poker is a zero-sum game. There's every winner, there's a loser. Life is not. Hopefully we can build something amazing together. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. I do apologize. I was not trying to run you there.
Sorry if I went too long. I try to talk at 1.5x so that you don't get bored. When you're on YouTube, you always go to 1.5. I just talk at 1.5. Anyway.
Does anyone have a question for Alec before I go? I will start.
Hi. First, I have two questions actually. First one is, okay, basically it's crypto, but it's not gonna be decentralized. It's like you own all that tokens, and you give that tokens to the players and to the agents, right? And is it going to be like a limited number of tokens, like it's Bitcoin, or is it going to be like Dogecoin, for example, that you can add more tokens in the future?
Yeah, good question. So there is central, I'll answer both. There's central governance now. Like in the beginning, we don't want, I mean, we have Matt's the CEO. He's running Phenom. He's making decisions every day on behalf of the whole operation. In the future, we envision a way where we have tens of thousands of players and frankly tens of thousands of token holders. Each one's going to have various allocations, and so we're going to have a more community governed platform at the time. There's still going to be centralized operations, so it's not like you have 20 tokens and you vote for something and then it's like, hey, yeah, so cool, you go update the code. Like it's not like that. There's going to be a central operation of the protocol, but there's only 50 million tokens, so that's that's all there ever will be.
That's not going to
with
change.
Phenom. Yeah, that's not going to change.
Okay.
So as the value of the tokens are just how much money we're raking divided by 50 million, right? Times 10. So that's just the token valuation that I talked about. And that's transparent on Phenom at all times.
Okay.
So it changes every week. You can see the price of the token.
Here comes the next question then.
Sure.
You have this limited number of tokens, let's say 50 million.
Right.
And the price of the token is, the price of all the tokens is 10 times the annual revenue rake, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's say in 2 years, you make 100 million rake.
Right.
Okay. And,
100 million annual rake. So the token price would be $2.
So the whole tokens will cost $1 billion, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. 10x that amount. Yeah. So $1 billion divided by 50 million would be the token
and
price.
50%
Exactly.
of that tokens are owned by the people that play, their agents, players, everything, right?
Yeah, more than that. But yeah, 50% will be distributed over a number of years back to the community.
So what happens if everybody, like, because there is no secondary market?
Yes.
What happens if everybody decide to sell the tokens? You have to pay $500 million to these people.
Yeah, so the other 50% of the profits that Phenom generates goes into the treasury for redemptions.
I understand, but by these 2 years, you made $100 million.
Yeah.
But you have to pay $500 million if people decide to sell their shares.
Right. That is a good question. I think, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that the value of the business will be higher than the amount of possible redemptions at any one time.
Exactly. Because let's say first year you make 20 million. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Second year you make 100 million. So you have 120 million.
Right.
Okay. So you have in your what's the name? Treasury. You have
Treasury, yes.
You have 60 million.
Yes.
But people own tokens that cost 500 million.
Yeah.
So if they want to sell these tokens, you don't have money to pay them.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that the founding team and all the early ambassadors would all be redeeming at once, but that's a good question for Matt.
It's theoretically.
That's a really good question. Yeah, it's theoretical.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. But
yeah, I don't think that's possible to happen, just like in terms of that's just not how human behavior works, but it's a really good question and we should have a very good answer for that. I think I would like to have Matt, the CEO, answer that because he's running the company. I'm an ambassador for them. I'm an investor in them. I'm obviously biased about like being bullish on Phenom, but that's a really good question. I'll bring it up to him. If you DM me, I'll get you an answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. That's a great question, and I'm happy it's a hardball question. It's a good one. We should have an answer for that for sure.
Thank you, everybody. Alec, do you want to tell everyone?
Yeah, I'm playing the tournament today. I don't know what time it starts, but I'll just be in the back for a bit to answer questions if anyone has any. Otherwise, I'm on social media like all the time at Alec Torelli. So yeah, come reach out.
Thanks very
thank
much,
you guys.
mate. We are going to take a quick 1 minute and then we're going to go into our next person. Thank you very much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to get into something completely different. Yep. So this panel is called, gentlemen, next panel. Wait for it. This panel is called Pleasure and Pain. It's about challenging the, frankly, ridiculous paradigm that exists about all gambling is essentially a short road to addiction, and how this is entertainment that has a possible negative side effect. So I'd like to invite you, Mr. David Richardson, Mr. Simon Vincze, and Mr. Duncan Garvie. These are our panel. Gentlemen, take it away. Simon, we'll start with you.
One, two, one, two. Okay, this works. So I understand we start with a little introduction, so we would put out a little background. So I work for Casino Guru. Casino Guru is an affiliate company, basically affiliate companies in online gaming. I guess more or less everybody knows how they works. What is different with us is that we are not aiming for a selected collection of operators, but we aim to have all of them on our website. Every operator that offers some online casino gaming, we would seek for them, put on our website, and we would evaluate them. So we would be using sort of a rating, which we call safety index. The safety index, it's going to tell you the likelihood of casino treating you fairly and paying out the winnings. We would be looking into their terms and conditions, literally reading them, looking into their payout possibilities. So for those companies that are not putting out their revenues, we would calculate them. We have a formula for them. And basically, the goal is to give empowerment to the person by providing a reliable information so they can make a decision. And where safer gambling player protection comes to this is that this is the baseline of what the company does, so we make revenue on that. But we also have a sort of a department which focus on projects which should improve the situation around safer gambling and player protection. This is where I come in, and we have a couple of projects, namely initiative for creating global self-exclusion system. And also we are running Casino Guru Academy, which is providing free educational courses aimed at raising standards in different areas of online gambling. It's education on safer gambling, player authentication, customer support, anything that can improve the player experience.
Cheers, Šimon. So yeah, my name is Dave Richardson. I work at a company called Better Change. We're a safer gambling company based in Gibraltar. We do a lot of our work in the UK though. And when I say safer gambling company, I always kind of like to explain that a little bit after, because sometimes when you say you're a safer gambling company, people don't want to speak to you. So we look at safer gambling from a very different view to a lot of traditional safer gambling companies. We are founded from the industry. So our founder was C-suite at several gambling operators. And we look at safer gambling as something where we offer products and services which can enhance an operator's safer gambling operations, but more by looking after their players, customer care, and also improving their retention and acquisition of players. So we're looking at their bottom line as well, rather than safer gambling being a tick box, something which operators have to do and they feel like they have to do to meet regulations so they don't get fined. We look at it as a really good opportunity to actually show customers that you value their customer, you value them as a customer, and you want to work with them for the long term. I was speaking on the very last panel last night, and I think there's 2 or 3 people in here who stayed until 7 o'clock last night. So thank you for that. Apologies if I do repeat some of that, the content there. But yeah, so that's what we are. We're a safer gambling company working with operators on how you can enhance your safer gambling operations through what we'd call positive play. So we try and avoid responsible gambling, safer gambling, harmful gambling. We talk about positive play, and that's our view of safer gambling.
Mr. Garvie?
Thank you, Kieran. My name's Duncan Garvie. I hold dual roles in the industry. My professional role would be what's known as an alternative dispute resolution official, an ADR. I work for a group called CasinoReviews.com. We are approved by both the UK Gambling Commission and the Malta Gambling Authority to manage player disputes on behalf of the regulator. Outside of my professional role, I founded a charity called Bet Blocker. What we do is we provide free blocking software. This is an app that you can install on your internet-capable device, and you can then set certain limitations on your ability to access online gambling services.
Thank you very much, Duncan. So we had prepped about this particular panel leading up to it for a few weeks. So I think we're going to start with one of the biggest issues I think many people agree here, and we covered on last night, and generally if you've ever looked at the news in recent times, is about how gambling is being used as a political weapon with regards to both regulatory sides, with regards to media sides, with regards to just general public perception. Gentlemen, do we want to get into that to start with? Simon?
Yes. I mean, from my perspective, because I live and come from Slovakia, this is where I work from as well. But I'm trying to have a good overview about what is going on in the world of online gambling, especially in the leading jurisdictions. And I would say that one of the leading jurisdiction is the UK. So I can comment on that situation, which I'm not necessarily sure if I would call it a political weapon, because the politics is being shaped according to what is the expectation from the public. So when the expectation from the public is made in a way that they would welcome a harsh policies against gambling, then it could be used as a weapon. I don't think that any politicians would be just picking out gambling like this is going to be my subject right now and I'm going to put down the industry because I'm going through some personal revenge or something. So it's more about what is the public perception of the gambling in that specific jurisdiction or in the world, and that can be made through different kinds of forces or different kinds of channels. So for example, in the UK, it is the media in which anytime you would see something in the media connected with gambling, it would be on the negative connotations, more than often regarding a most severe problem gambling situation, which is then putting gambling into a kind of public perception that it is only negative, and any kind of gambling should be considered as something risky, and it should be a public health issues, and everybody would be better without gambling, which isn't the reasonable situation, because people like to gamble, and especially these days it is very easy for them how to find their opportunities to gamble. So in this connection, I think it's very unfortunate, but maybe my colleagues can better comment on the situation.
Yeah, I'd agree with some of that what you said there, Šimon, but I think in the UK as well, I think without doubt it is used as a political weapon to gain votes, and it's an easy target, the gambling industry, to hit with a big stick, where actually a lot of the policy is driven by incorrect data or no data at all, or it's driven by prohibition groups, to name, there's a few you could name, who actually, well, we can do Chatham House rules and all that. There's a lot of groups which have a very, very loud voice and speaking for a minority. So my argument with those would be it's very difficult to have a balanced conversation with someone who's speaking based on emotion. So a lot of the groups, for those who aren't based in the UK, are set up by people who've suffered from gambling-related harm, a lived experience, which has got a crucial part to play in the gambling ecosystem, hearing from people who have been harmed by gambling. But it is a very, very small amount of people. And my argument would be there's a far greater number of people who gamble and enjoy it, who gamble safely and have a lifetime value of gambling for themselves and for the customer and for the operator. And they get a lot of entertainment from that. But policy is not driven by listening to those people who gamble safely. We're listening to people who've gambled unsafely. So I think politically that's a really difficult conversation to have with someone who's speaking from emotion. If they're talking about how their life was ruined or a family member's life was ruined and things like that, it's an awful thing to hear, and it's very emotive. It's actually very, very difficult to then talk about that in the wider picture for the whole country about and using real data and real stats to form some actually educated policy. So I do think politically we're in a really tough position in the UK that we rely a lot on the voice of lived experience, which I will say again is really, really important, but it should form part of the whole information that we take in and then make decisions from. Where at the moment, I think that part, the part that it forms is a very unbalanced part.
Duncan?
I would agree with what David's saying to an extent. There certainly is an aspect of the dialogue within the UK that has become politicised, but I'm not sure that's entirely intentional. It really all ties back to market forces. If we look at the press, for example, what the press wants, what the press needs to drive their business is clicks. That's the currency of the day. And a scandalous story, a story that they can sensationalize, is going to drive far more clicks. So a story about somebody gambling safely, gambling healthily, isn't going to drive any clicks. A story about somebody who's lost a son due to suicide because of gambling addiction, that drives clicks. What this creates is a media bias towards negative stories about gambling. Then you could look at the politicians. Again, the politicians are selling you something. They're trying to sell you their integrity. They're trying to project this image of them as somebody who will fight for their constituents' rights. You don't win anything by siding with big business. So again, the politicians see gambling as an easy win. It's an industry that they can kick hard, and very few in the public are going to object to them doing it. It's a win-win for them. And then you have gambling charities, and I don't want to paint with too broad a brush here. I know many of the charities in the UK, and I know many good people who are working very hard to deliver change and improvement. But I'm also aware of certain organisations who come from highly traumatic backgrounds in the lived experience field, who have experienced the worst outcomes that is possible to experience from gambling harms. And they both have an agenda they have a vendetta against gambling as a entity altogether, and that's understandable. And they are trying to push the political narrative to a place where they can gain access to more of the funds by excluding certain other less severe organisations. So I'm not sure, weaponization sounds almost intentional, whereas I kind of feel that the narrative in the UK has become what it is due to understandable and natural market forces rather than intent.
Okay.
But it's still highly problematic because what this results in is policy that's being made based on the loudest voices rather than the data. And when we make policy based on the loudest voices rather than data, we prioritize the narrative with the headline, the soundbite, over the outcome. And we need to start prioritizing the outcomes.
Thank you very much. I'll take two things from what you said there. One is the concept of, are you familiar with Hanlon's razor?
Yeah.
Hanlon's razor is the idea that you don't ascribe something to be malicious or weaponized when it could have just been bad intention or mistake. So perhaps I should have rephrased my original question, not the weaponization of as a political narrative, maybe the unintentional slide towards that. And the other concept is, as you said, there is unfortunately bad actors in this space who may have, or people who have slightly ulterior motives. But I think even in the people who have had the worst case and the worst harm done to them, and that is the driving force, we do have to somehow appreciate where they're coming from. But I think that one of the problems we get into is when those people are given too much airtime. It's the idea of the empty vessels make the most noise. And it's not to be malicious against someone, but you're giving a huge amount of resources to people who have a very, very niche and very small understanding of a much greater picture.
If we talk about gambling harm as almost a continuum as well, from when we've got the real severe at one end,
Yes.
And then we've got at the other end, it's kind of educating people about gambling. We are very imbalanced in the fact that where the resources go to the really severe end, rather than proactively trying to stop that happening in the first place. We're very reactive to when people are suffering from gambling-related harm. And I used this example yesterday, but with any gambling app that I use, if I got a safer gambling message from them now, I would think I'd done something wrong. So, because when I signed up to that gambling app several years ago now, 20 years ago, whatever, it wasn't really something which was incorporated into my customer journey, this whole safer gambling. Where I think there's an opportunity now to incorporate that right from the moment you sign up, you step foot in a casino, step foot into a betting shop, you can integrate that into that whole customer experience. So just enjoying the game and how to enjoy it safely, rather than safer gambling be something which you hit a trigger, you get an automated email or a phone call. And I think that's where the industry, those operators that are realizing that, will have greater success going forward in acquiring and retaining their customers.
Simon? Yeah, I wanted to make a point regarding gambling as a form of entertainment. So there are groups or individuals, they just wouldn't accept the notion for gambling to be entertainment, especially when you put it into connection with casino games, right?
Mhm.
Sports betting would be something more accepted in this notion. So they would think, and I think it's coming from a lot of misconceptions which are out there regarding gambling. Dave speaks about gambling literacy. They talk about it as within the Better Change, which I think is a very important factor. And the gambling literacy is very low, so people would have in mind the notion that gambling is not a form of entertainment. It is created by someone who has a machine that is going to negatively influence the person, thinking they would be able to win some money. And they would be only making stakes for desire to make a win and not be enjoying the process, just be enjoying or going after the idea of winning something, which is kind of wrong, but it's difficult to explain it. Before I said I live in Slovakia, so every time when I'm explaining someone what I do, and I would put this notion of entertainment, I would get disqualified for saying it just to defend gambling and defend what gambling does to people. So I think it gets back to that public perception which is shaping it. And I think in the public space, everybody is afraid to be talking about gambling in any positive manner because there is a risk in it. There is almost no risk if you will be talking about gambling in a negative manner, right? No one is gonna really criticize you for that. Talking about the broader public, but for any politician or for any public figure talking positively about gambling, that comes with a risk.
I think there's a real irony there that the people who are trying to prevent people from suffering from gambling-related harm are actually creating a stigma around gambling. And again, in the UK, men's mental health is something which the stigma has been broken down over the last decade. So you can feel comfortable speaking to your friends as a man or your family or going to the doctors if you need to about mental health. The reason that's been broken down is because it's been seen as something that's acceptable and people do it. It's not being seen as if you've got some mental health issues as a man that you have to go underground with it. Where the irony is with gambling is we're creating that, a lot of the groups are creating that stigma that if you actually had a gambling problem, I feel like it could feel to someone as the worst thing in the world because of what you see in the media and what you see in the news. Where actually, if we can normalise gambling as a legitimate entertainment industry that's highly regulated, that actually would probably help people who needed that support even more and find the right places and signpost them to the right places. So there's a real conundrum there about, are the people who are really calling for gambling to be banned and saying that it needs stricter controls, are they actually doing more harm than good?
Duncan?
I think that's an excellent point, David. When we talk about gambling harms, what we really need to keep in mind is that the distribution of harms, as with most things in life, is going to fall into your bell-shaped curve, your normal curve. The people that have experienced severe gambling harm sit at the very far end, the very thin end of that graph. Now, that's not to belittle their experience, but it's to acknowledge that actually this represents a small proportion of the overall population of players. What's happening with the public narrative around gambling is that this small proportion has outsized voice in the sector. Their voice is the one that's controlling policy, while the fat part of the bell curve, where the most people are who experience lesser indicators of harm. That doesn't mean that they haven't experienced some harm. It just means that they are lower on the spectrum. We're ignoring them when we're creating policy. We're not creating policy to cater to and protect the largest number of people. And the truth about gambling harm is it escalates. When we don't cater to the largest number of people and create policies intended to prevent escalation, we create this severe harm spectrum right at the end. We need policy that's focused on outcome. And this actually draws back to what Šimon was just saying about entertainment. The reality is that people do gamble for entertainment, even if that doesn't have a lot of traction as a message in public messaging. They are gambling for entertainment, but we have made safer gambling messaging something dry, boring, something that comes over as a lecture, a public service announcement. When somebody walks into a pub to buy a pint of beer, do they really want a lecture on alcoholism from the bartender before they get served? No. No, they're here for their entertainment, for their downtime. What we need to do is fundamentally change the way we are approaching messaging around safer gambling. We need to make it entertaining, fun, and engaging. Because if we don't do that, we're sending out information that is critically important that the audience isn't listening to.
Thank you, Duncan. I will slightly deviate here for a second. In my own experience, because we all have a huge amount of background there, my own experience would have been in the gambling sector, where I have probably sent out more emails and more correspondence with players than almost anyone you'll ever meet. I've engaged with millions of players over the years across dozens of licenses. I spent pretty much my 20s doing this. And so I have basically an anecdotal timeline of how we've seen improved application of safer gambling and public perception, and how the message is received by the customers, no matter whether it's land-based or whether it's online. Ultimately, they are the customers. And what I've found is that you spoke to the dryness or the punitive level, or even the misconception that gambling can be entertainment. It's treated like heresy to some people. A lot of members of the public in any nationality, any license, no matter how the message is delivered, it all boils down to how you engage with those customers. What I found myself after years and years of trial and error of US players, Canadian players, Italian players, Germans, everyone in between, was if you stop selling the idea of safer gambling as this is basically the brakes before you fall down into the gambling pit. If you start saying these are mechanisms and these are features available to you that you can better regulate and you can better tailor your own gameplay. I'd love to see the metrics and just changing that message from here are limits to why don't you tailor and customize your own gameplay experience? Because that's what we all do in other aspects of business. We like customization on our holidays, our phone packages, our apps. So why not present these tools and mechanisms as ways to customize your experience?
We're working with an operator at the moment on a very similar project to that, and it's quite brave. So the legal team are getting involved, the compliance team, the marketing, and it's really good to get them all together. But the panic within the operator of trying to do something different is actually it's quite sad in a way, because they don't feel like they can do something different for the fear of fine or bad press. Where actually what they want to do is they want to do something that engages players in their games and teaches them how to play them in a responsible, safe manner. And it's going to be done through video format, like TikTok-style video format. So it's new, it's not dry, it's not boring, it's not 3 pages of size 9 font black text about safer gambling, which no one will read. What it is it's someone who wants to partake in a gambling activity, and we're giving them the resource to do that properly, teaching them about the rules and the etiquette and actually the game. If we can get that right, that might, and we don't know because we've not got the data, which is something which we really do lack in the industry, that might actually help that person avoid getting into harm from the really early onset of them, their gambling journey, if you like.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing what Duncan said, just to pick up on it, is we talk about high and low levels of harm, medium levels of harm. The fact is, if you said to someone, what does that look like? No one really knows what is a low level of harm, what is a high level of harm. And we're making decisions for policy based on what one person might see as
Subjective.
very, very subjective. I went to the races last weekend at Doncaster, where I live. I had a really bad day. I lost all 8 races, but I knew what I was going to bet with. I was enjoying it. I had an amazing day with my friends, but I didn't win anything. So because I lost some money, am I suffering from some low level of harm? Statistically, I probably am.
Yeah, I can see that we are getting into this kind of subject, which I put out the question yesterday, which didn't really went through, but it was mainly about there is a research which shows that the accumulated harm which comes from low-risk gamblers, medium-risk gamblers, is higher than the harm which comes from problem gamblers or the ones with most severe difficulties with gambling. Because low risk and medium risk, it's a bigger amount of people than the ones who are dealing with the severe aspects. So that says that the gambling product cannot be totally safe, right? This is the reason why
no one would gamble if it was totally safe. That's the risk. You only gamble because there's some risk, don't you?
Indeed. And there's the fun in it because you have this thrill of a possible win. So the risk is an inevitable part of gambling. But then let's talk a little bit about how harm should be defined. So you put out an example, which I think really makes sense. And it brings up a question whether the harm could be objective or subjective. So I might be a low-risk gambler, and once in 3 months, I would feel like this is my day, and I would spend a little bit more. The next day, I would feel regret. I would feel regret that I've spent the 50 euros more than I should have, than I normally spend. Is that subjective or objective, right?
Duncan?
I mean, objective would be regret, but subjective is it 50 euros or 60 euros?
I think the key point there is regret. And it's not simply a case of did you lose the bet. What David described at the races, well, he had money that he was prepared to risk and he lost it. But he didn't go beyond his limit, what he was comfortable spending. He might regret not winning, but the loss isn't really what he regrets.
It's expenditure.
Yes. Where you cross into the realm of gambling harm is where you feel afterwards, oh no, I shouldn't have spent that. It's not about the outcome, it's that I shouldn't have risked that money in the first place. That was more than I could comfortably afford. And that, for me, that's the very fine line where you cross from gambling as a risk-based activity to harm. And it's no different, while we're talking about gambling can never be safe, I don't actually think that's any different to many other activities. No. The truth is that when I go to the pub and I have a pint of beer, I'm making myself sound like an alcoholic because I'm just talking about beer all the time.
You're Scottish and I'm
Safe
Irish,
space,
man.
Duncan.
It's par for the course.
But I know that pint I consume is not physically good for me. It causes damage. And even setting aside the long-term impacts on my body, I know that if I consume too many of those pints in close succession, I'm going to be very sad about it tomorrow. It is a risk-based activity. I don't see gambling as is intrinsically different from that.
I'll just say 2 things that I would always have used when I was teaching people. I always would have used the booze and the alcohol experience. And it goes back to what you said about low-level harms and how do we define low-level harms. So if, Dave, instead of going out and going to the races, you decided you were going to go out and watch the football or go to a gig or something with your friends and you overspent €60 or £60, say you overdid it at the bar and a little more drinks and a little more triple vodkas than intended, you wake up tomorrow and you feel like, death's warmed up and the cat left you at home. Would we consider that alcohol harm? Would a really bad hangover and really upset stomach and bad feeling, would we measure that under the traditional sense of alcohol, and would we consider alcohol harm, or we could just consider the cost of consumption? A certain level of loss at gambling, or expenditures that should be considered, is the cost of consumption.
I don't know the answer, I'm thinking about it as I'm sat here, and it's a really tough one to answer, but what I would say is you'd never go to the theatre, go to the pub, go to the restaurant and say, oh, I've lost 200 quid.
No, you've got what you paid for. You paid for a service and you've received that service.
That said, you might still experience buyer's remorse, where you went to the gig the night before, and I've done this many times, and you spend 60 quid on t-shirts or whatever, and the next day you think,
Get them unvented.
So here is an idea. We've been talking a lot about the stigmatization of safer gambling, responsible gambling, stuff like that, and all stigmatization of gambling itself. Like if your relatives and the public is going to be frowning upon you when you say you were into casino, it is stigmatized, and then might dissuade you from getting into doing something when things are going to be going south. So the idea is that what if we would normalize the harm within gambling, as it is normalized with drinking. Everybody knows that there is a price for drinking. You're going to do it either way, or you might do it because you are going to be having fun drinking, different kind of spectrum. But you ultimately know that you're going to pay for it the next morning, that you are not be feeling all right. And now, if the perception is that only degenerative people are experiencing harm with gambling, it's going to create a stigma. It's going to create me into position, I am not the one who has a problem. I'm gambling, but I am not a degenerative gambler. I am not a problem gambler. So why should I feel bad? Why should I engage in any kind of activity, how to manage it? Because this is not for me. It's for some other people. But if we are in a situation that the possible harm would be a normal part of gambling, then you would take precautions, then you would have a better explanation on the feelings that you have afterwards. I'm going to put in an example, which is a bit outside from this, but it's more connected with gambling gambling among children. So when I was a child, the things we were gambling with were trading cards. It is the similar thing now with some kids, but we are also playing pogs. Pogs were little paper circles, you put them on one pile, and then you would use another big pog, which you would try to flip them
slammer.
over. Yes. And every time I lost, I had this feeling. I was angry. I was sad, and I wasn't able to explain it. Why am I feeling so bad? What is going on around here? And I think that it can relate to an adult life when this regret comes, and the person, because the problem gambling and the harm in gambling is stigmatized, they wouldn't approach in the way, okay, I should do something, I should set a limit, or I should talk with someone whether they are experiencing the similar stuff. But if that's going to be a normal way, then it would be a lot easier for a lot of people.
I would jump in on that. I think that's a really important point, but we've already crossed the line. We've already stigmatized not necessarily gambling harm, but we have stigmatized safer gambling. Let's be quite direct when we talk about this. The responsible gambling section on every gambling operator's website, the only people who engage with it are the people who are already experiencing harm. We have trained the consumers to believe that responsible gambling sections are for those people who have a problem. That is fundamentally untrue. In fact, responsible gambling used in this way is actually a misnomer. Because if you've already got a problem, the chances are what you need to do is stop gambling. Responsible gambling is for everybody else, to make sure you don't get to the point where you have a problem. We need to be coaching people to see responsible gambling tools like they see a seatbelt. It's just what you do when you get in the car. You don't think about it. But right now, we need to change our messaging, fundamentally shift the entire paradigm of the conversation to ensure that the public perception of responsible gambling is changed to one that everybody engages with, rather than only those who have a problem.
Thank you very much, Duncan, on that. I completely agree, and I'll give one anecdote because we are running close to our line. So I've played poker for years. I've obviously worked for operators for years, and recently I signed up with another operator just to go back to playing in my free time. And I looked at their safer gambling, responsible gaming tools. One, it's professional scrutiny, but other, I don't like playing cash games. I am dreadful at cash games. I would rather throw my money out a window. I've just never got any good at it. So I contacted the site before I started to play officially, because I'm a sit-and-go player, to say, can you turn off cash games for me? I don't like them. I'm not good at them. I am not going to spend my money on something I don't like. I'm a grown-ass man. I know I don't like it. Their safer gambling team immediately contacted me, asked me, did I have a problem, and sent me a very basic version of the PGISI test. And I was reached out by their manager saying, we are concerned about the requests you made. We're concerned you may have problem gambling, or you may be... I hadn't even played a single hand yet. I just asked, as a customer, I'm going to spend my money on your product. I want to know what level of customization and features do you have? And this is a feature I don't like. I don't want it offered to me. Needless to say, going back and forth over a couple of weeks, they've decided to close my account. I haven't played a single hand, but because I made a very simple request that any customer that is spending money on a product should be able to make using tools that are already available, and the way they should be marketed as these are options to help you not just control your play, but set the play the way you like to. I'm now banned from that site.
Yeah, but that creates a adversarial dynamic.
Absolutely.
The problem there is that the operator are taking a aggressively conservative position because they are concerned about regulatory sanction. But by doing that, what they create is a dynamic where players are put off of engaging with strategies that can help them for fear of being labelled.
I was just going to say, I can see why the operator did that, because they're so fearful of any sanctions. But it's that example is a really good example, because I would say that is exactly the thing what we're trying to change through things like positive play, education, gambling literacy. We're trying to change that, but it's actually an education piece, not only for the consumer, it's for the operator and for the regulators and for the whole industry to try and accept that. But yeah, I can see why they did it, but it's a terrible customer experience and it doesn't create a sustainable industry.
It's a very good example. I have a similar one. The customer would be using panic button, which is like a short-term self-exclusion.
24 hours?
24 hours. I think they've had 48 hours, and the person was using it every time on Friday because the person didn't want to gamble during the weekends, and this was the only option the player was able to do. So what comes next is similar stuff, like we need to have a conversation because you are using this responsible gambling tools too much, so there might be something going on. And it was very difficult to explain that they are just seeking a tool that would allow them to block themselves during weekends, because they know that that is the time when they are going to be drinking, they might be under the influence and not having the straight thinking. So they want to have the accounts closed. And that is very important, why the empowering of the customer in their own way, how to manage their gambling is so important. Because then if they know what's going on with gambling, if they know what their goals are, if they know what makes them entertain with gambling and knows the risks, then they would be able, or ideally, right, if they can think straight and control themselves, structure their gambling experience according to their needs. And hopefully it will also include the harm reduction.
Well, hopefully. That's ultimately the intention. I will give you one last piece for finish of just insight into the people who actually work at the companies who deal with these cases and these emails day in, day out. And like it's projected by many forces and many stakeholders in the sector as all we deal all day with horror stories. The worst case of loss, the worst case of degradation you can imagine. From working 10 years at the PokerStars Safer Gambling team, right there at the very top, the most common email every single day across every single license was, can I turn off this game function? I don't like playing it. That is not gambling harm. That is not about reducing damage. That is not a gambler immediately in trouble running for a life jacket. That is somebody saying, I don't want to use your service or that particular feature. That is completely misrepresented across so much of the sector.
I've had conversations with regulators that tie into this dynamic, where the regulator requires licensees to monitor player activity for signs of gambling harm.
Mm-hmm.
And the license also requires the licensee to provide self-exclusion options, timeout options.
Yes.
And then the regulator stipulates or strongly projects the view that using the timeout or self-exclusion feature should be perceived as a significant marker of harm. So what then happens is the player selects a timeout for a week, but that's then used as a significant marker of harm for the operator to have to intervene to prevent them further accessing play. Now, it's well intentioned. I can certainly see what the regulator is trying to achieve with that policy, but what they're ultimately achieving is a black and white binary set of options. So the moment that a player actually engages any of the tools that they're required to offer, they are likely to simply be excluded by the operator because the operator has to cater to the point of view of the regulator.
Gentlemen, we are right on the cusp of time, so any final pieces you wish to finish with?
No, I think the only thing for me would be gambling, safer gambling actually is very different to play protection, and we've merged the two together. For me, safer gambling is way further upstream where we can actually make a big impact before people are getting into harm.
I don't
Any encore?
I don't have any last remarks. I would be curious if there are any questions actually, because there are so many areas that we didn't touch.
Max, 2 seconds.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. That was really informative. So one of the things I think I've picked up from this is just a general lack of understanding from regulators around what is problem gambling. And I think that goes back to how regulators try and assess and understand problem gambling to begin with. So that example there of using the timeout feature as a marker of harm and that being built into the way operators analyze data. Do you think that fundamentally the problem in the industry is not understanding what actually is problem gambling and having an effective way to measure it in the industry?
I'm going to answer this one because I've attended a conference the previous week which was full of regulators, and the bottom line is that I am convinced that they have one of the toughest jobs because they are receiving pressure from every end. They are receiving a pressure from the public, from the policymakers, and also from the industry. None of these are really satisfied with what they are doing. And another thing to this, I think the reason why the measurements, I mean, the requirements or the limitations which they put out, oftentimes are not functional in the real world. So if you would set out the requirement, if someone is going to engage in the safer gambling tools, they should be treated as probably at risk. So someone should approach them, and it's going to create a negative connotations with the player. So it might go a completely different way than it intended. I think the reason for that is that they need to be very cautious. So they wouldn't let anything to be left for a chance. Like, okay, there is something, there is a possible sign. We rather engage with this person and try to do something with them, and rather than just see it as a regular part of their gambling. So I think the risk, even the slightest, that there could be something bad going on is very important for the regulators, because then if that's going to fail, they are going to be the ones to blame. Like, okay, but you said as a regulator that this is a normal part of gambling, but this person was having severe difficulties with gambling. You know, there could be a different markers of harms, different areas, different behavior things that person is going to be engaging with. But I understand that this is the one of the like main difficulty for them because they need to be very, very cautious.
Thank you very much. I would love for more questions because I think there is a lot of interest in this subject, and if nothing else, it's quite informative for people. But I'd like to thank our speakers. So can we please give a round of applause, please, for the three gentlemen? Thank you very much. Hello. Okay, thank you everybody. We're running slightly over, but not too bad. I'd like to welcome our next three speakers to the following panel, which should be very interesting, and I think is a subject that doesn't get nearly enough traction in this space along with other spaces. It's betting on equality and the different experiences of not just traditional gender separations between the player bases, but also people of many different spectrums and many different needs. So can I please bring to the stage Will, Tanya and Lorena, please. Thank you very much.
It's just Will. It's like being back at primary school again, getting silly nicknames.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. We'll start off with you, Tanya, as the ambassador for the IPT. Thank you very much.
Hello, as you know, my name is Tanya. I work with the Irish Poker Tour, hosting ladies' events to bring awareness, to bring more lady poker players to the rooms.
My name is Will Shillibier. I'm the managing editor of Poker News. I've worked in the industry for 10 years as a reporter and now a journalist for the industry's largest news organization.
Hi, my name is Lorena. I am the founder of Poker Marketing Agency. We work with several players and brands and events, and I'm also the marketing coordinator for Irish Poker Festival.
Thank you very much. So without further ado, we'll get in. Do we want to start on each of our particular positions on this matter? And each of the, if we want to say each of the demographics we represent, or let's just kick off. Tanya, I'll start with you.
Yep. So we're looking to change how poker has been perceived over the years. It's always been a male-dominated world since back in the days from old establishments. By bringing more women role models and mentors, this can be changed by bringing awareness to more women to come and play the poker. It makes it more inviting for them to come to the poker rooms by offering meetups and helping them to that. Poker isn't also, you know, just a male-dominant world. Women can play poker too.
It's very interesting from my perspective, as you know, I never was much of a player, but from interviewing players, industry people, live event coordinators, ambassadors, female individuals in the industry, it has developed so much over the years, and it is ebbed and flowed, I think, from two poles, from a news reporting organization standpoint. The one is the adage that female players should be elevated and promoted, and if a lady does well, then you shine your spotlight on them and you really delve in deep. You elevate them, you prioritize them, and you make sure that they're being written about. And many people believe that. The other side of it can be people believing that that shouldn't happen. Not that it, in a different way, that I remember there was a strong feeling maybe 6 or 7 years ago by a poker player called Kate Hall, who was a leading female poker player. She was named Female Player of the Year. And in her acceptance speech, I think she won it twice. And I think in both acceptance speeches, she turned around and said, I don't think there should be a female poker player of the year. So there's the two schools of thought. It's the school of either we do away with it and treat everyone as a poker player because, as you said, everyone should be able to play poker and have those opportunities, or, and I think this is much more where the media is heading and where I believe it should be, is you shine a light at every opportunity. And that transcends itself into thoughts on ladies' events and ladies' initiatives, meetup games, where some people believe, well, why should there be ladies' events? You know, they should just, you know, they should play with everyone. And others say that that's a necessary step in promoting ladies' poker and getting people into the industry.
Lorena?
Yes, so I'm not a poker player. I have never been. And as soon as I started working with the industry, one of the things that really highlighted for me is how the behavior and how the abilities that poker gives to the players. So the how you can like manage financial, so manage the bankroll, and also how you are more open to risks, you know, as soon as you play more, and all of that, those abilities that poker gives to the players. I saw that is how that lack in for women. So I've saw that how all these types of abilities, I have never got in touch with them before I started working with poker. So the ability of being able to negotiate, or how to actually analyze situations with the lack of information and all of that. And that really inspired me. And that's how I ended up going and focusing and getting specialized only on poker, because it really fascinated me, all the soft skills that poker gives through the players, and that should be used more in the corporate world. And also how that lack for women through our how can I say that, but like formation. So how can that lack in when we are negotiating for a salary for our for raises, or when we are also negotiations with another man. So that fascinated me in the poker world, and so on. I'm started only working in the poker industry after that, and I can help other women to get in touch with that. And
Thank you very much.
I'm just want to say, as you can see from my accent, the English is not my native language, so I'm also quite representing Latin American people here as well, and I'm very proud of that, because poker has becoming a huge industry in Brazil and also other countries around Latin America. We just had a huge record in WSOPC in Argentina. I don't know if you guys know that, and the main over there, and more initiatives are coming to Brazil. You know, Coin Poker, that is one of the sponsors. They are sponsoring they are starting to sponsor players over there as well, and we bringing more international. So the expansion of poker into Latin American countries is also a subject that we could and we should be talking about in other countries that are not, they don't have poker, and they don't have a history with poker. Poker is not a cultural thing. It's not something you saw your grandparents playing. It's not something that you learn from your dad or anything like, or your mom or anything like that. You actually have to be interested on the game and or the competitive the tournaments and the game itself. So yes, and apologize for any English wise mistakes.
No need to apologize. So I'll put out a question. I've worked for operators over the years. I think everyone's aware of that now. So I've worked for operators over the years and would have dealt with customers from every demographic, if there is a spectrum of humanity, I have crossed every single one when dealing with people. What I would have found, though, anecdotally again, is the type of cases that would have come to me is female players typically tend to be more aware. They're more interested in the level of service they receive and the features available to them before they start fully investing into site. Do you find that with live as well, that they female poker players, at least entering into the game, want a more expansive offering than just sit down at the table, put your chips and sit there?
Yeah, you do come across women like that, and you try and accommodate for everything because you want to make it a fun and friendly environment for them to come in and play, and you just accommodate for that, to make them feel that extra bit special, because sometimes some people just need that push.
But again, there are others who want it to just be a normal poker experience and don't want. I was having a conversation with someone earlier before this. and saying that actually when does a nice gesture to encourage female players to play, like some champagne or some mimosas. I know there's meetup games in the morning with mimosas. When does that become a gimmick, and when does that turn off the subsection of female poker players where they want to turn up, play the game,
And just play.
and just play? Yeah.
So I get that from both angles. Obviously, from me hosting ladies events, that I get this where some say to me, how come we don't have men only events? Why only women only events? Again, if you look around a poker room, it's 95% male, 5% female, and we are looking to change that. And how can we change? By bringing awareness to other women, to women out there, that there is women poker players. And by me hosting these ladies' own events, it's not to make men exclusive, you know, say you can't play this tournament. Actually, one of my tournaments, I did make it that men could enter, but we put a bounty on their head just to make it a bit fun. Or they could pay an extra, you know, buy-in, and we'll give it to charity or donate the money, you know, to something towards mentorships or something like that.
Yeah, listening to your question, I think there are like 2 points. One of them is that you pointed out, Will, is that I think there are 2 levels of consciousness with the female players that play ladies event. You know, there are the female players that actually have been on the scene like since long, and that they are most likely to dislike this type of treatment because they already see themselves as part of the scene, you know. And there is the other target audience of those ladies events that are the females that are there for the first or second times, you know, and they need to have this extra type of attractiveness to the ladies event, and then to the poker world. So it's hard when you have 2 target audience for the same type of event or the same for the same tournament, because you won't be able to to make both of them happy, you know, because there are 2 levels of consciousness. It's the 2 target audience, and yes, and the second point of what I've heard from your question and what Tanya said is that we have there's this very interesting TEDx that actually Vanessa Cade once told me when we were talking about this type of situation, and it stuck with me forever. Like since nowadays, I still get myself listening to the same TEDx talk, that it's how women do not they are not open to failure, and how we are raised for you're either perfect or you just bust, you know, you don't even try. And how there are several researchers that said, like, if women, they don't fit 100% in that spot, that role, they don't even apply, while men, if they see that they fit like 70%, they will apply. And how did that relate to your question is that as women host women's event, we think it needs to be perfect. We want to cover all the spots. I see Tanya hosting several events through the year, and I see how she is so worried about all the details, every single thing, where like when they are arriving, what they will get, how they will play. And then it's because I see that, and one of the reasons that why I think is just women's events are made, they're normally hosted by other women. So we normally we try to look at all the details and make it perfect. So that's why they're so quite fancy, you know. And yeah, so because women wants to make perfect for other women, and maybe. Yeah, like you said, it can be too much, you know, and it can be, it can actually segregate more, you know, ladies tournament from the other ones, but yes.
What do you find is the biggest stigma, either side, either women experience playing with men, or men have the perception of playing or introducing with women about poker? Because like for myself, the best poker player I've ever known happened to be my mentor, and she's had a tremendous impact in my life. Jeannie David, some of you may know of her. If you're voting in the Hall of Fame, please vote for Jeannie.
Closest today, last
yeah,
chance.
Yeah, I was debating whether to plug it or not. But Jeannie is a force when it comes to mixed games. And she would always have told me from the day I met her, if you ever refer to me as being a female poker player, I'm going to take the head off your shoulders. So when poker is ultimately a cerebral game, so there is no physical requirements or physical differences, do you experience from yourselves, ladies, and for yourself, Will, do you experience some stigma or some misconceptions by either women or men about poker in that regard when you're introducing people or when you're sitting at a table?
Well, I can. Yes, poker, it's completely an mind game, so it's cerebral game, like you said. But in my perspective, we have to think that all the things that goes onto our mind, they have actually they bring symptoms to our body. That's like mainly what psychological disease
Yes.
and syndromes are. So you get like the things that are on your mind, they translate into body reactions, and then so by that, if a woman is more nervous to come to play, if a woman is more if they have they are anxious about it, that will actually translate into their behavior on the table. So that's actually put us quite one step behind, because the guy that is playing the same buy-in, the same tournament, he does not have that level of nervousness or the anxious that we will. So we're already one step behind, even though it's just it's on your mind, but it translates on your body. So I think that's something worth to point it out, that the social structure will also translate onto how you actually is going to behave in the poker table, how you feel intimidated, even though there is not something tangible happening, you already feel intimidated in advance. So,
Tanya, please.
I think the perception of poker from back in the establishment days was that poker was an aggressive, dominant sport, or a game to play. But that is changing. Times are changing. People are learning strategies. They're learning skill. They're learning patience. And by us teaching women players this will help their game or skill at the table.
Last year, I had 8 months away from Poker News and was working in PokerStars, and we had a women's poker boot camp that we opened up to all manner of women applicants from all different walks of life. There were motivational speakers, mothers, teachers, and I think the biggest thing that I came away from all of their stories was how they'd gotten into it as a child, man's game, their fathers or their grandfathers or their husbands or their sons played, they didn't play, and now they were getting into it from that angle that you mentioned, which was the life skills, the decision making, the how it can better your career and further your interpersonal skills, decision making, risk taking. And there were a lot of business minded ladies on that course that actually really enjoyed it because of the cerebral nature of it and the way that it worked with that. And so I think initiatives like that, where there was a panel yesterday where I think Dara spoke about the ideal consumer or the ideal player that sites should be marketing to is those who want to learn the strategy, get better, take the next step. And I think that's almost the perfect target market for women as well, because if they've not been able to think in the past that poker isn't for them, this is the way to brand it to them. We can put all talk of champagne and ladies' games to one side. The game can now be marketed to them in that. I hate to say mind sport. It's one of those triggery words in poker that just doesn't mean anything anymore. But the way of learning and the skills that you get that poker players can have, especially beginner ones when they want to get the solid strategy to start.
Thank you very much, Will. Do we have any questions for the audience, please? Natalie?
I'm really sorry. So again, this is another really interesting topic, and which affects me personally as well as a woman, having been in the industry for over 15 years now. one of the things that comes to mind, and we haven't touched on, we've spoken about women in poker specifically and playing poker at the tables. But this needs this change, which has definitely changed over the past 15 years, just not enough. I think it comes along the whole trip. So we're not only talking about female players. When you think about people like Liv Boeree, Mad Harper, Rebecca McAdam, Vicky Corrin, these are incredibly strong women, you know, in very different areas of the industry. So within PR, director level, tournament directors, media coordinators, you know, we need to see more of this. And I don't see that change happening as quickly as I would have loved to see within the last 15 years. So this is a question for Will, actually. So as a male within, you know, you're the managing editor of the largest news site, how can we make those changes? And how do you feel the operators are also changing within the space that is given? Because ladies tournaments, I'm not a big fan of personally, not because they're not fun, but because I don't think they promote us as they should be promoting us. We're fierce and awesome and amazing, and we need to be given a seat at the table. So how do you think we can make that happen?
It's a good question. Again, I am the man on the sexism thing, so I don't want to be the spokesperson. The interesting thing about the industry, at least in my timeline, is that it has come away from the era of walk-on girls and that vibe that was, I wasn't around in poker in the 2000s, but in the early 2010s was still there with people, I think, no disrespect to the World Poker Tour, I think they still have ladies bringing the cash out for the tables. But for the most part, it has been eradicated. There are no ring girls in poker anymore. And that is the public perception, not just of ladies events, of ladies in poker, but poker in general. Late night poker, there are now, you know, female players on streams, on cash games. So as much as your question is about the industry at large, as opposed to players, it's you are what you see, you are what you consume. And the barriers for ladies who are maybe not in poker as a player, but have come to the poker industry, they exist. You know, there are people within, I can say within Poker News, who have never played a game of poker in their life, but they know the industry, they work in the industry, and they're valuable members of it, bringing their expertise and their knowledge. I thought you were in a meeting. I was going to name drop you, and I've just seen you. Shirley is our head of live reporting. I don't know what your official title is. A great example of someone who has gone through the ranks on various different operators and organizations, and I think does a really great job within Poker News of being that outward presence to our partners, our operators, our tours, our players, our staff, and all of the freelancers that work with Poker News. If people see that ladies can do things like that, regardless of who is the best female poker player in the world, then it will have a ramification for the wider industry. Sorry, Shirley.
Has anyone else got a question for our panelists, please? Yes, yourself.
Hi, my question is for Tanya. So you've obviously been playing poker a long time. I've gotten into it in the last few years. I've also worked in the industry. What would be your one piece of advice for a woman who's kind of amateurish, who wants to get a bit more serious about playing live poker or online? And what do you think needs to happen from sort of operators and the community to make improvements? I know it's come a long way in the last probably decade or two, but what still needs to kind of change to make it a better place for women to play?
I think we need to bring more workshops for women to learn poker, meetups, encouraging more women to come to play poker, stuff like that, and to go and kill it. You know, you're just as good poker player out there as a male or female, and just learn your strategies, and learn patience on the table. And as I said, go kill it on those tables. If I can do it, anybody else can. I grew up with all boys, by the way, and they're all poker players. So, you know, I have a point to prove in my house, trust me.
Last week I was in London at the Hippodrome, and Kerry Jane Craigie runs a monthly ladies who play poker at the Hippodrome, and she very kindly allowed me to enter into a room full of female poker players, all of whom looked at me like, what's he doing here? He's not allowed here. There was actually a waitress who, they only had the female waitresses working in them, and was like, you're not allowed to be here. I was like, it's all right, I've got permission. But the range of poker experience there was people who had gone to that event for years, people who have come for the first or second time, and speaking to them, it very much is, I found people like me playing for £10, £15, if that. And so as much as I started off by saying, oh, there's the best poker player in the world, and do we need a female player of the year? And, the leaderboard in that sense, that's kind of irrelevant when you look at female poker players at the grassroots level. They want to have opportunities to play with people who are in the same boat as them and to learn in a really safe environment. So if that's low buy-in ladies tournaments, if it's meetup games, if it's workshops, then, I've learned how to use the microphone. Sorry. It's the opportunities at much lower level than even established tours. And that way you grease the wheels from, hey, I want to play poker like my dad or like a family member, to I feel ready to go and play a 100, 200, 300 euro ladies event and beyond.
Yeah, well, that's it. Get them involved in communities, and making them feel like they belong. That's a start. That's what we need to change. Make them feel like they belong in that poker room, just like anybody else.
Yeah, talking from the point of view of operators and event managers, there are several. I think we should be putting our minds more into bringing creative options and creative opportunities. So I've seen a couple through the events that I've worked on, and then Brazilian series of poker, and then I'm sure that happened before somewhere else in the world, but it was the first time I've seen it, is that they have a half and a half tournament. So for a guy to be able to buy in, or for a girl, they have to buy in with a person from the other gender. It's not a tag team thing. You're not playing together, but I remember that it was a line of guys waiting for a woman to pass by and inviting them to play. This is fun, let's play, and or calling their nieces or their aunts and just oh, I'm in a poker event. Do you want to come and play? Do you want to see what I do? Or actually getting their spouses from up the room and say hey, there is a different type of tournament and I think you're gonna like. So they kind of forced guys that were not gonna have that type of initiative by themselves, to invite women, and that's something that male poker players they should be interested in, but well, not everyone is. And also and I know that that's happening in the London event for women as well.
I'm playing in it. I know that there is a Google form or something where the gentlemen who play at the Hippodrome can sign up to get a lady partner in order to play in it. I've got mine. I'm in it. I'm
I
ready.
must join that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've normally don't play, but then I play this one, and everyone said it was the most fun event they have ever played in their lives, because people were cheering for each other, and just the final table was there were more women than men, so it was a 50-50 field. So that's very interesting. It will be interesting to see in the London event. That will be bigger. And also we can bring more free rolls. If you think of what I said in the beginning, there are two different target audience when it comes to ladies event. There are the ones that are just starting, and then there was the ones that play that forever, and they are also playing the other tournaments. It's that if you want to try, it's a challenge to attract those women that are just beginning, and also if you think all the challenges, it's challenging to attract, I don't know, the Gen Z generation, all of that. You have to be creative on those type of solutions. So if you can bring more free rolls, let's say the day before the ladies event, and for only lady free roll, you can actually get players that have female players that have never think about playing, because they don't have to buy in. They will feel the energy, and and then operators and managers, they can escalate that, having female players thinking like, that's so much fun, I'm going to play the ladies event, and then they have a lot of fun and they like it, and so they're going to play the smaller buy-ins, so on and so on. It's a good strategy on the long run, you know. So there are like, it just take effort to be creative and bring solutions. Like I said, like what can they do? Well, they have to think about it. It has to be a topic on their meetings, like bring creative solutions, let's brainstorm it. You know, it has to be a topic. That's the first thing, I think.
I just had a quick one. Is there an official metric on the ratio from men to women in poker in Ireland and worldwide? I think we've talked about this, Tanya, about in Ireland. Is it something like 90 or 95% male?
Yeah, it is. It's still at 95% male, 5% female. We're trying to change that.
Yeah, the one. Sorry, I'm not. Oh, no, go to the question. That's.
Andreas, this is our last question, just for mindful time.
Okay, thank you. So I would like first to congratulate everyone on this stage. You're sharing very nice insights and useful insights. And especially Tanya, I would like to congratulate you on this campaign that you do in the late months. I've been following you, Kerry Jane, Yvonne.
Thank you.
About this women campaign that you do. Obviously, we do need women in this market. It will make things more interesting and as well give more value to the poker industry. But I would like to ask you, as both Lorena and Tanya, how did you start playing poker in the first place? Because if we understand the incentives from a women's perspective, then we might come back and say, okay, let's try this so we can bring in more women into the industry. So what made you, both of you, start this journey in poker?
Okay, well, mine first was from my family. My nanny and granddad were poker players. My dad and my brother were poker players. So I grew up with a family full of poker players, and especially my brothers. There's a big competition in our house. Funny enough, we play a Christmas game. Mum always wins. It's very funny. But yeah, you know, I grew up with a family full of poker players, and that's what got me in. My dad cashed in the WSOP one year, and I thought that was amazing, and I went with him the following year. And then my brother came second in the Irish Open, a third in the Irish Open. He's had a good few runs. He's a great player. So I said, right, well, I want to try this. I want to do this, and I want to be as good as him, and someday I will be.
So when I first started working in the poker industry, it was as a international project manager for a staking. And what I've knew by the second month that I was working with them that I wanted to work more and more in poker, and because they were a staking and they had all of those. They offer all of those, how can I say, opportunities to their players. You know, they have mindset coaches, and they had like nutritionists, and they have all those classes that I was following as well. And they had all the, how can I say, the classes. And I just ended up admiring my bosses at the time so much for their skills, the way that they talk, the way that they negotiate the deals with the players. You know, I've put myself as like a sponge in the first months, and I ended up admiring those players, the owners of the staking, so much because they showed me so many abilities that I didn't have. I could not negotiate things. I could not impose myself. I could not overview the situation and like getting enough information, enough for me to talk, you know, like all of those the skills that the game gives to the players. I've ended up admiring them so much that the Cardio Room poker team, they have teams all over the world, and that I said, like, I want to learn from these guys. I want to learn from professional poker players, not what they have to teach me technically, because I don't play poker, but what they have to teach me as soft skills, you know, as life skills. And I just prove, like, nowadays I am one of the most happiest person with their job that I know, because it proved me right. You know, I like the way that I am. I like the way that I treat people better because of the things that I've learned from professional poker players. So that's what got me into the industry and what's keeping me since then.
Can I have 30 seconds, Kieran?
You can indeed.
I'm not a woman in poker. I started playing at UK student poker clubs. Each of them had various different ways of doing it. Some universities wouldn't allow you play for money. You had to play for points, and the points made prizes later on. And we would go to the UK Student Championships in Coventry every year, and you would have every society. I remember Glasgow had a big one, Loughborough, Kent, Bournemouth, Manchester. And I say this with love and respect. Each of them had what was a token woman. That sounds really bad, but it was true, because there was the one woman from almost one from every society who had that thick skin, had the desire to learn, was probably sometimes better than some of the blokes who were coming along with them. And I think that was, it was a really approachable level of poker to get in. The UK Student Championships doesn't exist anymore, which I'm really annoyed about, because I would still go and play. There was open side events, but I think it was a £35 main event, dealer dealt, and from students who had been playing around the university tables for pennies to then go and actually have the dealer experience for the very first time. Oh, how do I mark my cards? Or usually I'm playing on sticky tables with rubbish cards, and now you're in a really nice casino setting. That was, again, that journey from playing for pennies to actually playing in a proper casino shows you that it's doable and achievable. And I know a lot of the ladies who I played with back at university are still playing, are still in the industry, and definitely came from there. So I bring back the student championships. Just anyone, put some money in it. I will work on it as well. I really want it back. Kieran, there's your 30 seconds.
Yes, that's it, unfortunately. Thank you very much. Can I get a round of applause for our panelists, please? We are going to take a whistle-stop lunch for the next few minutes while we get a few things sorted up. If you're hungry, make your way to the food fast. Thank you very much, and we'll be back in a while. Cheers.
Thank you.
but I forgive you. I give into you. You stole my love, but I forgive you. I give into you. You stole my love, but I forgive you. I give into you. You stole my love, but I forgive you. I give into you.
1, 2. Do we have the signal? 1, 2. One, two.
And get your no. 1, 2, 1, 2. You can't hear me? No? Can you hear me?
One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2. One, 2. 1, 1, 2.
If I can hear you without
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I hope you all got something to eat, and I hope you all had a bit of a break. For myself, I just inhaled food, but here we go. So our next panel is the new payments playbook. And can I please ask Georgi, Anna, Tim, Max, and Robert to please come to the stage for me. Thank you very much. Now we have a shortage of mics, folks, so we're going to have to spread them around a bit.
Does this
Yeah.
one work? Yes.
Sorry, Rob. Okay, so do you want to start by each introducing yourselves very briefly, and then Anna, we will start with you for your presentation.
Anna, you start. We start with Playbook.
Okay. Okay, so ladies first, or alphabetically. So my name is Anna. I've been working in the gaming industry for more than 10 years, and I've done a couple of years in fintech. So I have a lot of experience from the operator side with integrating payment providers, onboarding with payment providers, and I'm familiar with the issues high-risk merchants face in a variety of verticals and geographies when it comes to payments. And having worked in fintech as well, I understand how the solutions work and the incentives around building different solutions in the space. I have a couple of slides prepared for the topic today, and or let's move to everybody else to introduce themselves.
We'll go in alphabetical order. So that's you, George.
Thanks. Pleasure meeting you, everybody. I'm Georgi, and I'll jump to the short version because I know we are tight on time. So I represent Lapeo, which is a company whose purpose of existence is to make iGaming operators' life easier when it comes to handling payments from multiple locations from all around the world. Or in other words, it's a one-stop shop for payments or payments orchestration platform or whatever you would like to call it. And along with that, we provide Pix, which is the main and probably only really working payment methods in Brazil these days. Pleasure meeting you again.
Max, please.
The problem you've got here is we don't know what alphabetical order is, so we're all guessing. But I'm Max, I'm head of product at Jasper. So I've worked in open banking for the best part of 5 years now. So initially that was part of NatWest Group, where I led the product development for NatWest's open banking payment capability in the UK. And then in the last year and a half, I've worked for Jasper, which is a growing fintech based out of London. And we've been expanding our payment capability into different markets in Europe where open banking works to a reasonable level. There was a talk earlier where a lady was talking about open banking and some of the challenges, and the approach that Jasper has taken is to not go all guns and say that we offer all 27 countries in the Eurozone, but we've taken a more methodical approach to open banking to really focus on the countries where it's a workable solution.
Thank you very much. Rob?
Hi everyone, great to meet you all. I'm Rob Foster, I'm the founder of Paragon Pay. We're essentially a technology business that is leveraging privacy enabling technology to enable people to utilize cryptocurrency in a more safe and secure manner than they currently can without the privacy enabling technology.
And finally, Tim.
Hey guys, my name's Tim Bottell. I represent Bitolo. We're a technical gateway dealing with emerging markets and local APMs across multiple verticals, predominantly focusing on Africa, LATAM, and Asia.
Thank you very much. Anna, please take away.
Okay, so I'll speak on Turbo in the interest of time. So this panel, since we're focusing on gambling, I want to first of all mention some of the key trends for the year, and then talk about what I think should be the focus next year and why this is related to gambling. So gambling is the biggest driver for crypto adoption when it comes to form of payment. One of the trends that we saw this year is that crypto usage is hitting all-time highs in terms of active wallets, number of transactions, etc. The majority of them are related to payments related to gambling. So about 60% of the transactions, for example, for Bitcoin, are related to money in and money out when it comes to gambling. We've also seen the skyrocketing adoption of stable coins for two reasons. The fact that it's easy access to them as a store of value than it is, for example, to physical paper dollars. And it's the infrastructure improvements which has increased capacity and drastically reduced transaction costs, which is why we also see higher adoption of crypto. You can see the numbers when we're talking about stable coins that it has surpassed the volume of Visa in terms of transaction volume. So it's a massive impact on cross-border payments. It's now much cheaper to use stable coins than to send a wire transfer internationally. And this adoption, it's very interesting how the industry is going to evolve in relation to this adoption. I think that the next things that are going to happen in relation to the crypto adoption as a form of payment is now that we have such utility for programmable money, it's time to see change in how we authenticate users, how we confirm identity, and basically the whole onboarding process and related AML processes in companies and the impact regulation is going to have on crypto usage and therefore how gambling merchants use crypto. I think it will be time now in the next 2 years that we should see a different way KYC is done and adoption of digital identity. And for me, it's interesting what will happen when it comes to KYC and government issued identities. It's very outdated the way we do KYC now that we have programmable money and people are using stable coins to send international transfers instead of using wire. We are still using paper documents to authenticate people. It's really outdated. POA is absolute BS. People don't normally live in one physical address. It's very outdated to even ask for such documents. I think all these services, KYC services, it's time for us to see an alternative, something that's comparable to the way money moves now. Something similar should happen to how people are identified and identity is confirmed. And obviously that's tied to regulation. So I wonder which countries will be the first to adopt digital identities and the impact of that, how it will be on gambling. For a variety of reasons, this can be also useful to customers because if people have a government-issued digital identity and a related government-issued wallet, then merchants, operators, gambling operators don't need to ask them for proof of funds, and not just gambling merchants, like all other payment providers and services like crypto exchanges and whatnot. The whole concept of how identity is verified should change. It's time for it to change. I think this would be one of the trends we should observe in the next 2 years. And the other things which I think are important, and the other panelists maybe will be able to comment on that based on the companies that they represent, is that we should see higher adoption of one-stop shop solutions where merchants will not have to onboard separately with banks, separately with crypto providers and any other form of payment solution. It's now that currency has been redefined and that regulation is coming into place, there is no reason for the separation. I think more and more services will emerge that eliminate this separation. And I think we should see easier ways for people to exchange any tradable asset, whether that's Bitcoin or any digital asset that represents a physical asset or NFTs or whatever, anything basically that's tradable. We should see embedded payment solutions in a way that makes it easy and seamlessly for people to exchange and spend these assets, either via card or when they go to a deposit to a casino or anything, just much easier and seamless process of exchanging assets and transforming them into whatever the merchant is willing to accept.
Thank you.
What do the other panelists think about these topics?
Okay, let's start from here. I totally agree, especially on the part of for one-stop shops. And I'll just, if you allow me, illustrate with a very short story from my own experience. A couple of years ago, I was working for this very ambitious CEO. He was about to conquer the iGaming world. We started 2 brands together from level 0. And at some point during the hectic period of pre-launch, he comes to me and says, okay, among other things, please make sure that by the end of next week, we have active payments for Australia and New Zealand, Canada, Brazil, and whatever works in Southeast Asia. And I'm like, okay, I appreciate the joke. Now let's continue with the serious stuff. And he's, no, I've promised the ownership because there is serious traffic coming from these territories. So by the end of next week, we should have active ability to accept deposits from these territories. And I try to swallow my frustration and I go like, do you actually believe that my team has a dashboard with red and green buttons which read activate payments for Brazil, done, and engine starting and stuff like this? And I very in summary explained to him the whole process, that first you need to make research what's popular there, how people prefer to pay. Then you get into contact with the legit providers. Then you start the whole process of dealing with them, presumably if they take you seriously because they have enough of a business. And usually when you start something, you're in the lowest of their priority list. So once you go through their due diligence and KYC procedures, if everything goes okay, the tech part begins, which is also kind of fun. And you have the integration, you have the sandbox environment, testing, bugs, fixes. Then you have production environment, testing, bug fixes. And hopefully, if you're lucky and we use all our capacity and all my connections and everything goes smoothly, in a month, we can be able to accept deposits from these territories. And he was like genuinely sad and almost crying and goes like, I just want our customers to be able to pay. And at this point, it strikes me that, okay, I leave aside the huge incompetence of the guy. And I realize that it's actually a pretty explainable mindset of any user. Users just want to pay for the service, and everything they should care for is the quality of the service they are getting, not all the hustle related to their being able to pay. So, yeah, the points I'm trying to make here is that we are a long way from having a very smooth solution working globally, which is where crypto comes very handy, and everybody who is involved in this environment should work towards crypto and its adoption. And the second point is that we need more advanced solution, because the topic of the panel is advanced solution, I believe, of open banking like Pix in Brazil, like Interac in Canada, and hopefully in near future, something which goes cross-border, in other words, cross-border open banking. So yeah, totally agree with Tanya, and please, the rest of the panelists, take it away.
Don't you think that crypto is kind of killing open banking, and it's going to continue to do so, because open banking still has the issue of chargebacks and balance not actually being available, which crypto doesn't have because it's irreversible and there are no chargebacks. And now that we have the ability for the banking system itself and the other players exchanging money in stable coins between themselves instead of wiring themselves money, where is open banking even going?
So as the open banking guy on the panel, I guess I get to respond to that one. And I don't mean to sound derogatory to crypto, but I suppose one of the problems with open banking adoption in the UK and Europe has been an education piece. So people are familiar with account-to-account payments, making bank transfers, because they've been doing that for the last 5, 10, 15 years from their online banking. So there has been a shift in an education piece to move people to a relatively new payment method in the last 7 years. And that's based on fiat currency. So that's localized currency that people understand and know in their own countries. And I'd say the adoption, and there's a slide in this deck which covers the adoption rates of open banking in Europe and in the UK. there's been a really kind of slow, gradual pickup of open banking in the UK and Europe, and it's got to a point now where in July of this year, there was actually 11 million people in the UK participating in open banking, whether that was a payment perspective or account perspective. And that's because it's the best market in the UK-Europe area for adoption. But I ultimately believe that it's because it's a payment process that's based on something that people understand in terms of fiat currency and account-to-account payments. And I say that because I've been in payments for 5-6 years, obviously from a banking perspective, but I would be very nervous as a consumer myself about what crypto is, where I'm going to be able to use crypto. Am I going to be using crypto with a secure entity?
Thank you very much, Max. Tim?
From my side, what we have seen over the past 2 years is that merchants are preferring the use of crypto, specifically for cross-border, mainly using the likes of USDT, USDC, instead of the likes of SWIFT or Bankwire. As a result, instead of payments or cross-border payments taking 3-4 days, they have it instantly. They can check everything out on the blockchain and know exactly where their payments are. In terms of wider adoptability and adaptation, I completely agree. I think in terms of like education, that is a wider piece. I believe, for example, in El Salvador, the Bitcoin is a widely known national currency there now. However, only 1.2% of the population are actually using Bitcoin. So it's a case of educating consumers in terms of how crypto could benefit them and how that will affect their lives effectively.
Thank you very much. Now, Rob, you have an extensive legal background, so I think this will give a slightly different perspective to this question.
Well, no, I mean, I did actually start out as a lawyer, albeit not specifically in relation to this, but I certainly take a sort of a forensic approach to regulation. It's very interesting to see how in this space there's such awareness of iGaming safely, and I think the technology behind cryptocurrency can have a significantly beneficial impact on improving security around the sending and receiving of money, whether that's the casino paying out prize winnings in the form of cryptocurrency, using technology that would enable it to be done in a way that had a degree of privacy, so that the identity of the recipient was protected, or equally the holdings in the actual wallet of the recipient was protected, for instance. I think that's a level of security that the technology can add to in an industry where gambling safely and securely is really high on the agenda. I think there needs to be a symbiotic beneficial relationship between open banking and crypto in order to facilitate mass adoption. You can't have one without the other. You're certainly not going to get ultimately people have to load their crypto wallet somehow, and that is going to come from obviously their fiat in the initial stage in by and large. But I think certainly there's massive advantages that crypto can offer in terms of cross-border payments, in terms of speed, and then if you look at certain technologies around it in terms of enhancing security behind those payments, one thing that we're doing a lot in is actually the use of privacy-enabling technology, things like zero-knowledge proof technology that will enable people to shield what they're holding. If they're playing online poker, for instance, for obvious reasons, they're not going to want people to see what their wallet is actually holding, or the historic transactions they've made, whether they've won significantly before, or things like that. And equally for the casino as well, the casino will want to shield transactions that they've made as well for the same reasons. So there's a lot to there's a lot to actually cover here in a short space of time.
Yeah,
So,
I know this is a particularly meaty subject and we don't have a whole lot of time, unfortunately. Max, you have a small presentation to present.
Yeah. Please could we go? Oh,
You have the clicker there, sir?
Yeah. Okay. So I didn't know what the room would know about open banking in the UK and Europe. So I thought I would give a fairly honest representation of what open banking has been in the UK and Europe. Open banking exists outside of those markets as well. We've got somebody from Brazil. Oh, you're not from Brazil, but you know Pix. So Pix is a great example of open banking account-to-account adoption in Brazil. But if I localize it to the UK and Europe, from a UK perspective, the reason open banking took place was the UK government was looking for the opportunity to allow data consumers to have more access to their bank account. So enabling third parties and fintechs to create new innovations in financial technology around access to their account information, and also enabling third parties to deliver payment initiation for them. So the government mandated in 2017 that the largest banks in the UK adopt a new set and standard of APIs and customer guidelines. And then only last month, so 7 years on, the CMA order actually came to an end. And not to discredit Ireland, but the reason that happened was because the Bank of Ireland and Allied Irish Bank in Northern Ireland took extensively longer than the rest of the CMA9 to deliver the full roadmap. But what that has enabled as an ecosystem is access to the account for third parties. So we can access account name, account details to enable easier payouts, better KYC procedures and onboarding with verification of that information. And then from a payments perspective in the UK, this all sits on top of the faster payment rails. So that's an instant payment mechanism. It's not perfect, certainly not as good as FedNow or real-time payments in the US, but it's a faster payment rail, and from the use cases that I've been involved in, works well enough to enable open banking point of sale. So one of the big deliverables I've had in my career was working on the implementation of Wetherspoons adopting open banking payments in all of their pubs across the UK. And that was a use case that you probably wouldn't have initially imagined account to account working in. Just a guy going to the pub, ordering a Guinness, and being able to do all of that on his mobile phone through open banking. In terms of adoption, we've got to a point now where 11.32 million users are using open banking on a monthly basis across the account side and the payment side. But the industry has become a little bit laggard over the last couple of years. And the reason for that is the government set this early roadmap and set out a guideline and principle of what the banks had to enable to third parties. However, the industry and the third parties now are in a position where commercially we're not able to drive that roadmap forward without government intervention. So the government is stepping back in, and in 2026 will launch the future entity of open banking, which will allow more use cases and innovation to be built on top of it. In terms of Europe, to quickly summarize Europe, it's a mess compared to the UK. They launched the PSD2 regulation, which effectively enabled a similar principle in access to a lot of the same account information and payment initiation. However, from a payment initiation perspective, all of this was built on top of SEPA credit and SEPA credit transfer instant, which as of now is still not widely adopted in Europe by a lot of the participant banks. So that means that you're building a payment rail on top of a process that takes 1 to 3 working days in some cases. That is changing. The European Parliament has mandated that all of the banking entities in Europe enable instant payments to be both sent and received by 2025. And the European government has announced another lot of regulation to enable better user experiences across open banking implementation. So one of the common pitfalls of the European scene has been, for example, if you're in Ireland, it's very difficult to send a SEPA payment to France or to the Netherlands because of IBAN discrimination. And that has widely impacted the adoption of open banking in Europe because of some of the processes that the banks have in regard to IBAN discrimination. So one of the things we've been doing at Jasper has been to try and localize the underlying beneficiary bank account in as many of these jurisdictions in Europe as possible. Because if you can localize the sending account and the beneficiary account to both be in the same jurisdiction, the user experience is generally better and the payment speed is quicker. So if we go... So just a quick overview of the kind of, and this I don't say this from a Jasper perspective, this is a kind of general view of open banking and the products that have been built by many other open banking providers as well, but you have access to instant bank payments, and that effectively enables you to, as a user, select the bank account that you use and then be redirected into your banking infrastructure to authorize the payment. So the best adoption of that is on the mobile phone because you can use biometrics as part of signing into your app to authenticate those payments. Instant payouts, so this is something that Jasper does really well, and it basically allows, in the iGaming sense, a closed loop ecosystem. So we can actually enable forward liquidity of SEPA payments, which take 1 to 3 working days, with the protection of an instant payout and the verification of collecting that account information through open banking. We can then enable that payout back to the user instantly if it's on faster payments or SEPA credit transfer instant. And then the more exciting elements of open banking and what Jasper's working towards now is responsible payments. So we are one of few entities looking at combining the account access side of open banking and the payment side of open banking to create a new capability in iGaming around positive play. And what that would enable for users is the ability to authenticate, share access to their bank account, and we would be able to see all of their transaction data, all of their direct debit data, their standing orders. And what we would look to do is analyze that information to understand pan-operator spend and also possible financial vulnerability. And the reason that's a good thing for both the operator and the player is the operator can benefit from receiving markers of harm from Jasper, which effectively alert the operator to potential cause of issue. So, for example, has this person recently lost their job and has started to gamble because of that? And we can see all of that type of information as part of transaction data that we get access to from the user. And where I think the industry is going, and that's why they're icons, so they're kind of hypothetical points on my roadmap for open banking and iGaming. But the main thing that the industry has been driving for the last 4 or 5 years in open banking has been commercial VRP. And that's effectively a direct debit standing order replacement. And what that will enable in an iGaming use case, and I've been working with Visa to look at unlocking iGaming as a potential opportunity here, is as part of that sign-up experience, a user would have the ability to share their bank account information with Jasper, receive insights around how they spend their money, their potential levels of vulnerability, and have suggested limits given to them around what they can reasonably afford to spend on a monthly basis. And they can then consent to that amount of money being taken from their account every month. And then when they next come back to deposit and play, instead of having to re-authenticate and make a payment again with card or with open banking, you've already consented to your monthly limit. So it's effectively a one-click payment. And I think that's where the industry is going. I think we're 3-4 years away from that being something that we could offer to the iGaming industry, given it's not commercially available due to liability issues. And we do need the regulator to step in to help us to resolve that. But I think as a whole, if we think about how open banking can move forward, it's looking at how we can make the most out of access to the bank account and sit on top of the payment rails to enable unique payment propositions to users.
Thank you very much, Max. We are mindful of time, so we have 6 minutes. Does anyone have a question for any of our wonderful panelists? Okay, I suppose I'll field the question then. Considering all we've covered today and considering all your panelists have talked, in a very, very cursory level, do you think the regulatory bodies involved in both gaming and in the financial industry are aware of the potentials of both crypto and open banking? Do you think they're aware on a global scale, or is it much more, as your presentation spoke to, much more localized markets such as the UK or such as Europe? Do you think globally regulation and the sectors involved are aware of the potential of these new payment methods? Start with you, George.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and unfortunately, we should be realistic and no, I don't think that they are aware, and it's very hard to be aware on a global level. So the actions we see are mostly on local level, and the actions are slow, and they are very delayed in terms of what needs to be done and what needs to be communicated in terms of regulation. So I believe the solution for this is closer cooperation between the industry and regulations. Globally, this is one part, in my view, from what I have seen, that is missing everywhere in the world. Not enough of a cooperation between the industry and the regulator, because only good things can happen to the end users if these both parties involved cooperate between each other. So in short, this is my view of the stuff. Thank you.
George. Tim?
I think, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of cross-border payments, there is a massive, massive opportunity for all sorts of jurisdictions to be able to benefit from the adoption of crypto. However, what I would say is that regulators, in short, aren't seeing the benefits, and they're not ready for it. The majority of users, in terms of adopting crypto, and main financial institutions, want to know two things, and especially governments as well. Number one is, are the proceeds, or are you spending your money on the proceeds of crime, for example, and having being able to identify transactions that way, and also taxation. How is that going to be implemented? So the regulators effectively need to look into how to adopt cryptocurrency on both of those levels before widespread adoption is going to be taken into account.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'd echo that, really. I mean, I think regulators tend to operate, if you look at the English legal system, it's a common law jurisdiction, so things tend to happen first and then the law plays catch up. So that's certainly what we've seen in crypto asset regulation in the UK, for instance. There's only, if you look at, say, the travel rule and the FCA requiring crypto asset businesses to get a license from the FCA in order to undertake crypto asset regulated activities based from the UK. The problem is that the detail is not there in the actual regulation itself, so people don't really know how far they can go, and you know where the line is. So that causes a lot of issues. A lot of people will typically, well, actually just fly under the radar, not get a license at all, or just stay out of that jurisdiction. The problem is the technology is so good in that you can still get access to it with things like, the scope for exploitation is massive. I mean, you look at, say, VPN use. You know, it's very easy to base yourself from seemingly any country, even though you could be sat in the UK, but using a VPN to base yourself outside, and all sorts of scope for abuse here. I think there's a lot of catching up to do with regulators, and I think if they could adopt a more sandbox environment, like say Malta does, Malta's approach to regulation is to work very much collaboratively with businesses. Certainly, you kind of see the reversing of that in the UK, perhaps because of the size of the population there. I don't know, but I think the way that regulators approach working with industries needs to change and be more collaborative and be more sandbox environment-esque to actually be looking to. You need people that are in the industries to be part of the regulatory bodies, not people that are just lawmakers, because they don't understand these nuances. This industry of iGaming is so all about safety and responsibility and all of that. Well, the problem is in an emerging market, I was talking to Tim beforehand, you've got a regulator stepping in that doesn't know the industry at all in Brazil or one of these emerging markets, let's say. They tend to take quite heavy-handed, draconian approaches, and it's just a constant, needless, repetitive struggle that we can learn from other markets, and if you look at it from a global perspective, as you say, look at where regulators have started to work effectively, rather than ultimately it's just going to drive growth in the black market, and the technology certainly is capable of allowing that to happen. But yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. I'll give the final words to this on you. Sorry, start again.
Same
I'll give the
question.
final word on this to you.
Thank you. I think we should be looking at the countries where gambling is not yet regulated or in the process of being regulated, because all countries are very slow in changing the regulation, regardless about what. And the ones who don't have yet taxation on gambling, any form of regulation, probably might address all the issues simultaneously. I think Latin America would be very interesting to look at, because they're anyway pioneers in adoption in a way, some of them. And hypothetically, if a country decides to enforce usage of only their own currency, let's say represented in the form of a digital currency, hypothetically, they can easily control and they can introduce automated taxation on whoever they want, be it operator or player, and they can even ring fence the funds and how they are used. So if that's introduced, and if it is, I think it will start either from South America or from Asia. I don't think that Europe would be the kind of place, or the United States, that would be the pioneer of anything of that sort. So I think these are the geos that are interesting to look at for that question.
Well, thank you very much. Can I ask for a round of applause, please, for our fantastic panelists? I understand that you'll all be available for follow-up questions or for short introductions over the next couple of hours if anyone wants to come and meet you. Thank you all very much. Thank you very, very much. Hello. Thank you, everyone. Can I please have your attention, please, for our next panel? We'll just wait for the board to change. So we have Mr. Marco Broom, the founder of My Top Slot. He's going to do a short presentation for you now. Marco, I will cede the floor to you, sir.
Good afternoon. How is everybody doing? Hope you guys are enjoying the nice event that Antonio has made. And if you guys are playing poker, I hope you're winning, not losing. It's really important. Now I will keep this short since we're short on time and talk about the affiliate world that I am in, and talk about the regulators, especially about the Kansspelautoriteit that I know much about as a Dutch national. We work with this governing body in the Netherlands ever since they got licensed in 2019. And yes, so there's a few topics that are quite interesting to speak about. First of all, who the hell is Marco Braun? I am a affiliate marketer, and I worked for over 5 years in the industry. And I started in Unibet, and then I got headhunted by a big company in the operator space that was Energy Casino, where I had the opportunity to become a brand ambassador, affiliate manager, and as you can see here, gained the recognition of the best iGaming representative by the legend himself, Brian, the founder of Casino Meister. Now, before we dip into topics, I wanted to ask, is there anybody here that doesn't know what an affiliate is? Raise your hands, please. Okay, so pretty much everybody knows what it is. It's a huge, let's say, value proposition in the gambling world, because we are basically the bridge between the players and the operators, and basically operators need to use our channels to actually get traffic and to increase their sales. I'm going to stand up. Now, this picture, I want to ask if some of you guys know what this painting depicts. If anybody wants to have a voice. Nobody? Okay. Well, it's the Night Watch by Rembrandt. In Dutch, it's called Nachtwacht. And it's one of the most prominent paintings in Dutch history, and it depicts the city guardsmen of Amsterdam. And the reason why it is so valuable to the Dutch culture and the similarity with the, in this case, the Dutch governing body of gambling, is that the Dutch are always ready. They're always marching, they're always innovating, they're always ready to the next step. And that is, in a certain way, how it is linked to the Kansspelautoriteit, which is the governing body of the Netherlands, which is now a regulated market. Let's say, to put an example, it's like the MGA in Malta, and these sophisticated authorities from Holland, the Netherlands, are one of the most, let's say, serious yet competent officials, and it can be compared to the UK GC. Now, working in Unibet and working as well for Energy Casino, we had to deal with this governing body, because they, even though they support the, let's say, the business freedom of a operator to flourish and to actually succeed, they have an utmost, let's say, priority to provide the player safety, and that the player is not put in jeopardy when it comes to gambling addiction, when it comes to playing unwisely and subsequently losing too much money. Now, it's clear to say that my website, for example, is not targeting Holland, as we target grey markets, and in order to be in the Dutch market, you need to have a license, and it needs to be in Dutch, the whole content. But I know for a fact that many affiliates in the Netherlands, one of which is the hugest website in the Netherlands, making over 6 figures, have been targeted by the KSA. Why? Now, they have used illegitimate ways of promoting the website, first of all, and second of all, they did not have a license. So not only operators in the Netherlands to operate, you need to have a license, but also affiliates now would be required to apply for a license and comply with all the measurements that the KSA body is depicting. Now, we're not getting into detail with the third bullet point. There's many, let's say, metrics and points of value that they would use in order to tackle certain sites. But for example, me representing Energy Casino as a brand ambassador, affiliate manager, we got many letters from the Dutch government, as we still accept the players from the Netherlands while it was not yet regulated. So it meant to be a grey market like Brazil or like India, for example. But we got an email from a government official, and he basically signed up as a player himself. And he managed to deposit, he managed to wager, he managed to then withdraw, and that was the enough evidence that he could have to actually sue us. Now, he didn't proceed to sue us, but we had to remove, let's say, this market from our geolocation acceptance of the countries we accepted within a week. The same happened in Unibet, where we were targeting this market, and we received, which by the way now it's public, you can look at online, €1 million in fines. But since the GGR was extremely more, let's say the GGR, the profit Unibet made was substantially more than the fine, we managed to not only pay that debt, but we took that risk knowing that that was going to happen. Yeah, so when it comes to the affiliate reaction, you can see clearly in this information that, especially in the Dutch market that I'm focused on, as you know, previously as on the operator side, that it's seemed to be only growing year by year, and now there's going to be a compound annual growth rate of 11% by 2027, and this is an interesting metric as well, that 74% of operators are actually using an affiliate channel, which is why it's so important that affiliate like us are in the game, get the opportunity to be in the game, and actually help these companies provide these companies the results they need, and also provide the players the experience they need, because they mostly trust affiliates more than operators. Now, the GGR, you most might not know what it means. It's like the metric used by the gambling world to determine the revenue, the gross gaming revenue. And in 2023, it was up to 1.3 billion, and it was up to 25% compared to the last year. And this is only growing year by year, which means that now more than ever, that's also what I talked with Max, we need to have a cooperation between affiliates and within operators and regulators. So there's got to be a co-joint partnership with an open mind, where both parties interact, where both parties look for a common ground between player safety, player protection, and also, let's say, flexibility for the business owner in order to actually be able to meet their targets and to be profitable in the game. And here you can see the channel that I gathered from Scale.io. Well, I didn't gather this, my team made this for us. And you can clearly see the main channels used within the gambling space, online gambling space. Now, you can see the paid search and the social media search are mostly used by operators, because they would rather take care of this themselves and not spend money on an affiliate with a revenue share commission. But most of these channels are also used by affiliates, which is why we're so important in providing real value and providing actual, let's say, good experience for the player itself. But you can also see the amount of prominence affiliates have when you compare this social media chart with the affiliate chart, because it's actually, again, they rely on us and we rely on them. And as I also was speaking with other industry leaders in this workshop, we have to work together. We have to create a sustainable, transparent future for the casino affiliate industry. And again, the only way is to have an open mind, proactive approach between regulators and operators. They need to come to a common ground, because as some professionals were saying, sometimes regulators can step in and they don't know what they're doing and they just want to get their piece of the cake, but not really valuing the actual, let's say, business approach of a company scaling up or looking for new countries to implement their strategy, which comes down to the 3 P's of compliance success, that it comes down to proactivity, perseverance, and progress. Now we could also add cooperation, but it doesn't start with a P, and that's like the main goal, the main shared goal that regulators and operators should have, especially which Anna might know with the crypto blockchain technology that is so new to all of us. Most of the government officials they don't really understand what it means or what it's actually how it actually works. So that's where the private sector comes in, providing real value. But again, we need to find a common ground and discuss these things with an open mind. And a question that I wanted to ask for the public, if anybody would like to answer this, because I know, I mean, myself, I've been an affiliate for 1.5 years, even though I left, let's say, Malta and the gambling world. I now have my affiliate website, which I sort of manage with 3 of my good friends, but I also have a side hustle in Spain. But I know there's people here that know more about me in this aspect, so I wanted to ask the public here sitting with me this simple question: are we truly innovating, or are we simply reacting to new regulations? And this is more from a operator point of view. Would anybody answer this question at this moment? Any hands raised?
We speak about crypto regulation is not even catching up with innovation. So it's not yet regulated. Regulating bodies are super slow. Even the regulation that's being discussed does not address everything. It just starts from certain aspects, like transfer of digital assets cross-border. That's where it starts from. So regulation is playing catch-up and will continue to do so because technology comes first. So anybody who's using the technology, whether it's gambling or not, regardless what's the technology, whether it's blockchain or something else, everything starts with the innovation, and regulation is always playing catch-up, which is why we always see loopholes and business opportunities that we can exploit in a variety of geographies. And it will continue to be this case probably forever.
Thank you, Anna. You could have explained it better. All right, that's pretty much it from my end. I know I always get a bit sweaty when I talk in public. I hope it's not a big deal, but I mean, it's all on camera now, so no going back. That's pretty much it from my end, and I do wanted to say, because yesterday I had some people that wanted to receive the slides from the crypto presentation. You can always contact my team with this email that we have. You just basically have the subject with that title, either for the slide of day 1 or day 2. And you can always connect with me on LinkedIn for any partnerships, questions, or even on the email. But it's better if you ask me via the LinkedIn. that's it from my end. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come by with the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. I found that very informative, and thank you very much. So our next panel is going to be into further conversation into regulation. So can I please ask our next group of panelists to the stage, please? That is Dario, that is Kirsty, and finally Mr. Michael Byrne, please. Thank you very much, everybody. So our next panel is on law and disorder, which a lot of people will have some interest in as it touches on regulation, the part to play the regulators have, and all of our collective experience dealing with multiple regulators. So we'll start with Kirsty. Do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Kirsty Caldwell. I run a compliance consultancy business called BetSmart Consulting. We work in all different areas of the sector with operators, with B2B providers, land-based, remote. So yeah, that's me.
Michael, please.
Michael Byrne. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Department of Trust. We supply KYC financial risk products for the gambling industry. And open banking for source of funds. So that's kind of our DNA. And actually, Kirsty and I used to work together at William Hill many, many years ago. So yeah.
And finally, Mr. Dario Evangelista, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Dario Evangelista. I'm the Deputy General Counsel at Betson Group. I've been working in the gaming industry for 9 years, at Betson for 5 years, and I'm in charge of the legal department of the group and also involved in all regulatory matters and compliance matters in each jurisdiction where Betson carries out its gambling operations.
Okay, thank you very much. So suppose we'll just get into it, and a very opening question. What do we feel makes good regulation and what makes bad regulation? Michael, do you want to start, please?
I was hoping you wouldn't come to me first, but I think regulation is born out of some kind of cooperation with the industry, and feedback loops with the industry is definitely the preferential route for regulation. I think we've seen in some jurisdictions where taxation, for instance, has been set at ridiculously high levels that then discourages licensed operators from entering markets, encourages black market operators from, to delve into the market, is a great example of it. So I think a collaborative approach that actually takes on board the feedback of the industry, but also is separate from the industry as well. I think there has to be a degree of separation, because player protection should be the main focus of the regulator, I think, and so that needs to have a kind of an independence from the operators. But for me, those are the two core things.
Kirsty, please.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more about the feedback loop and communication with the industry. A really good example, a recent example of that not working so well. I pull from the UK. There's been a recent change to the game design requirements, which is designed to kind of make the game safer and promote safer gambling and safer play. But the lack of understanding from the regulator in terms of how those games work has meant that a lot of kind of really low volatility games have been captured in the changes which were designed for higher volatility games. And actually, what that means is those games don't make much money. It costs a lot for the games providers to be able to make those changes, and then have them recertified and push them back out. So actually they just drop the low volatility games. And ultimately what I think we're probably going to see is that the players of those games will actually turn to the higher volatility games. And so you have, you know, potential unintended consequence of pushing people who are engaging in, you know, real leisure type, low stake play, playing on these much more risky kind of games.
Also, for me, obviously, like the interaction between industry players and regulators is crucial. And in my opinion, it's even more crucial for emerging markets, for like jurisdictions that are currently introducing the regulation, like a gambling regulation for the first time. Just to name an example, I would like to refer to the Peruvian regulation that, like in Peru, the new law regarding like organizing gambling was approved in September last year, and after that, the local regulator means to right to, in any case, establish the technical regulation, establishing, let's say, the license application conditions, requirements, as well as the operational and the technical requirements for the operators then to carry out their operations under the new regulated framework. And before, let's say, approving the final version of the regulation, the local regulator, in any case, open a public consultation on the draft of the regulation, giving the possibility to interested parties to provide comments and to provide their feedback on the regulation. Also, many meetings took place between the regulator and B2C operators, B2B providers, test labs, in order, let's say, to discuss aspects of the regulations in order to obviously like come up with a regulation that was balanced, that in any case could take into considerations different, let's say, expectations, interests, and so on. And this, like the Peruvian regulation, in any case, was a result of all this process. It was approved and published in February this year, then entered into force in March this year. But also after that, the regulator kept its doors open to the industry in order, let's say, also like to give clarifications to in time to B2C operators and B2B providers regarding some aspects of the regulation that was recently approved. So, in my opinion, this shows how important it is to, let's say, have this kind of interaction between industry, let's say, leaders and players and regulators in order, like, to come up with a regulation that is balanced and can protect players on one end, let's say, obviously, like, can also protect also interest of the state when it comes, let's say, to gaming tax, license fees, but also give the possibility, like, to operators to operate in a profitable, let's say, environment.
Thank you very much. We all have worked on different licenses and worked with different regulators in different capacities over the years. Do you still feel like when I was working as an operator, we always held the benchmark that the UK Gaming Commission was the gold standard? They were the measurement by which all of the regulators fell under. So the rules, no matter what license you're operating on, was keep in mind when you made the decision, when you implemented a new product, what would the Gaming Commission think of this? Do we still feel collectively that the Gaming Commission is still the operator of best practice, or has someone else come along recently, a regulator we feel surpasses them, that the rest of us can learn from?
I'll go first then, Karen.
Please.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting point. I think that the UK Gambling Commission had the advantage of being one of the first jurisdictions to regulate. There's also a lot of enforcement activity, and a lot of that is very public with the public statements and these large fines. And I think that kind of gives the perception of them being a very active and you know, strong regulator. I don't think that they're industry leading. I think that jurisdictions which have regulated at a later stage have been able to learn from the mistakes made by the Gambling Commission. And I think that, I mean, it's a bit controversial, really, because I sit on the Gambling Commission Industry Forum panel.
I was going to say, be careful what you say, Kirsty.
Yeah, I wasn't going to bring that up either.
But I do feel that I feel that quite often there is a kind of positive public voice put forward from the Commission, but potentially there is an internal culture within that organisation whereby that isn't trickled down to the people who are conducting compliance assessments, the people who are advising operators when they're not sure about the guidance and they want some extra help. sometimes you can find, you know, individuals that are quite difficult and they don't really want to help an operator to be compliant. It kind of feels like they would rather catch somebody out. And I think that that's a real problem. And I think that, you know, that kind of stems from the fact that the regulator has been up and running for such a long time, and it was such a kind of combative approach that it took initially, and that has kind of just played out, and that culture is quite embedded now, which I think is a real issue for them.
Michael?
Yeah, I also want to be slightly diplomatic. I think I said yesterday that it used to be, you'd say when America sneezed, the rest of the world caught a cold, and when the Gambling Commission sneezes, the rest of the world definitely catches a cold. I think from our conversations with regulators in Ontario and different places, they still do very much look to the UK, right? So the reality of it is, as the most mature market and the most maturely regulated market, I think there's loads of learnings for regulators around the world. That said, I think there's been a shift in emphasis recently with Andrew Rhodes. I think that the setting up of the forum and all of those things that Kirsty sits on is a step in that direction. I think that there is also a certain amount of realpolitik at play here, right? Which is that operators got big fines, not because the commission is mean, but because actually they got caught doing some things they shouldn't have been doing, and had some pretty lax processes and procedures around player safety and AML and all kinds of things. So for me, I think that there is definitely a shift, and I think that's to the credit of the commission that there's been a change in emphasis. I think some of that is because the regulatory actions that they've taken very publicly and the amount of the fines that they've put in have been noted by the industry, let's say, and people have understand that there is a risk not only to their finances but also actually to the license in a very real way. But I think that there are various approaches around the world that I'm aware of to regulation. The Peruvian example that you have given sounds almost kind of utopian in terms of the amount of feedback and everything else that's gone into it. And it really depends from territory to territory how the government and the politics of the country views gambling, whether they see it as a tax revenue or they see it as an entertainment channel they want to encourage, whatever it is. But I think the UK is still the one. I think when Andrew Rhodes goes to a conference, it's still his session that everybody makes sure they attend. And I think that particularly in the UK, because the whole argument around gambling addiction and so on as being a health issue is probably the most developed internationally as well. I think it would be unwise for anybody operating in other territories not to keep an eye on what's going on in the UK.
Completely agree.
Jump in quick. I think it's really interesting you mentioned Ontario, because that's who I uphold as the best kind of regime that's been, pushed out there. The communication is really, really strong. The split between kind of the license provider and then the operational side of the regulation works really well. You know, when you start the license application process, you're assigned an account manager. That's a really open line of communication. The guidance is very, very detailed. The regulations are very prescriptive. And I think they've kind of got it bang on. So it's just interesting that you actually pulled them out as well.
I mean, they definitely look at the UK, but they're just Canadians, so they're just nicer than the British.
Dario, please.
Yes, I totally agree, and especially with what Michael just said regarding, let's say, Ontario, and in any case, like regulators in North America, because I think that especially like for regulators in North America, the UK is still, let's say, an international model to be taken, let's say, as an example. Obviously, like what I think is that in general, regulators and regulations with a long, let's say, gaming experience are always taken like into consideration. Speaking about, let's say, smaller, say, realities like Curacao or like Estimor. I know that, for example, also like the Malta Gaming Authority was involved, like, and also people who worked, for example, in Malta in for the regulation, like when Malta like approved the gambling regulation like around 20 years ago. In any case, supported also Curacao with the new licensing framework that was introduced this year. So there are also like, in general, let's say, regulators, a regulation with a long gaming experience can be, let's say, taken as an example. Just like as a side note, just like what I want to add, let's say, a comment, what is interesting also to note, besides, let's say, the regulators and regulations that are being taken as examples, is also like it's really like evident now that like each jurisdiction is realizing that gambling, online gambling, can no longer be ignored, no? Like if, for example, 20 years ago, like when, I mean, with internet that like was not accessible to anyone, like mobile apps that were not, let's say, probably like even out, many jurisdictions that were against gambling, or in any case they thought that like in order to protect, let's say, consumers, they wanted, let's say, to ban gambling. Okay, probably like they could succeed. But now, obviously, like I mean, all countries are realizing, like year by year, that without, let's say, a regulation, let's say, you cannot, let's say, handle. You need in any case sooner or later to deal with gambling, with online gambling. So that's why, like, I mean, LATAM, like, besides, I mean, Peru, now there is like Chile that is approving, let's say, the new gambling law. Brazil this year, let's say, approved the ordinance introducing the new licensing regime that will kick in on 1st January 2025. Same is happening with Finland and New Zealand, that in any case are planning to introduce the new licensing framework, the new regulatory framework in 2026. So, in my opinion, like now, like we are realizing this, and the same will happen, like also by referring to the previous panels, no, regarding crypto. The same will happen, in my opinion, with crypto in few years' time. That, like now, for example, like regulators and, let's say, countries are trying, let's say, to limit the use of crypto or trying to ban crypto. Some of them, obviously, but sooner or later, all countries they will need to deal with crypto.
Thank you very much. There's something that's been on my mind lately when we even planned out this panel, and it does coincide with the news last week regarding that the Irish legislation is now in the final hurdle. It's now past government consideration to move into, hopefully, implementation. How much do you think the general public actually understand about the regulatory process? Ultimately, they are going to be governed by these rules when it comes to using these services, when it comes to gaming. How informed do you think, you spoke of Peru having a public forum, but I'm not aware of many other licenses or many other countries that have gotten general public buy-in about the regulations, because ultimately these are the customers that are going to be using the services that regulators are going to be downstream of. So how much, Kirsty, do you think there's an actual public awareness of the work of a regulator?
I think very little is the short answer. I was at a conference actually just last week, and this kind of topic came up around the black market actually in the UK, and there was a study which had been done whereby they asked the public if they were able to tell the difference between a regulated site and a non-regulated site. And I can't quite remember the stats, but it was alarmingly high for the people who couldn't tell the difference. Like they had kind of no idea what they should be looking for, where they should be looking on the website. And further to that, they didn't really understand the difference between a regulated site and a non-regulated site in terms of anything apart from player experience. They didn't understand that the products weren't necessarily tested. They didn't understand that the same level of player protection kind of background controls weren't in place, that the same level of tools weren't available. And so, it was quite shocking, the stats that they gave last week on the panel, which suggests to me that, even in the UK, in one of the most mature markets, there's very little understanding of what the regulator is actually doing.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for our panelists, please? Malcolm.
Thanks. Question from a friendly Canadian. would the large operators, let's say in Ireland, would they ever lobby regulators to actually come up with regulation that might actually improve their profit margins? Like, would Paddy Power kind of not welcome a ban on television advertisements because it's only costing them money? They're not really net gaining from that.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point. I think what is often forgotten by pretty much everybody is that the regulator has a responsibility to stimulate growth within the industry and within the bounds of player protection and everything else. So all regulated businesses do. And that's something that I think is missing in most regulatory regimes. And that is something that the trade bodies should be lobbying for on behalf of operators. I don't think the larger operators really lobby individually. I think there's kind of a sense of their safety in numbers, and so they'll do it through the trade body. But certainly, yeah, I think there's certain examples whereby that has taken place through the BGC in the UK, for example.
Thank you very much. Anyone else want to? Oh, Dave.
Hi, Kirsty. Another one for you. I know you said you're on the industry forum at the moment. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because I think when it came about, it was seen as something that was really positive in the UK. And I know we were at an event last week, so I don't want to repeat the same question, but we've almost heard very little about it since then. So almost like, what do you think has happened so far, and where do you think that's going?
Yeah, so it's the sticky point is the fact that no minutes have been released from any of the meetings that we've had. So we meet on a monthly basis, face to face at the Gambling Commission offices. We have commissioners attending those meetings. We have senior execs. Often Andrew Rhodes himself is there. Tim Miller attends quite often. But the problem is we haven't had any minutes published at all. And as industry forum panel members, we're kind of bound by how much we can say. The reason that those minutes are not being published is to do with a data protection incident that the commission are dealing with. There's been no minutes published from any of the expert advisory groups since the panel was set up. It's been promised at the last meeting, which was on Friday, that they will be released. So yeah, I'm hopeful that will happen within the next few weeks. But generally, it's a really positive thing. We're definitely going on a learning curve with them on how to work with them. I think what we've learned in the last 6 months is that we really need to improve the feedback loop between when we have the meetings with them and we advise them on what we think they should do. What actually happens once we've had those meetings and they go away and they carry on with what they were doing anyway. And, we need to have, as I keep telling them, a lot more evaluation of the process, which obviously is their buzzword for all of operators at the moment. So,
thank you very much. Have we any other questions from the audience? Chris.
Hello, one from me. How far away are we from a future in which regulators begin leveraging transaction monitoring or event monitoring to target or to identify worrying behavior or addiction or even money laundering? Because I think it's something that a lot of operators are doing now, maybe for not as noble purposes. How long do you think it'll be until the actual regulators cotton onto this and start adopting a similar strategy?
That's a very good question. Obviously, as you correctly said, at the moment, this is something that operators are doing when it comes, let's say, to AML, when it comes, let's say, to fraud, monitoring and other kind of monitoring aspects. This is something that in any case is not because regulators do not want to do that or cannot do that, but it's also because it's in many jurisdictions, almost all jurisdictions, it's an obligation that actually the operator needs to meet as the contracting also party, vis-a-vis the customers, vis-a-vis the players. It would be interesting to see probably even in the future an involvement from regulators also for this kind of topics. It's difficult to say when this will happen and if this will happen. Probably I don't think that we are so close, to be honest, to that.
But I think in some markets we kind of have something akin to it. So in Spain, for example, with the whole safe system, the regulator has access to all player data, and when they see any breach of the regulations, whether it be in terms of player protection limits, bonus requirements, they will contact the regulator, they will contact the operator and challenge them about that and ask them to give an explanation. So it's not quite transaction monitoring, but it's very close scrutiny of the data, and it's reacting to anything that they think is concerning.
Italy also has, has gone down this road a little bit as well. And I guess the thing about it is with AI, becomes a lot easier for these kind of things to be done. So yeah, I think it's very much watch this space. I think most regulators don't want to be involved at that level of detail, right? What they really want to know is that the operator has tools in place that give it that they can interrogate when they need. Most operators aren't really interested in ingesting the whole of the gambling industry's data and making sense of it. So I don't think there's a huge appetite amongst regulators to do that, but they are interested in seeing tools that do it and having the access to kind of go through the data and interrogate it when they need.
It's a really good point, isn't it? Because it's kind of a level of liability for the regulator, which they probably don't really want to have.
They won't want. They won't want it. Yeah.
I have one final question for all of you, and I think this speaks to both what we've talked about and the general conversation about gambling. So we'll start with you, Dario. If you were the president of your own nation and your own island, how would you, and what would be the first thing you do to regulate gaming in your Dario land population?
Okay, by also summarizing what I said so far, I would say, first of all, obviously, like I would also look at examples from other jurisdictions, but not only because I want to copy and paste what others are doing, but also, as like Kirsi said before, also because you, by learning from the mistakes that others made, probably you can avoid making the same mistakes. Then, obviously, I would like to understand also which kind of objectives I want to achieve. Obviously, not only from the state perspective when it comes, let's say, to tax, gaming tax, license fees, and so on, but also, let's say, on one end, the player protection, on the other end, obviously, granting or ensuring, let's say, a profitable environment for operators. And in order to achieve that, I would like to involve in such discussions industry players, operators, B2B, obviously providers. And obviously then I will decide which kind of licensing regime I would like to introduce. Now there are several options. You could go with an auction and try to put a cap on the number of licensees, or you can go for an open market, or you can even, let's say, go in Italy, for example, with a tender process and just make available from now and then, when the tender process is published, licenses to interested parties.
Thank you.
So I echo those comments, absolutely. Open the lines of communication with the industry, and by that I really mean the whole industry. So from the very small operators right up to the big ones, quite often you find that those conversations are only happening with the really big operators. Also the B2B sector is really important, and I think, from my personal perspective as the owner of a compliance consultancy business, the regulators should be including conversations with compliance consultancies and lawyers who are advising multiple businesses within the industry, rather than kind of keeping them on the periphery. And then the other one would be ensuring that the culture within the regulatory body is one of support and positivity, and that's very much driven from the top.
Michael?
Ooh. I think I would probably put a kind of positive play spin on the whole customer experience, right? So I think yesterday in the panel I said that people, when they register accounts in the UK market, they're asked how much would you like to spend, and if they say £1 million would be their limit, nothing happens, right? I would say, okay, if you set a limit for yourself that's very high, then immediately you should go through some kind of financial verification, right? Because you're showing that you have a propensity that you want to bet at a high level. £5,000, £2,000, £1,000, actually anything over the average deposit amount of a life cycle. So I think what I would probably be looking to do would be to move away from where we are now and this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, where it's all about triage and move towards a culture of positive play, of joining up the journey for the customer in a way that makes sense, right? If you select a high deposit limit, you should be looked at straight away. You should be verified. You should get ahead of it. You shouldn't wait for them to hit it, then leave them in limbo for a month while you verify all their stuff. You know, it's everything is counterintuitive for me in the way that things are done currently. So I think I would reverse engineer the whole process, really, and start looking at what the customer experiences when they go into a site. And it comes back actually to what you said as well about how do you know that the site you're on is licensed. It's a great point. Why is the UK Gambling Commission at the bottom of the page? It should be front and center by the logo, so you know that the site you're playing on is a regulated site, and these are all your protections. Everything for me could be inverted, and I think that's where I would start.
Thank you very much. Can I please get a round of applause for our panelists? Will you all be available if anyone wants to follow up and have a quick conversation? Are you available for the next couple of hours for anybody? Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is sure to be a very interesting one. So if anyone wants to come and get comfy, because this is going to be a very, very contentious and very relevant point, can I please invite to the stage Mr. Alec Scott and Mr. Chris Galloway, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can a round of applause, please, for Mr. Alec Scott and Mr. Chris Galloway.
Test.
Please take it away, Alex.
Hi, welcome. Hi to everybody in the room. To the bot developers watching online, привет. I'm going to give a quick presentation to talk about how the bot problem has evolved over the years and what we've done to defend ourselves against bots, how things have changed over time. Just waiting for the presentation to be available.
The lads are working on there.
And if we're lucky, Jonathan Raab will also join us via video link. If we're unlucky, we'll have to have a little guess about what he was going to say.
I just read his piece this morning, actually, so it's quite fresh in my mind. So I feel like I can almost represent him.
Excellent, that's good.
And not pass his ideas off as my own, which is the most important.
Fantastic.
Part.
Here we go.
Okay, so I'll try not to dominate the whole conversation. This took about 10, 15 minutes when I rehearsed earlier. I'm going to talk about the evolution of bots and AI and poker. We're up on that screen now. Okay. So the first point I wanted to make is that this tale is as old as time. We've been talking about bots and poker since the very, very earliest days of online poker discussion groups. So here is a post from Rec Gambling Poker, which 20 years ago was the cutting edge way to discuss poker on the internet using something called IRC. And you can see Win Hold'em, which is one of the very earliest bots being advertised by its developer 20 years ago. So people have been predicting the doom of online poker for the last 20 years, thanks to bots. It hasn't happened yet. However, at this stage, I'm not so sure. We've got a lot of work to do to protect ourselves. I also wanted to touch a little bit on the dilemma that we have as online poker sites. Now, this came up, if any of you guys read the Bloomberg article, I was quoted in that article as saying that every online poker site has a dilemma. The components of that dilemma are like this. Bots actually do some useful things. They provide a useful service for online poker sites. They bring liquidity to the games, which every online poker site needs, and they generate revenue, which again, every online poker site needs. And it's also not very easy for regular human players to detect bots. It's difficult for players to know when they're playing against bots. Most bots these days are somewhat sophisticated, pretty good at hiding themselves, and you wouldn't be able to tell that you were playing against one. So from the perspective of an operator, why catch bots in the first place? It's hard to do. It's a very difficult problem to solve, actually, these days. And it's very expensive. WPT Global invests millions of dollars every year in developing our technology and investing in our people to prevent people from using bots on WPT Global. So the reason why, considering all the aspects of that dilemma, the reason why is because if we don't, poker will be dead. And that's exactly what happened to backgammon. Now, roughly 20 years ago, around about 2005, high-stakes backgammon tournaments were on TV. They were sponsored by real money online backgammon sites. You can see here Cara Scott interviewing the eventual winner of the World Backgammon Championships. Cara Scott, many of you will know in the room because she's well known for her activities in poker as well. She's interviewing the eventual winner, David Colston. Today, there are no reputable places to play online real money backgammon. They just don't exist. The game was dead 3 years later, thanks to solvers, especially a solver called Snowy. And that could happen to poker if we're not careful. The exact same thing that happened to backgammon could happen to poker if we don't protect ourselves. Now, I mentioned Snowy being a solver. The solvers are actually the key to all of this. Solvers are the brain behind both bots and real-time assistants. And unfortunately, solvers are inevitably misused. And the way that they're misused is to power either bots or real-time assistants, which we used to call push-this-button bots. Evolution in solvers drives improvements in bots and RTA's ability to actually win money. So the early bots were actually not very good. They wouldn't win except against the weakest opposition. Okay, good. You're not seeing that.
I thought you were looking at...
It's a very annoying little message on the screen here.
I just thought you were looking at me when you said the weakest opposition. I was taking it personally for a sec.
Okay, so here's a timeline of the problem. My clicker is not working anymore. Someone help me. There we go. Here's a timeline of the problem. Back in 2004, we had those early bots that I was talking about, Win Hold'em, the simple rules-based decision-making engines. And we also had the earliest real-time assistants. There was a program called Texas Calculatum that existed way back then. And people were scared of it, but it was terrible. It gave the worst advice you could possibly imagine. It was incredibly weak tie. It would fold too often. It wouldn't raise enough. It would play a very, very small range of hands. There was nothing to be scared of, really. By 2008, we had the early CFR, counterfactual regret minimization, which came out of the University of Alberta. Some very, very smart people working there. I worked with some of them earlier in my career. Backgammon is dead online by this point. No reputable site will offer real money backgammon ever again. And around this time, we see the first evidence of Snowy in poker. Now, bear in mind that by 2008, Snowy has killed online backgammon. Snowy is now starting to appear behind the scenes in poker. So obviously we're quite concerned about that. Thankfully, we got on top of it, and because they were relatively unsuccessful running behind the scenes, they eventually changed strategy and released their tool as training software a few years later. 2015 to 2016, we saw the first real publicly available GTO analysis tools with sort of widespread availability. So we saw PioSolver, MonkaSolver around about that time. And they were the first tools that people were afraid could be used in real time to give advice. The reality is they were probably too slow in most situations for that to be the case, but they provided a foundation that people did later exploit for RTA. By 2020, we had GTO Wizard, which was very easy to use, very fast, very well marketed, and most people these days are aware of what GTO Wizard is and what it can do. And you know, they kind of, thanks to GTO Wizard, they kind of understand the threat that RTA brings to the game. Today, 4 years later, nearly 5 years later, we have seen incredible exponential advances in AI. We've seen large language models applied to poker for the first time. So obviously you're aware of ChatGPT. Everyone in the stream is aware of large language models thanks to ChatGPT. We've seen the same principles applied to poker to create realistic human-like play. Slightly scary, to be honest. We've seen the advent of more exploitative techniques used as well. So GTO is fine. GTO is a good basis for a game, but GTO doesn't win the maximum, especially in games like ours. Exploitative AI wins a lot more, and we're seeing people data mine millions of hands and using the population tendencies that they identify to train AI, which is far more successful than GTO-based AI. What we're doing at WPT Global, which we'll talk a little bit more later, is we're using AI to fight AI. And we now know that AI is the fastest and most effective way to deal with game integrity issues in poker. I wanted to give some insight into early detection techniques. I wouldn't normally talk about the way that we detect bots and deal with game integrity problems, because it gives too much away to the Russian bot developers watching on YouTube. But these things happened quite a long time ago, and I think they're a really good indication of the way that the arms race has evolved. And I think they're quite interesting. I hope you agree. Okay. I can't see what I'm looking at anymore. So. I think we have Jonathan on YouTube there, though. Okay, so until about 2012, almost all internet poker was played on Windows devices, Windows desktop. And before Windows 7 came out, it was really easy to spot bots that were running on the player's machine. You literally just asked Windows for a list of all the processes that were running and looked for the bot. Dead simple. And people did simple things to try and avoid that, but we were very much on top of it. If that didn't work for whatever reason, like for example, if they tried to run the bot on a different device, we could look at how the user interacted with the controls and use that to distinguish between human behavior and automated behavior. So I have a really, what I think is a fun example, and hopefully you agree. One of the first things that not the first things, one of the things that we learned was that the way that bots clicked on buttons, like the check, the fold, and the bet buttons, was very different to how humans did. So bots would click the exact same pixel every single time on the button. Say, I don't know, 15 pixels in from the corner and on the x-axis and 15 down on the y-axis, for example. So we use that to distinguish between human and bot behavior. Now, bot developers then realized that we were doing this and started to randomize. But they made a mistake. Now, can anybody tell me which of these is human and which is a bot? Each of these is supposed to represent where the user has clicked on a betting button. Any guesses as to which one is the bot and which is the human? Top or bottom? The bottom is the human? Anyone think the top is the human?
Yep.
You think the top's the human?
Hands up for the top, hands up.
One of our data scientists thinks it's the top. I'm worried about that. The bottom is the human. And so what humans tend to do is they click with inaccuracy on the button. They don't constantly click the same place every single time, but they generally cluster their clicks around the middle. So you can see in the bottom, this is just my visualization. The actual version is much more detailed than this, obviously. But most of the clicks are around the middle. There's fewer clicks further away from the middle, that kind of thing. The top, what had happened is the bot makers realized what we were doing and they randomized, but they randomized in a way that was non-human. And we could distinguish it from human behavior. So you can see, for example, they've not clicked at all in the top right-hand corner of the button for some reason, but they also distributed their clicks pretty much evenly throughout the rest of the button, including the very outer edges, which was not realistic. And when we compared this to human gameplay, we could see straight away that it wasn't real. So this is just an example of how we develop a technique, bot developers become aware of it, and they try to counter that technique, and then sometimes we can counter their counter, and it's a really interesting arms race. Those early detection techniques, like the button thing, became much less effective. Windows became much more security focused as it developed. It started to sandbox applications. You weren't able to figure out what else was running on the device anymore. Mobile became much more popular after 2012. And people started to use emulators and things like that to exploit the mobile software because they correctly assumed that we didn't look as hard at mobile users for bot use. And then we also had this issue of humans being at the controls. So when human is at the controls taking advice from a solver, we can't use any of these techniques to distinguish between human and automated gameplay. So that is where big data came in. Now, before about 2007, 2008, big data wasn't very feasible for us. Data was incredibly expensive. It was expensive to store. It was slow. It was difficult to process large amounts of data in a sort of realistic time frame. Around 2008, things started to change. We actually started to see players reporting cases based on their own amateur data analysis. So they would have big databases of hands in something like Poker Tracker, and they would be using that data to analyze game integrity problems. So for example, the Ultimate Bet super user, which happened around about that time, was reported by players on the 2+2 forum based on analysis of hands that they did in standard tools like Poker Tracker and Hold'em Manager. About that time, we started to automate big data analysis in game integrity. So we would have an enormous amount of data that we would process on a regular schedule and highlight outliers in that data. And that meant that we were no longer dependent on client-side detection. So the techniques that I spoke about earlier, we weren't reliant on those anymore. And it didn't matter what device the player was using, we could still spot outliers in the gameplay data. Today, that's not good enough. It's not fast enough. And today, AI is the state of the art. So for the last couple of years, this is what we've been doing. Advances in AI technology have made it the fastest and the most effective way to spot game integrity issues, including the use of AI. So like I said earlier, we're using AI to fight AI. Most online poker providers have been quite slow to adopt this. I believe it is the future, and it's inevitable. And we have been doing this since launch, and we have been continually investing ever since then. So we are right at the cutting edge of this problem, and right at the cutting edge of the solution. Finally, just a quick word on who we're fighting, because this leads quite nicely into what some of the other panelists are going to talk about. There are a few countries in the world, anyone who's in IT in the room, there are a few countries in the world that have commercialized cybercrime at enormous scale, and you'll be familiar with who these are. North Korea and Iran, we're not so worried about. We don't take players from North Korea and Iran. China, of course, but most importantly, Russia. Russia costs the global economy. Countries other than Russia are harmed to the extent of $10 trillion a year by Russian cybercrime. It's by far the biggest source of bots and online poker fraud. And because the Russian government doesn't do anything about this and actually, to an extent, endorses commercial cybercrime. We have seen companies like Dplay be founded and grow and make a lot of money. And Dplay is a provider of commercial bots that they have successfully used at scale over the years on some of our competitors. And Jonathan, who's one of the panelists, wrote a astounding follow-up article on this, where he got into quite a lot of detail about who had partnered with Dplay and why. And hopefully we'll be able to hear from him shortly with more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Round of applause for Alex, please. Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, firstly, completely agree with everything that Alex just mentioned. I think taking a step back, there are two different ways that this is harming poker. It's harming poker at the operator level and also at the player level. So when we were originally talking about this, we were talking about whether or not poker is at an extinction point. And I think looking at what you just said in regards to backgammon makes that much more real. A big challenge, and I expect Jonathan will shortly refer to this in more detail, is going to be in regards to how you can influence the operators to really embrace the fact that this is going to kill the game if something isn't done. I'll come to AI in a moment, but I think that AI is equally going to be used in the arms race to fight AI as well, and we probably can't even begin to imagine what that arms race is going to look like 3 or 4 years from now, and how it's going to the bad AI is going to mislead the good AI, and I think a lot of us, including those who make it, still have a bit of difficulty in understanding how AI works, how it learns, how it develops. So then being at a stage where it's learning at a rate much faster than we can understand to really get an idea of how it's trying to outdo itself, its bad version of itself, is going to become incredibly complex. So I think that, and something that Jonathan mentioned in his piece was at the operator level, how a lot of operators will turn a blind eye to what's happening, because if you're a small poker operator, it's not necessarily in your best interest to have a platform in which you've got 100 users online at any given time. It's going to drastically reduce the enjoyment of that platform. And I think that there are solutions around that. I don't think that poker is necessarily at its extinction point. I think that there needs to be some sort of a GLI type platform that can provide a solution, or iTech Labs, I think, that could come along and go, this is how we analyze the data, be as transparent as possible without violating any data laws, and attribute a label of authenticity to what they're doing, something similar to what Provably Fair does, for example. Now, where that line is drawn between transparency and between verification, I think is up for debate. I think that this would, and Jonathan, I don't want to step on your toes too much, but something like this I think could solve some of the issues that Jonathan mentioned in regards to the Jack poker issue, for example, in regards to the tournament. If you had some basic verification methods in place, you had betting pattern analysis either by AI or with in-house solutions, you looked at withdrawal habits and behavioral biometrics, then you could identify which accounts were the in-house bots that are scrambled to fill a guaranteed tournament quota versus knowing who are regular players. And then if you had somebody such as, let's go back to the GLI example, such as the GLI who could monitor all of that data and then provide their certification of approval, then that could potentially be an industry-wide operator-level solution. And again, behavioral biometrics will have to play a big part in this. I think moving on to this issue at a player level, yes, AI is the obvious candidate as to how this can be solved. And I think that it's also very, very dynamic based on based on individual regulators, on which markets you're in, on whether you're a grey market operator, on whether you're crypto, fiat. There are so many different variables that can determine just how much transparency you can get in regards to who your users are and how they're operating. Something that we had at PokerStars when I joined 14, 15 years ago was just looking at related user groups, for example, which is something that goes way back. But it's something that when you look at some of the grey market operators now, some of the unregulated casinos or those who are slightly less regulated, they're looking at launching player versus player PvP experiences. And the concept of related user group would still be mind-boggling to a company looking at just launching something as simple as rock, paper, scissors, or coin flip, or case battles in a slightly more complex environment. But again, there are, I think, solutions surrounding that. And when we look at everything that the fraudsters have been doing in order to really create bots and program them to get around basic behavioral biometrics, like you said a moment ago, if we just flip that and or we hold a mirror up to that, all we've had to do, I think, for the last 15 years is kind of, with the exception of big data, which you were talking about, because that becomes incredibly expensive, or did, less so now. All we had to do was kind of apply the same, not logic, but the same level of focus on prohibiting this type of behavior as they invest in making it happen. And I think that basic transaction monitoring has been around for such a long time, and it's never actually been embraced by a lot of the operators. That's it from me.
Thank you very much, Chris. We have Jonathan. Can you hear us, Jonathan? How are we doing, lads? Can you hear us, Jonathan?
I think we have a delay.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's very interesting to hear everything that Alex and Chris have said so far, and I absolutely agree with most of what's been said so far. Before I get into what I want to talk about, just slightly, I think maybe I should introduce myself. I'm not sure who am I after all. I've actually been working in online gaming industry since 1998. I started working at a company that was originally called Bet Online, which was the first UK online bookmaker, and it soon rebranded itself as Blue Square. During that time, I performed a number of roles, including setting up the site's affiliate program, which was the very first affiliate program by any UK bookmaker. And I went on to develop some casino games. And then I launched the site's online poker room. That was in 2004. At this point, Blue Square was owned by Rank Group, and also grew the casinos. And I took on a role to develop ties between the live and the online sides of the businesses, which resulted in the creation of the group UK Poker Show in 2007, which I ran for a few years before moving on to to shortly. This is actually really particularly old news. In fact, anyone who follows online book forums, will know that this has been written about for many years now, both on the Russian language forum, Gypsy Team, and also on 2+2. But it's kind of remained a fringe topic, which kind of gets treated as conspiracy theory, and all of the time these threads get derailed by people trying to make it look like it's just losers complaining about losing and the rigged cards, and basically obfuscate any real discussion about what's happening with online poker and bots. However, Kit went out and actually got and interviewed some of the founder members of this group who basically confessed to it all. So, I really think it is certainly a lot more than just conspiracy that's been passed off as. And in fact, on Dplay's website themselves, if you go to their website, one of the things they say, when they say Dplay's mission is to provide a comfortable environment for gamers. And our robots employ different strategies to maintain in-game balance. They're not really very secretive about the fact that they are putting online bots into online poker sites, and they are explicit about the purposes of why they're doing this. And yet there seems to be almost no discussion outside of a few poker forums about this. The wider poker media largely ignores this entire topic, and whenever there is a discussion about bots, it's very much centered about third-party bots brought in by bad actors who don't really know who they are. They might be a bot farm, but whatever the focus is that they're attacking the site, and the focus is on is the site doing enough to stop it? Is the site trying to stop it at all? There hasn't been really very much question about where the bots have come from up until now. It's been very much painted as a sites versus bots situation. But what really appears from the research that Kate uncovered, and also stuff that I uncovered, is that it's certainly a lot more than just third-party bad actors putting bots into online poker sites. There's certainly a lot of evidence that sites have cooperated themselves. And Alex touched a little bit earlier on, why do sites use bots, or why are they at least indifferent to bots initially? Because bots were providing rate, bots were providing liquidity. That liquidity was attracting new users. And until the bots suddenly started became a lot better and started taking money off players at a more consistent rate, and threatening that poker ecology, there was not very much concern by those sites like that for the bots there. But my personal feeling is that this really goes against what poker was always supposed to be, because most casino games are player against the house, whereas poker is peer-to-peer game as opposed to a peer against the house situation. It's a different nature of the game, and I really feel that is a strong reason why a lot of people are attracted to the game, is because it is a battle of wits against human opponents. If you feel you're playing against bots, it seems that the experience is somewhat different. You don't necessarily the same incentive to want to destroy your opponents in the same way, prove that you are a better strategizer, more intelligent, or however you determine your success versus beating other people viable reasons, it should not be justifiable reasons to change the nature of the game. So, let me go back a little bit to my own investigation and what happened and how I came to sort of discover what was going on here. So I started a new job writing for an online poker site called Poker Wires, and soon after I joined, I was asked to review Jack Poker. I'd never heard of this site before. I was surprised when I saw how much overlay they were posting on a daily basis. Just a handful of tournaments for the main evening schedule were missing by between 5 and 10K per day, rising to over 15,000 on Sundays. This happening day after day, week after week. There was no overlay management whatsoever, which was unusual because somebody who's worked on online sites, I know that serious sites are very concerned about managing their overlay in some sort of a way, not just letting it, go fly and continue to be uneconomical day after day. But from a player point of view, this is amazing. I thought this is great value. And as I just started writing for an online poker site, it's something to write about. Because nobody's written about Jack Poker before. Almost nobody knew about them. There was just a few reviews on a few sites. There was certainly no news articles about them. But great, I can be the person who talks about Jack Poker and talks about and tells people about the amazing value here. So I did. I wrote a few articles about this. And then it got to February and March, and they ran a festival called the Nuclear Force Festival, which we had a main event of $44 buy-in and $44,000 guarantees, and I think it needed 1,212 players to hit. So there was just no way they were going to get this. The site count was usually only about 2,000 people online, and they, typically most of the tournaments were getting under 100 players. Occasionally, some smaller buy-in ones would get 200 or 300, but that was about the max. So there's just no way this was going to happen, in my opinion. And I thought, well, I'm certainly going to play this event. So I entered actually the day before. I was the first person to enter, and when I came back to it, on the day of the tournament, I was still the only person registered. An hour before the tournament, still the only person registered. Half an hour before, still the only person registered. I think this is now a bit strange. Perhaps the tournament's going to cancel because not enough players will start. And 10 minutes before, when I was still the only person registered, they kind of resigned the fact that this was going to cancel. It wasn't going to get it 5 or 8 hours when it needed to start. But it did. Suddenly, 3 minutes before, they started piling in. And they suddenly started, there were about 30, 35 people. And it kind of kept going up at consistent rates of about 10 players per minute. And I didn't really notice it at first because I started playing. Playing the table was absolutely crazy. There was somebody would raise, there'd be a re-raise, and then be an all-in. Occasionally when somebody called these, the players had completely not jump. And, this is not how people play tournaments in the first level of, a $44,000 tournament is almost certainly going to overlay. You certainly want to be preserving your chances in this tournament a little bit more when playing like this. I tested out in about 20-25 minutes, and at this point I noticed that there was about 300 people in the tournament. I sat and watched the lobby for a while, just continually going up at 10 players per minute. And I thought this just can't be right. But, trying to figure out what's going on, at some point I figured, or presumably, they must be putting these bots in, these must be bots that they're putting in themselves, because the site counter number of players on the site hasn't changed since the start of the tournament. It's still showing the same number of players, gone down a little. And so at this point I think, well, if they are putting bots in themselves, they'll probably stop, when they've got 10, 15, maybe 20% overlay, just allow it to naturally overlay. But that didn't happen. They carried on, they got to the guarantee, carried on, people entering at the same rate of entry, right until the entry closed, by which time, there were 1,400 people in the tournament who entered, and I don't know, maybe a little over 2,000 players on the site, perhaps. Certainly not anything that's realistic in any way from anyone who's got any experience of either playing or working for online poker sites. So, after this, I decided to do a bit of research, see what people were saying about because from page 91 that there is a post which explains some of the recent history of Bottell Corporation. I should explain also that this entire thread has been started by people who had some association working with Bottell Corporation and leaked a huge number of documents, which they also put on a Telegram server, and there's been an entire 92-page thread is a discussion about the entire story, which pretty much corroborates with the story that Kit Chanel wrote about in the Bottell Corporation article. When you get to page 92, page 91, you're going to find a post which, on this post, it explains that basically the Bottell Corporation has cooperated with, well, first of all, it says that the Jack Poker is the ecology project of the Bottell Corporation. It became an investment project in 2022, and it outlines the methods that the Bottell Corporation uses to propagate this ecology, which includes offering liquidity bots to websites, having an anti-toxic service, ironically, that sniffs out third-party bots and winning players so that they can be dealt with. It has a chat feature which has capabilities to give the bots appearance of humanity, so that players who play against them feel like they're actually playing against real players. And definitely, anyone who's really interested in this thread should go and look at this topic, go and look at this thread and read about this. There is, part of this thread was actually posted on 2+2, but at some point earlier this year, some of this posts were deleted. So you probably do have to go to Gypsy Team now to read the full story there. So when I was reading this, it was then I realised that what I must have witnessed was this large-scale deployment bots by the site itself. And there were other things about the site that weren't quite right, that now kind of made sense, like the fact that the cash game tables always had one seat empty. And in fact, when you start investigating this and you go onto some of the deleted websites that are owned by the bot farm, which you can still access on the Wayback Machine, you can see that there are products that they describe which very much mirror what I witnessed on Jack Poker. This simple seat available on cash games, so that the mark when he comes in will always find a game available, and the way that the thing is described is also identical to what I witnessed certainly happening. So it's at this point that I realised that wow, this is kind of a concern of the Bottell Corporation. They run their own sites. The information is freely there on the internet, and nobody's talking about it. Maybe they just think it's all a big conspiracy. So I really need to find a bit more evidence. So I started digging more. I googled deep play and Jack Poker, and I got some big interesting results. I found what appeared to be, literally within 2 minutes, a staging server for the Jack Poker website on the deep plays domain. That was still open, and you could go and you can look around and see. You can even see the test server for them as well, for the actual site. And I also found backlinks on another site that took me to the subdomain scanning website. And these are subdomain scanning site is a site that will sort of scan every single domain within a website and produce a result for the pages that it finds. And there are already several scans of Dplay's domain on this subdomain scanning website, and it included one of the websites that was listed, one of the open domain, the domains was this open staging server that I found that was listed on this list of 900 URLs in the Dplay server. There were also several other pages relating to Jack Poker, and there were also pages relating to other online poker sites. The ones that were mentioned are also some of the ones that were mentioned on the Gypsy Team thread on the same page, on page 91. And those were Poker Bros, We Poker, HH Poker, PP Poker, Poker Saint, and Club GG. So, this suggests that in some way, either Dplay is doing something on those sites without the knowledge of those sites, or actively working with deep play and then in the knowledge to do whatever it is they do. Now, deep play in its defense will probably say, well, we also provide, analytics services and things like that. But, you really have to question why any site, poker site, whose main relationship is a trust relationship with its customers, would go to a company that is actively deploying bots in sites against customers' knowledge and brags about this on their own website, and are the same people who are behind putting all the third-party bots into online games over many years. I don't really see how it's compatible that a website, a poker site, can engage a company like this and retain the trust of its customers. And yet, this is the exact defense that Jack Booker has used in the only response so far made to my article, which was published in an article on poker.org, which they claimed again that they simply, bought an analytics package. But if you're buying an analytics package from a company, surely you go onto that company's website and have a look at what they say. And if on their front page they say, we put poker bots into online poker sites, surely that should be enough for you to go, maybe we should work with these people. So, I'd like to know, how any of the sites who may claim that they just instantly use deep play for its analytics services can justify that, given the background of the company. And so far, of course, almost every site is completely silent on this issue. The only site that is willing to talk about it, unfortunately, is WPT Global. Alec is the only person out there who's lending a voice to this discussion. Kit Chilwell told me, because I was in contact with him during the course of this investigation, that all the other sites just completely refused to talk to him about this issue. I think the sites need to become more transparent. They need to be willing to talk about this issue, because either sites have been involved with this company and don't want to admit it, or they think it's just such a negative PR message to their customers to even discuss what's at all in the first place, and they choose to remain silent. I think that is an extremely dangerous kind of approach to take, because if you decide that you're going to try and sweep it under the carpet, and the fact that this topic is not going away and that online bots issue is likely to get worse and worse, at some point customers are going to turn around to you and say, well, you knew this was going on. Why did you do nothing? Why did you pretend it wasn't happening? So, online sites, you want to win the trust of your customers, don't be silent on this issue, talk about it. If you inadvertently engage this bot farm company, maybe hold your hands up at this point, rather than trying to hide that issue, and see what you can do going forward, because in poker, trust is everything. If a player is known to be a cheater, their reputation goes out the window forever. They can sometimes not get in games in certain places and be handed out. Well, why should online poker sites get a free pass on this? The same principle should apply of integrity to online poker sites as applies to poker players. Keep the games human. If we can find ways to do that, but certainly don't pretend it's not happening. Obviously, there's a lot more I would like to talk about, but I'm aware that we're kind of running out of time, so I think I'll call it quits at this point. Even though I could probably go on for another hour.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I know me and you talked about this for like 2.5 hours before, so thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Alex would like to say one final word.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan, for that, and thank you, Chris, for your contribution as well. I would encourage the players in the room and the players watching this on YouTube to think carefully about where you play in the future and to vote with your feet. If you don't feel you're playing somewhere safe, go play somewhere else. There's a lot of choice available to you. And if you don't think the site that you're playing on takes game integrity seriously, then choose one that does. In my experience, having worked in this industry for a long time, there are two sites actually that have invested a lot in game integrity over the years. WPT Global is one that I represent, so I am obviously somewhat biased there. The other, where I have no bias whatsoever, is PokerStars. I think PokerStars has invested a great deal in game integrity over the years, and they should be commended for that. One quick way to almost like a shortcut to figure out who's taking this problem seriously at the moment. Follow companies on LinkedIn and look at how many people they're hiring in data analytics and game integrity. And that will give you a little indication of how much they're investing in this. It's not perfect. It won't tell you everything. But if you see that there are no hires at all, or even worse, that people are being let go, people are being made redundant in these teams, then that's a big red flag, and I would avoid playing with sites like that. Thank you very much for listening. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything else.
I've got one thing, if I may. I was going to say, going back to what Jonathan said a while ago, one question that I had, Jonathan, and maybe we can talk about this offline, is what the motivation is. Is the motivation in this case just retention? Because there are much easier ways of making a lot of money other than poker. Poker is often a project of passion that companies will embark on. This was clear with the Scheinbergs. This is clear with GG Poker, for example. And I think that if it is just a retention strategy, when you're in too deep and you think to yourself, well, it's either going bust or it's employing a load of bots that I can just fire whenever a tournament's about to go live. Is that what you think it is? Just while. Yeah, it's a lag.
Sorry, I was a little bit behind on the. Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I'm answering Chris's question. I was watching it on YouTube. Here it was super. Yes, I think that I don't really think that it's justifiable for sites to stay in operation just purely for themselves. I think that poker should be there because there's demand from players. I don't think that we should be saving poker for the operators' sake. We should be saving it for the players' sake. So, if a site is struggling, and they're struggling to hit guarantees and so on, well, maybe the answer is actually drop the guarantees and think about another approach. There are a number of things that are different about online poker and live poker, and online casinos and live casinos. If you go to a live casino and you go and you play a session and you even cash out at the end of the day and you go home, you go to an online casino and you play, probably deposit some money, you're trying to cash out, they probably tell you you're stuck in a bonus cycle and you have to play another 30 times to cash it out. So the operator, the customer nature has changed with online, where now the operator wants to retain as close to 100% of player deposits as possible, and that should never have been the goal. In terms of guarantees as well, guarantees bring in questions of operator integrity, because if you're going to miss your guarantee, maybe you're going to put bots in or you're going to put shills in or whatever. And the worst thing about guarantees is your players do no marketing for you because they want to eat the value themselves. So perhaps the industry should abandon guarantees and maybe look to having, rewarding tournaments where more players turn up. So you say, well, we're not guaranteeing this tournament, but for every 100 players that enter, we're going to add X amount more to the prize pool. And now 700 players are invested to tell other people, come and play this tournament. And there's no worry about putting bots in because, they're never going to do that now to hit those guarantees that won't exist. So I do think the industry needs to think about things they can do to overcome issues of integrity that crop up due to the nature of the way the industry is developed.
Thank you very much. We were going to have questions, but unfortunately for time, so can I get a round of applause for everyone, please? Alex, Chris, I know you're around, so if anyone would like to come and pick your brains further, can they find you throughout the centre?
Yeah, so I'll be mostly in the WPT Global Player Lounges, which are opposite the Irish Poker Festival, just down the corridor. I'll also be here at the conference for the next few days, so if you want to talk about it, please feel free.
Chris? I'll be here for the next couple of days as well. I'm speaking tomorrow, and I will be around on my laptop.
Once again, a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
We ready to rock? Okay, I'll introduce you all. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please, for our next panel? Yep, take up seats. Microphone's there underneath you. Take a seat. So our next panel is also one that there's been quite a bit of interest in, at least building up to it online. So hopefully it resonates into greater numbers as we go on. So this presentation is based on the concept of, can artificial intelligence be used to mitigate and even predict problem gambling behavior? This is one panel where my background working with gambling addicts as players for most of my adult life, it's going to act as a nice foil to you guys as the tech specialist introducing it. So I will start by Niamh. Do you want to introduce yourself to the crowd?
Hi everyone, my name is Niamh Gallagher. I am marketing manager at Mindway AI. I joined the industry back in 2016, joining EGR Global, which is an event and media company in the industry. So I joined as a head of events content and then onto head of content. Prior to that, my background is actually in events conference production. So shout out to Antonio and Kieran for all the hard work, because I totally know all that goes into it.
Max?
Hi everyone, so I'm Max, I'm head of product at Jasper. We are a growing fintech startup based in London, and we've been enabling instant bank payments and account verification services in the UK and Europe. More recently, we've been working with academics and safer gambling experts to look at building out new approaches to look at how to identify and intervene with potentially problematic gamblers.
Hi everyone, Samee Bhatti. I'm one of the co-founders at a company called Zebra Solutions based in Montenegro. We mainly do technology development and consulting for iGaming operators looking to get into the crypto space. However, we have recently partnered with a development house called Insight AI, and they are going ahead with developing a responsible gaming tool to basically, I think a lot of the things that we're about to discuss today is what we're trying to address. So I'm actually looking forward to telling you all a little bit about that, but also learning quite a bit from my fellow panelists here about how they're approaching AI when it comes to responsible gaming.
And finally, Mr. Tempe.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here in Dublin, Ireland. It's my very first time being here, but I'm enjoying the crowd so far and enjoying the talks. So I'm Frank Premper, CEO of Lemeister. I wear many hats, but Lemeister is essentially one of my babies. Founded approximately about a decade ago. And our focus predominantly is sport analytics. So we're a Canadian headquarters sport analytics firm. Our clients include, individual sports bettors, bookmakers, sports books, regulators, clubs, and different organizations. And my intersection essentially with this particular topic is essentially sports betting and also poker. You know, there's a lot of similarities between those two separate fields. And the emphasis for the past decade now has been sort of applying statistical models and helping sports bettors transition a lot more from essentially emotional focused betting to a lot more rational focused betting backed by data. More so now, especially with the proliferation of AI, we have a lot more tools and a lot more data to be able to analyze and provide insights. So people are a lot more profitable. And so my presentation is going to focus a lot more on essentially helping mitigate the effects of problem gambling and helping gamblers be a lot more focused on getting profits and helping sportsbooks as well be compliant. So great pleasure once again to be here and looking forward to having a great presentation time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Niamh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kieran. So I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail, but I'm just going to give the overview of who we are at Mindway. So we were founded in 2018. We're a spin out of Aarhus University in Denmark, which is the second largest city in Denmark. We were founded on over 10 years of research in neuroscience, neuroimaging, and problem gambling research. So our founder, you'll see there, is Professor Kim Morrison. He's a professor of neuroscience. So aside from being a very smart man, interestingly enough, he's also founded another company, which is called Circare Medical. Basically, what they do is AI-powered imaging for brain scans, so they can monitor earlier on diseases, disease tracking for oncology and strokes and that kind of thing. So basically, it's the same thing that we do at Mindway, but for problem gambling, which I'll go into. So we have two solutions. First one is Game Scanner, which we'll go into a bit later, and Gamealize. This just is a few stats to show basically how we've grown since our inception. So we've actually grown since I've sent these slides over. We're now in 62 jurisdictions and 38 countries, translated into 14 languages. And Game Scanner is now detecting 7.7 million active players a month across the world. This is just a sample of some of our customers. So we work with all types of operators. So it can be from small localized ones to the big, global brands, and across all verticals as well. So there's really no limit to who we work with. So just a bit more detail on Game Scanner first. So I know a few people have mentioned about GLI. We're actually tested by GLI for Game Scanner as well. So essentially what it is, it's a player monitoring and profiling tool so that operators can see on an individual basis the behavior of their players, but also across the entire player base. And this is 24/7 in real time. And then Gamealize is more of a self-assessment tool. So it's basically a reimagined self-test that's more engaging, less bias, and also gives feedback to the players on their game style and their riskiness as well, and provides advice to them based on that. So not only is it an awareness tool, but it also can be used as an intervention tool also. So these are some of our expert panel. We actually have a few more to add on top of this, but these are the team who basically have the expertise in the area of problem gambling, psychotherapy, and psychology. And they're the ones that feed their insights into our solutions, which I'll go into now. So this is just a visualization of how Game Scanner works. Basically, the panel that you've seen there, their insights train Game Scanner. It also picks up, typical behavior that isn't problematic, but also the ones that is problematic behavior as well. Feeds it in, and then alerts to the operator explainable AI so that they can make the decision on how to intervene with it, a certain player, and why they're doing so. So it just gives them an overall, interest in how their players are engaging with whatever game it is they're playing. So this is just an example of a player profile. So this particular person, we can see that they're age 45, they're female, and this is over the course of 3 months that unfortunately their risk score goes from the green zone right into the red, leading to a loss of over €10,000. I'm not sure if this is going to work if I click on it. Yeah, there we go. So you can see there over the space of 3 months how it rapidly deteriorates. And just showing on that, so the player profile, you can see the different markers of how that basically grows. So it could be at the start that someone is loss chasing, you see in the second green diagram there, they're loss chasing and the fluctuation of wagers, and then it can grow to time of play, consumption, and all these different things that lead to problematic play. So really what we want to do is provide this information to operators so that they can intervene before it even goes into that yellow zone. And then just very quickly to wrap it up, this is Gamealize, our other solution, which I mentioned is a self-test. So basically it's an 80-card game that players can go on to on an operator site and test their playing style. It's based on neuroimaging, so as you're playing, you get a feel for kind of, what your risk level might be. And then you can plot yourself on a riskiness scale of where you think you might be, and then actually it provides the results to you so that you can kind of go away and contemplate that, and then it gives you advice based on your style as well that's tailored to the individual. So that's it from me.
Thank you very much, Niamh. I recognise some of those people, especially Barry. I know Barry a bit. We know communal people. So thank you very much. Max.
So Kieran, you might have to go to slide 2 because I think this QR code is slightly out of date. So if we go to slide 2, oh yeah, I did this in the last presentation. Okay, so that hasn't quite worked. You were supposed to be taken to Slido there, but for people that have got their mobile phones, if you will indulge me and go to slido.com and enter 3465605. What I wanted to do as part of this presentation was to let you as an audience think about what you would do in terms of trying to understand if someone you were talking to was potentially a problematic gambler. What are the types of things you would ask that person to try and understand what they do in their day-to-day life that might insinuate that they're a problem gambler? And the hope there will be is when we circle back to that at the end, we can understand collectively a way or different ways that we might be able to look at problematic gamblers and analyse their behaviour.
This is rarity, asking the crowd to take out their phone for a positive reason during a panel.
I know, and especially given that QR code doesn't work and that one is an incorrect one put in by my marketing team. So we're persevering, but thank you guys for going and doing that. We'll canter through those. So I wanted to start by really grounding the conversation in what is the definition of problem gambling. And in the UK, the government describes problem gambling as problem gambling means gambling to a degree that compromises, disrupts or damages family, personal or recreational pursuits. So to give that a bit of additional context, the economic and social cost of problem gambling is estimated to be somewhere between 1.05 and 1.77 billion pounds a year to the UK economy. So that includes things like welfare state, policing costs, hospital costs, and many other things. And then to bring it home to people in Ireland, the Economic and Social Research Institute estimated that there were currently 130,000 problem gamblers in Ireland currently, And on top of that, there were 279,000 more moderate problem gamblers. And by more moderate problem gamblers, that's things like taking out loans or credit cards to fund their gambling habit. And the point of that being is that obviously we have a lot of tooling out there around self-exclusion, and it can be quite easy to identify problematic gamblers at a higher level of severity. But there's a big chunk of people that are still classified as more moderate problem gamblers, which are displaying signs of harm, which potentially can be addressed by earlier and different ways of looking at intervention. So, Need did a really good job there of talking about current capabilities and the ways that machine learning algorithms have developed over the last 10, 20 years to look at operator data. So these are the things that operators have access to, because a person goes to the website, they sign up, they enter their email address, and then they gamble on that site. So the operator can see things like, how long has that person spent on the site? What types of deposit has that person made? But is that necessarily the best data out there for us to look at and analyze from an identification of problem gamblers perspective? And that's why I've put this image on the screen, which is effectively hallmarked to a joke, which is a drunk person coming home from a night out. And effectively this person is looking for their wallet. And a policeman comes up to this person and asks them, what are you doing? And he tells them, I'm looking for my wallet. I lost my wallet all the way over there in the park, but I'm looking here because this is what I can see. And I compare that to some of the current approaches that are taking place, is not necessarily because there's anything wrong with the current approach, but up until this point, it's pretty much been the only data source that's been available. So they've taken that data, they've trained it, they've created really good markers of harm on that data set. But there's potentially an opportunity now to look at other data sources to complement that approach. And to kind of just explain that point a little bit more about how machine learning algorithms work today, this is what a moderate problem gambler looks like. And we know that because back in 2021, the Behavioral Insights team did a piece of research looking at Monzo and HSBC data. And they effectively found that someone that was displaying problematic gambling behavior would gamble on 4 or more sites at one time. And what you can see on the screen there is these are the kind of data points that an operator would have available. So home address, patterns of play, spend. But the main problem here is that each of these operators see this person in their own way, and they're not sharing data between each other. The other key problem with this is, from a financial vulnerability perspective, there's nothing in here other than home address, which would allow you to go and do a postcode lookup to make an assessment of someone's level of financial vulnerability. So what we've been doing at Jasper has been to work with academic and industry experts to look at building new financial markers of harm from transaction data made available in open banking. So you can see here, these are some of the examples of transaction data that we've identified, and we've split that into 2 categories. So that's pan-operator spend and financial vulnerability. So from a pan-operator spend perspective, you can see things like the number of active gambling accounts that someone has based on their transaction data. And you can see the amount that they've spent over time. Is that getting progressively worse over the last couple of weeks or the last couple of months in terms of the amount that they're spending on gambling, which could indicate harm? And then from a financial vulnerability perspective, you can see things in transaction data like, is this person using credit? Have they recently missed a mortgage payment or a utility bill? Has this person recently lost their job, or has their income reduced? And effectively what we're looking at doing at Jasper is acting as an intermediary between the operator and the player. So enabling the player to share and consent Jasper to access this data on their behalf, and provide the operator with these types of financial insights on the player, but only doing so if there's a reason for that data to be seen by the operator. And what we're doing there is we're protecting both the operator and the player. So this is obviously very sensitive information about the player, how they spend their money. And what we want to do is we want to provide a secure way for the operators to have access to that insight, but also to provide a level of protection to the player so that the operators aren't getting hold of a player's transaction data, which could enable the operator to exploit the player if, for example, they knew that this person gets paid at the end of the month, and they could then be targeted from a marketing perspective. And you might be asking me, kind of, what does this really mean? And the reason I think this is important is talking about the 279,000 estimated more moderate problem gamblers shows that actually identifying people earlier in the cycle is really difficult, and enabling these types of insights to the operators earlier will enable a more proactive and a more interventionist approach, coupled with the data that they already have from an operator perspective and the insights that they generate there. And I ultimately think this will provide the industry with a real light bulb moment to understand players at a deeper level and to take more meaningful action with the players. This next slide isn't really going to work because it is supposed to kind of pop out into Slido, and we would hopefully have seen a kind of list of questions. But when I did this at home with my partner, she did it and she didn't quite get this question. So she put, I like horses. And actually, from a problem gambling perspective, we would actually be able to identify, for example, if someone was a gambler and they, say, visited their local racetrack a couple of times a year. So it wasn't, she was trying to be silly, but actually it just shows you the power of transaction data and what you can do with that information in terms of identification.
Thank you very much, Max. Everyone? Okay. So, Sammy, please pass the microphone down.
All right. Yeah. Cheers. Thanks. So I was correct in assuming that I was going to learn something here today. So thank you. These are actually very informative slides, and very interesting to see how other people are approaching this as well. So I'll tell you a little bit, I guess, about how this sort of came into my wheelhouse. At Zebra Solutions, we have a dream. If it's, maybe dream isn't the right word, but a professional dream that we would like to make a self-operating casino. With the rise of artificial intelligence, large language models, and the existing solutions that have been around for a long time, like machine learning, we feel like it's a viable thing to strive towards. It's far away from actually being something that could be actionable and that could operate fully on its own. But through that space, it brought me into the responsible gambling side of things as well, because a couple of things that we were looking at. Is, I work on the technology and the marketing side, and we've been using AI on the marketing side for years, actually, just to personalize certain landing pages or to target specific geos using AI. And that's recently taken a big leap. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone here. We've all heard of ChatGPT or any of these other LLMs. And so it got us, a little bit more engaged into thinking that, on the marketing side, this could be massive, right? We're going to be able to bring a ton of players over here. We're going to be able to show them exactly what they want to see as soon as they get to the site. And it's going to be, really tough for them to want to leave, actually, because, each time that they leave, the system gets smarter and it figures out how to stop them from leaving the next time. And while that's great in some ways, obviously driving people to your site to gamble and making it harder and harder for them to want to leave or to recognize that they're having an issue, made us realize that, we do need to deploy AI on the responsible gambling side as well. And I think with a lot of these things, when it comes to technology development, we're talking about a win-win here, right? So initially it might look like for the operator, like, oh, you're going to get less gameplay, and which would be true initially, but over time, I think everyone on this panel would agree that if you're keeping the best interests of the players at the forefront, then that's going to be a lifetime value, or sorry, a much higher lifetime value rather than just a short-term gain. So we're actually looking at it very, very closely now, and would like to be the leaders in this technology. You know, not to you
A
know,
little competition's nice.
yeah, little competition, maybe a little collaboration. You know, we'll see. But yeah, we're taking it very seriously, so much so that we, you know, as I mentioned at the start, we partnered with a company, development house called InsightMind.ai. They've gotten pretty far down the road with building a responsible gambling tool, along with a couple of other marketing tools, you know, on the other side of things, and looking at very similar metrics actually to what you had just presented in the last slide. So that's one of the things that I found quite fascinating. You know, we're not looking at necessarily disposable income, you know, off the bat, and that's like a cool one to look at. So might be taking another peek at that slide if you don't mind. But yeah, you know, we're mainly looking at betting patterns, session duration, deposit size and frequency, and the most important part of all this is detecting things early, right? So that the moment before it turns into an actual problem, the player and the operator can get notified that, hey, maybe something a little bit different is happening here. And, you know, as someone that uses these platforms as well and has done for, you know, 20 plus years, I've certainly had my moments where, you know, you have a couple of bad bets and you just double or triple your wager size, and, you know, before you can think about it, you're clicking and clicking, and then, you know, suddenly you've tapped out your account. And what I wouldn't have given every now and then to have a little alert that popped up and said, hey, Sam, you're going a little bit crazy with your betting right now. You don't normally bet this way. You sure you want to keep going? Maybe not something that would force me to stop, but let me know, or maybe direct me to some of the responsible gambling tools. Maybe I could self-exclude for 12 hours or 24 hours. That was never something that I had considered before. But I know that, you know, being myself, and I imagine a lot of gamblers, they wouldn't want this to be dictated to them, at least not initially. So maybe we could just let them know through our technology, through our experience, through the years and years of data that's been accumulated, that we can possibly give you a little heads up and say, hey, there's a little bit of a warning sign here that, you know, if you're, you know, this may be nothing, maybe there's just this particular market or particular match that you really wanted to get into, but, you know, also possibly not, right? Maybe this is a different feeling that's caught inside you, and you know, we're here to help, and here's the different resources that you can go to for it. So for ourselves, we just feel like it's something that protects the industry, and it would really enable players to feel empowered, to feel like they're cared about as well, which I think is another important vibe here that a lot of operators don't necessarily catch, especially if you're not someone that's used these systems or continues to use these online gaming platforms. Is, you know, you can sit there and it doesn't even matter the amount. It's all relative to who you are, right? If losing 100 euros to you is going to ruin your week, then, you know, that's important to you. And if and when you're on these sites and you do flatten out like that, you feel like you're alone, right? It's a very, very lonely feeling as a gambler to think, all right, I've just dumped my whole thing. This was my own stupidity, and there's nobody else cares. I'm not going to be able to go to the operator. I'm not going to be able to go to whoever. You know, it was my own foolishness, which, you know, to a degree is correct. But, you know, everyone in this room, I think we understand that gambling can do something to you in a different way, and maybe it'll make you behave in a way that you shouldn't. And the fact that we now have technology that exists today, right? This is not something that's coming in the future, something that exists today that would be able to analyze this data and at the very least notify customer support, notify operations, notify compliance and finance, and or the player that, hey, something is up here. I just think that that's as valuable a tool as we could potentially have in this industry, which is why I'm so keen to get to the bottom of this, get this wrapped up, and then takes us on to the larger dream of actually having this self-operating casino one day, which would actually be profitable. It wouldn't just be some monster that goes in and bankrupts everyone.
It's a nice dream to have.
Nice dream. It's a nice dream.
It's a quite feasible dream. It just takes like most of life, it'll take a big initial shift and then slow continuous momentum. But I definitely think operators finding a way to find a sustainable, continuously economically floating business model is not that difficult, especially on this age.
100%. I mean, like, I actually think the technology is there now. It's just it's not quite there in that we could trust it to take actions on its own. We can certainly trust it to analyze the data and to let us know. But at the end of the day, I feel like the tech is still in a place where you want a human being to take a look at that, to discuss it with whoever they need to, and then take the action.
So lads like me aren't out of a job just yet. Frank, sir, thank you very much.
Okay, it's a great pleasure once again. I think I've learned a lot, from the talk from the previous three panelists. And so my talk is predominantly going to focus on the sports betting perspective when we're talking essentially about problem gambling. Quick show of hands, how many of us have ever placed a bet on a sports book here?
Be honest.
Fantastic. So that's literally everyone. And then also quick show of hands, how many of us are actual active sports bettors? So you literally place a bet every single week, week in, week out. Okay, great. So you'd attest to the fact that most likely, when you're placing your bets, if you're doing any kind of analysis whatsoever, you're shuffling between different tools across different browsers, different apps and all that to be able to gain the insights and the edge that you need to be able to get the profitable levels when it comes to your bets. The objective here for myself, which I'm going to encapsulate over the course of the presentation, is essentially generating a software solution that is sort of all-in-one in terms of you being able to rely on it when it comes to getting the insights that you need to gain the edge when it comes to sports betting. When you juxtapose sports betting and day trading, there's a lot of similarities between both fields, right? But the reality is, day trading, for example, has a lot more software-related solutions that empower the avid day trader to be able to gain an edge when it comes to day trading compared to sports betting. And my company, Lemeister, which is essentially a Canadian headquartered sports analytics company, is working on an all-in-one solution that's going to deploy on the App Store by the end of the year. That's going to be that all-in-one interface where you'll be able to gain insights when it comes to sports betting. And I'm going to cover that a lot more in depth as well over the course of our presentation. So about myself, I believe I've already done the introduction about myself. I am a multi-preneur. Essentially what that basically means is that I'm an entrepreneur across different sectors. If you do follow me on LinkedIn, if you do follow my content, you notice that I post across different subject matters, different fields, different aspects. But my passions predominantly related to this presentation include AI, sports betting and poker. And my focus over the past decade particularly related to the founding of my company, Lemeister, has been more focused on essentially leveraging statistical models. So that was a lot more at the beginning. And then, as we got a lot more closer, especially to the AI revolution that we're currently thrust upon us by the launch of ChatGPT, essentially leveraging AI to be able to gain insights into using these tools, these very powerful tools, to be able to analyze sports data and then allows sports bettors to be able to get insights and essentially get the edge when it comes to sports betting. So Lemeister, my company, is a sports analytics company headquartered in Toronto, Canada. Our clients include sports bettors, bookmakers, sports books, regulators, and clubs. And one of our flagship products, which I did mention prior, that we're going to be launching prior to the end of the year, is ParlayMeister. And ParlayMeister is essentially going to be that all-in-one tool where you could rely on when it comes to your sports betting. So good amount of you, if you've done any sort of analysis when it comes to sports betting, you'd be shuffling between go.com, going through some other platforms, trying to read some articles, trying to gain some insights and all that. It's pretty cumbersome, pretty tedious, not as effective as you'd expect it to be. But the objective with ParlayMeister is to have that all-in-one interface that you could rely on when it comes to sports betting. So you could gain some insights from the data, you could analyze, you could get some more feedback in terms of what you need to do to be able to gain an edge with sports betting. So I'm going to quickly go through some case scenarios and case examples in terms of what we're doing to alleviate problem gambling. So the first solution that we have under ParlayMeister is essentially AI-guided bankroll management. And this is basically, focused on, essentially alleviating the gambler's fallacy, phenomenon where essentially you have gamblers that play sports bets, and once they place these sports bets and they make losses, they capitalize on placing some more sports bets to be able to alleviate the previous losses that they had. And the strategy behind this is what kind of the strategy behind this is essentially them trying to break even to be able to get the funds that they lost previously. And our focus here is sort of like providing some insights that would enable these sports bettors to be able to manage the bankroll a lot more effectively. So, for example, gleaning insights from historical data and then live odds, we take the data and then we analyze it, and in real time, connecting with what Sammy said, like beating human reaction time, we're able to proactively tell you and send you some notifications and say, hey, we think you're losing so much. We think it's a great idea to bet X amount to be able to alleviate the losses that you're currently incurring. And then as well, the other case scenario that we have here is dynamic AI-driven odds adjustment. So this is a lot more focused towards sports books, integration with their systems, where we're able to proactively determine problem gamblers from their betting habits and the insights that we've gotten, and then essentially adjusting the odds that they have in real time so that we can minimize the maximal loss. And then as well, we also deploy in production actually an AI-powered chatbot for real-time intervention. So, as you have the chatbot as a second screen experience or integrated into as an app experience as well, either as a browser extension or, as an AI agent integrated into your sportsbook. So as you're placing your bets, we could proactively tell whether or not you're trending into problem gambling territory. And once you're trending into that territory, essentially beating human reaction time, we send you some insights, some articles. We even connect you with a live operator, essentially when it escalates and gets to the point where it gets really dangerous. So you're able to sort of, alleviate that problem. And then as well, we're also, with Parlaymeister, we're generating AI insights when it comes to, live match previews, in-match commentaries, and then post-match commentaries as well. So you're able to get an all-in-one experience when it comes to knowing which particular bets to make to be able to alleviate any potential losses that you can make, so you're not essentially becoming a degenerate problem gambler. And then finally as well, working with regulators across the board, so in different parts of the globe, producing solutions for them that would enable them to be able to integrate across multiple sportsbook. And then, if a particular sportsbook is not compliant in terms of the processes, they're able to proactively provide some insights. They're able to proactively forestall any trend towards problem gambling with any of the essentially the sports bettors. So to conclude, I would like to contend that AI can actually help shift gamblers from exploitation towards a lot more protection, so they could be rest assured to know that they could be protected from being exploited by sportsbooks. I know, we have probably some attendants here, here today that work for some sportsbooks, and it may not sound as music to the ears to hear that, we're going to try to rein in on their actions, but I think there could be that sweet spot where the sportsbooks could still make their margins, and then gamblers as well could also be quite profitable as well in terms of their endeavors. So the solutions that we're proposing, some of them are already in prototype, some of them are in production, and some of them are at concept stage. And the idea is to be able to provide a uniform platform where sportsbooks and sports bettors could thrive all together in terms of meeting their objectives. So in that sense, I'd like to place a call of action to encourage everyone to join us in reshaping the future of sports betting. Let's essentially collaborate to implement some of these responsible betting solutions to essentially help create healthier markets and build a lot more sustainable betting ecosystem for everyone. More than happy to address any questions. If you also have any demo requests, feel free to reach me at my email, frank.premp@lemeister.com. And as I mentioned prior, Parlaymeister is going to be launching prior to the end of the year. On that note, it's a great pleasure. Thanks a lot for your attention. Very much happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much, Frank. Can I have a round of applause, please? So we've had an awful lot to consider over the last half hour about the different implementations that different companies are taking to, which is a very, very public and very, very well talked about issue at the moment, which is the pervasiveness of problem gambling. Max, you brought up some well-documented figures from last year that anyone who's come across the news in this country will have seen a loss, especially at the tail end of last year, that supposedly 1 in 30 people in the population would meet the criteria for problem gambling. I have my own feelings on that based on my experiences, but I'd say it's a fairly accurate figure for some interpretations. What I want to say and what I want to ask you is, do you see, and I know Sammy made mention to this, that a potential new model for operators in the future, but do you see immediate application of this information? And do you see, most importantly, immediate uptake by the population for these tools? or do you think it has to be driven by the operators?
So if we're talking about my tool, for example, where it's action driven, so we would be asking someone to feel comfortable to permit a third party to provide access to their bank account. So I think certainly from a younger person's perspective, we've seen in Europe, the European Gaming Association recently brought out that people between the age of 20 and 35 are a lot more proactively, voluntarily getting involved in using safer gambling tools that already exist, like deposit limits. So I think there is potential for people to want to participate and want to approach safer gambling from a positive play perspective. But I think to create something across the board that every demographic is going to be comfortable with is going to be a really difficult accomplishment for the industry. And it can only be done by operators and regulators and people like us in technology working together to try and create a consistent message for consumers about positive play and new approaches for enabling people to take control of their gambling.
Niamh?
Yeah, I think it was mentioned earlier by Kirsty that, I think a lot of the industry, or a lot of people outside of the industry, just everyday people, don't realize this scrutiny and all the fines, like the black market, that goes on in the background as well. And they just see the gambling advertisements on TV and think, it's all bad. And with obviously AI just being such a buzzword in general, and then the negative kind of perception of the industry, it can be perceived that AI could be used in the wrong way, and can be taken up as quite a cynical thing that the public think. I mean, even from my own experience talking to friends who don't work in the industry, so when I moved from been with EGR as a press and events company to Mindway, and they're like, "Oh, you're on the other side. You're on the good side now." And I'm like, "It doesn't really work like that." Like,
No, it's nowhere near that black and white and that partisan. No, never has been.
Yeah, so I think Duncan also mentioned it earlier. I think it just goes back to the education and the wording that we use as well. So it's not, turning people off, and we're including everyone in the conversation as well. I'm trying to do that with my friends and family, and they're like, "Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense." So I think if we can replicate that on like a larger scale, then that would be great.
Sammy, any thoughts?
So just so I'm clear, the question you were asking was like, is this ready to go now?
Do you think the public are ready to take the software now, or to integrate this sort of options and these sort of functionality into their gaming going forward, or will it have to be driven by operators?
I think, I guess yes to both. Like in that, it has to be driven by operators for the players to have access to it. But I can't imagine why a player wouldn't want to have this here. It's really just there for their benefit, right? To keep them safer, to at the end of the day, to keep more money in their bank account compared to the operator's bank account. So as a player, I think, I would be all for this. If there was like a nice tool. I mean, it has to be done right? You've got to have, as I was saying, I wouldn't want to place a bet and then suddenly account closed, or you're excluded for 72 hours, and the operator's just taking that decision without letting me know. But if there's a gentler way, like the way that Frank's system maybe does, to ease you into it a little bit, then I can't see why there would be any pushback.
Hopefully. Has anyone any questions in the audience, please? Hey. That was good when the audience takes part.
Thank you very much for the presentations. Very interesting. In any other industry, like we're in Ireland, if the government asked the Irish pubs to serve beer only to people that are in the right mind state to have a beer, pubs would probably continue serving the same amount of beer they are serving today, because it's in the best interest to serve beer. In the gambling industry, we're saying we have the technology, we have it now, we had it probably 5 or 10 years ago, but we're asking the gambling companies to make sure that only the right people spend the right amount of time and money using the services, which goes against their interests. I suppose that during the time you've worked in your companies, you've approached regulators and you have talked to people working in governments and you have offered them your services. But I still see nowadays that most of the licenses are asking the regulators to self-regulate instead of using your services to be the ones that, using the information that they receive from all the companies that have a license with them, regulate those companies. So I would like to understand why this is the case and what can you do to convince the regulators that they are the ones that need to be regulating the gambling companies and not the gambling companies regulating their customers.
I can comment quickly on that. We're also working with regulators across the world to have those conversations as well, so that, you know, even if it's not our technology that's adopted, that we can advise on that. So we're working on the CET Markers of Harm project, for example. So yeah, for us, definitely working with regulators is really important. So yeah, it's an open conversation.
Yeah, no, I would just add to that. I think that it's just an overall fear of the technology. It's not just limited to iGaming or to regulators or whoever. It's just, you know, I think everyone's had like a moment of fear when AI starts to pop into their world a little bit, and they think, you know, what does this mean? What are the implications to all of this? You know, now being a part of my life, am I going to lose my job, or, you know, am I not important anymore? That kind of thing. And I think, you know, but this was similar with, you know, Web 1.0, Web 2.0. Now we're going into Web 3.0. Or maybe even 3.5, some people are saying with AI now. And it's just, you know, the early adopters, the people that are responsible but get into it right away, are the ones that are going to be excelling in the future. And the parties that are reluctant are going to struggle to keep up.
I was just going to add, from what I've seen from the UKGC in terms of how they've approached open banking and the kind of the recent period of looking at affordability dating back to sort of 2021. They initially went to market and said, we're going to impose affordability checks in the UK. And there was, to say the least, an allergic reaction from pretty much everyone in the industry about that. And actually what I think the UKGC did was they recognized that, they reassessed how they had positioned that to market and actually took a step back away from affordability and open banking checks. And what they're looking at doing now is something that doesn't necessarily provide kind of immediate value to safer gambling as an industry. It's not what they're going to do is they're going to effectively do credit checks on people if they hit certain thresholds, which from my perspective won't necessarily give you any useful information about whether someone is potentially displaying problematic gambling behavior in this moment. However, what I do think the UKGC has done well in their approach is they're now working with people in the industry in open banking to understand the quality of open banking data and how it can be used in a more meaningful way. And actually, so I would say that from what I've seen of the UKGC, I think they're actually doing things in the right way in terms of looking at data, looking at the impact that data can have, and trying to work with the operators that are looking to create innovation in the right way for both operators and users.
Thank you guys for the valuable information. Me as a ex-responsible gambling specialist, I have a question for Frank in the player anonymity spectrum. Especially since you mentioned you're developing AI tools, how does the use of AI balance the need for intervention with the importance of player privacy and intimacy? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very great question as well, because AI is predicated a lot more on training, data, and I think it behooves the regulators to come up with some sort of regulatory framework, a universal framework as well. I know the EU is leading the charge on that, but North America is lagging behind, and so it behooves the regulators in North America to come up with a regulatory framework that would guide the training of data as well, related to ensuring that the data does not stay in the servers and that, as well, like the data gets anonymized and also gets encrypted as well. So, you have no breaches whatsoever. ChatGPT, for example, when it launched, there were scenarios where you could search up people's email addresses, gain some competitive insights, gain some confidential information. And over time, when concerns were raised, they essentially self-police themselves. But, again, leaving companies to the devices, some companies may be ethical. They may have like ethical codes of conduct within their operations, but some other companies may not so much so be that way. And so having some sort of like overarching regulatory framework that guides, the direction in terms of how sport books, for example, or, operators or other firms, operate is very, very important. The key thing with regulation is you want to have the right amount of regulation. You don't want to over-regulate because you don't want to stifle innovation. So I share the same sentiments as well. I want to make sure that if I'm providing my data, or if my data is even taken with my tacit consent, because you have explicit consent where your data is actually being used, and then you also have tacit consent where you've given your consent, but you're not very much conscious of the fact that you've given your consent for your data to be used. So I think it's very, very important that we have that sort of overarching regulatory framework that is not necessarily fixed like a constitution, and that you have like amendments that sort of change over time depending on the progress of the development in terms of technology.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you. Just on the consent point, and a question for Max. Traditionally, operators are quite wary to engage with open banking products because they don't think that their customers are going to provide consent to be able to access that data. What's your view and experience on that at the moment? Because I think that's changing at the moment.
Yeah, no, I would definitely tend to agree. I think one of the ways that we've been approaching this, and I have a payments background, Jasper's a payments company primarily, and I think one of the missed opportunities of open banking has been there have been companies out there that are focused on the account side of open banking and companies that are focused on the payment side. And actually, I think the innovation in open banking will come from people creating unique experiences where you bring both of those capabilities together. So being ex-NatWest, I can see the roadmap of what they're planning at a bank level. And I actually don't think we're that far away from a place where you can share access on your bank account information and complete a payment as part of one authentication. Because that's where the industry ultimately wants to get to, that level of access and that level of control to a user. And once we get there, then the opportunities for innovation around how we manage identity and money, I think are kind of unparalleled. So I think you're right. I think open banking's been slow in its adoption, but I think we saw in July over 11 million people in the UK engaging with open banking, whether it was a payments or accounts perspective. So these things take time. Klarna was around for 20 years before people really knew what Klarna was. So I think as long as there's, and I really like what David was talking about yesterday around positive play. I think if this is positioned in the right way around operators offering this from a perspective of positive play and allowing users to be in control and consenting to be in control, then I think it can have a really positive impact on the industry.
Have we any final questions before we let our panelists relax for the evening? No, well, in that case, I would like to thank Niamh, Max, Sammy, and Frank for their time, their attention, and their expertise. Can I get a round of applause, please? If anyone wishes to follow up with you or have a separate conversation with you, are you available over the next couple of hours or over the next few days?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. One more further round of applause, please. You can all relax. Our next panelist will be Miss Julie Logan. Hello, hello. Let's get cracking. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention for our penultimate panelist of today, the fantastic and extremely insightful experience, dare I say, sage-like, Julia Logan. Thank you, Julia. Please take it away.
Thank you. Happy to see everyone who had enough patience to stay for this presentation. So we will be talking about SEO because that's what I do. I've been doing SEO actually since 2000 pretty much. And I worked both in-house and as a consultant with clients in various top competitive verticals, including iGaming. And I've seen a lot of interesting situations, cases over the years, and I'd like to just offer some overview of what we're seeing today and all the challenges that we are dealing with, both as site owners and as potential players who are searching for their new casino to play at, and so on. And maybe how we can, what I can advise to those people in terms of staying secure while playing online. So, as some of you may be aware, those closer to the SEO side of things may be aware, there have been massive changes going in Google for the last few years. This is just what we have this year. A core updates, another core updates, spam updates. Last year, there's a lot more. Useful content updates, and so on and so on. Helpful content, sorry. And compare that to 2022, not much less here. So quite a lot stuff happening. It's, of course, affecting the site's ability to rank. And I'm going to demonstrate how dynamic the SERPs are as a result of this. So let's say best online casino search results in the UK. This is the top 10. This is just the sites who consistently stayed in the top 10 for the last years, for the recent few years. This is out of the whole top 10. This is just this tiny little share that was more or less stably in the top 10. Some, as you see, have been dropping out of it. Some have stayed there pretty consistently, but you don't really see too many sites who consistently just stay at the top. And this is top 100 even. And if you look even at top 100, you see that some sites that were, again, only the sites that consistently were in the top 100 for the same query in the UK Google. So there's a lot of movement going on, and this is another example. Best online casino, Google UK top 20. Approximately the same dates around October 22, October 23, and October 24. You probably can't see this too well, but this is just to get the general picture. I'm going to zoom in now a little bit and explain what we are witnessing here. So basically, if you see a red circle, that means that next year this site would drop somewhere. If you see no circle, that site probably disappears out of that SERP completely. If you see a green circle, that site grows and gains better rankings. So this is what we had in 22. This is what we had in 23. And this is what we have now. Literally a few days before I had to travel here. So again, the entire picture. We see that some sites stayed stably there for at least the first couple of years. The others have been moving a lot. And if, let's say, in 23, we had a lot of large publications, mainstream media publications, ranking with what I would call sponsored content from different, more often than not, affiliates, super affiliates, benefiting from those sites being able to rank fast and stay ranking pretty stably if they kept publishing. But those are news sites. So their nature is that content is bound to drop out of the SERPs. So some were even getting themselves exclusive deals, let's say, with the Telegraph or with the Independent or some others too, or the Sun or the Daily Mail or whatever. Yeah, some British large newspapers to keep publishing that sort of content regularly. So yeah, for a time that worked, but lately Google has changed their mind about ranking such sites, so not many of them are really remaining there now. Oops. Oh, yeah, Google Ireland. Top 10. Why top 10 and not top 20? Because, well, the tool I was using, Systrix, only has top 10 for 2 out of 3 years, so there would be nothing to compare this to. So we have top 10 here. So Ireland is a smaller market, and typically smaller markets are less affected by Google updates in most verticals. Let's say some of the core updates I haven't noticed at all at some markets, even larger than this, let's say Google Canada, was no movement whatsoever. Like the update never happened. Whereas in the UK, everything was jumping and changing and there was a lot of movement. But here we see that in Google Ireland, there's also quite a lot of change going on. And just to clarify, what modern search results consist of is also quite many elements. It's not just organic results. Of course, it's, first of all, there are sponsored results. Oops, gosh, sorry about that. Was meaning to press the laser. Sorry, yeah. So, sponsored results, or in other words, paid ads. Yeah. So this is the first screen of the SERPs. This is above the scroll. Above the scroll, all you have is sponsored results, no organic results at all. If we scroll further, then only we have a couple of affiliate sites ranking. Then we have this people also ask block, which is also an additional opportunity for some sites to get some traffic, because if they are quoted as the source of the answer for each one of these questions, then people might want to know more and they would click through. Then we have, after that, another section of organic SERPs. What do we have here? An affiliate site, the Independent, which, as I explained, is sponsored content. Then Ask Gamblers, which is an affiliate forum. Well, not only affiliate forum, players forum too. Then we have Mr. Gamble, which is an affiliate site. Then we have, I can't see too well, but that's
Betfair Casino.
Betfair Casino. Yeah, that's another affiliate site. Then we have TalkSport, which is a media publication but focused on sport. But it might be, I didn't really check, or I don't really remember what it was in this particular case, but it might be their own content, or it might be sponsored content that they also have. So it could be either. It could be just plain affiliate content. It could be third parties affiliate content. So we don't know. Then Party Power, an operator. And then what's the last?
Freebets.com.
Okay, and another affiliate. So that's the end of the organic SERPs. What we have next is another block of sponsored ads. Then we have people also search for search suggestions relevant to this query. And what do you do as a site owner? What is your chance to rank above the fold? Above the fold, 0. In the first block of organic results, minimal. There are very strong 2 sites ranking there now. What do you do? Now, as we have seen that many of those sites are actual affiliate sites, let's look at the typical anatomy of an affiliate site. They all pretty much look the same, you know. Unless it is an affiliate site that operates in gray markets or with non-approved, non-authorized by the regulators casinos, you would likely see a list of casinos, what bonuses they offer and all of that, and then you see if this is a legitimate casino. They typically would say something like regulated by this authority, in this case the UK Gambling Commission. So yeah, you might ask, so what does the Gambling Commission do? Does it really help protect the potential players? Does it censor the search results? What does it do? Actually, it turns out it does do something. So at the bottom of that search results page that we've been looking at before, you might see this notice: in response to a legal request submitted by Google, we have removed one result from this page. And actually, if we go to the site that they mention here, Lumer Database, which is a database of legal complaints, and Google is obliged to act upon those legal complaints, this is what the actual complaint was in this case. This is what it looks like in general. I will enlarge this bit. So basically, the Gambling Commission has filed a complaint about some sites, actually affiliate sites even. I'm really regretting missing the talk earlier about affiliates and regulators. I wish I heard that, because that would be very relevant to what I'm talking about right now, but I missed that, unfortunately. So I don't know what was being said there, but actually, they don't only go after operators. They don't only go after the actual casinos. They also go after affiliates as well. And moreover, this is a pretty decent investigation into this particular affiliate. So this particular affiliate was probably promoting unauthorized casinos that the regulator did not approve. And as a result, there was a complaint submitted about them, and not only their main site, but also their YouTube channel, their Instagram account, their Twitter account, the whole lot, to cut off all their traffic possible from Google search results. But on the other hand, what do we have? We might think that the regulators are really protecting the players, the potential audience who might be searching for stuff like this. But on the other hand, from what we've seen in the SERPs, there were literally, for that particular query, there were literally a couple of operators. Well, I know for a fact that was Paddy Power. I don't really remember any others in those SERPs. So it's a known casino brand, which is kind of reassuring, but I wouldn't say just stick to well-known casino brands. Why? Because a well-known casino brand might not necessarily be fair, might not necessarily be not in violation of anything. In regulated markets, they are very likely to get huge fines if they are found violating the regulations. But then we would have to ask how good the regulations are and how attentive they are and how well they can catch those who violate the regulations. And that's a big question. So far, let's say the UK regulator is seemingly pretty active about catching those who violate not just operators, but also even the affiliates who promote illegal casinos. Now, if you're looking at reviews, some would say, oh, just read the casino reviews and then you will know if it's any good. But most of the reviews that you will see in the search results are on the affiliate sites. So they are affiliate reviews. And affiliate reviews are, of course, very often not very objective, but they are influenced by the affiliate commissions that those sites are getting from the respective affiliate programs. So there is no guarantee that you read a good review and that site is really good for you as a player. Might be that there is some good advice there, that there is something that you need to know and you will see it there and it will be an honest review. Might be. Even some affiliates are pretty, honest about certain casinos. Some even have sort of blacklists of casinos they do not advise. Again, you always have to question their motivation because they are motivated by affiliate commissions. And they are actually, in many countries, especially in regulated markets, they are obliged to disclose this, but not all of them do. And how do you control this? There are tons of affiliate sites. I don't know if the regulators actually have enough resources to visit every single affiliate site and control everything that's happening. It's a pretty large market, so. Now, somebody would say, just go to players' forums and read the reviews of the actual players on the forums. We've seen Ask Gamblers ranking in those SERPs that we were looking at. Sometimes it works, but sometimes those reviews, again, those player feedback posts may not be genuine. There's a lot of opportunity to manipulate that and then post fake reviews and stuff like that. And then basically, some casinos might even be running, I'm not accusing anyone in particular, but they might even be running campaigns to improve their reviews on the consumer forums and stuff like that. So all I have to say is just be careful. If you have any further question or it's not showing, don't know. Yeah, my final slide. Can I? No, empty. Can I have my final slide, please? Yeah. Oh,
There we
perfect,
go.
perfect. So if you have some questions, you can ask them now, or you can get in touch with me using whatever is listed on the screen, either email or Twitter or LinkedIn.
Have we any questions for Julia? Ivan. I've definitely got my steps in up and down that stage.
Hi, Julia. Thank you very much for your intervention. I have a few questions. I'm working in both sides, in the affiliate sides and also in the operator side. So I'm very interested in everything you said. So my questions, I have two questions. The first question is why it happened? What do you think it happened that just like class with the new update of the Google algorithm that affected so much Los Angeles Times and especially Daily Telegraph that you already mentioned, that crash in their affiliate content? Why do you think that happened? And why happened in only to few media and not to all the affiliates and stuff? And I have also another question related about we are always focusing on the keywords, on the searches, but I'm curious about what do you think about the demographics of the age, the places where the users are doing those searches. If you are noticing like a gap between the age of the users who are making these kind of searches for best online casino, etc.
Got you. Let me start from the second question. I'm not really very familiar with the demographics here, and they also may be very different for different queries. Some people may be searching for, casinos they already know, and they would be navigational queries, and that's one thing. So there is, well, from the demographics point of view, you might say that those are probably existing players who already play if they know those casinos. On the other hand, some people might be searching for specific games even. This is a very long tail type of query, but I've known multiple affiliates and even game providers turned their own affiliates. Well, not their own affiliates, but affiliates of casinos who use their games, who were capitalizing big time on such queries. So you would say that, I don't have demographics, so many female, so many male, this age, this location, that location, financial status, and stuff like that. But what I can see, what I can tell you, this is a slightly different approach to the demographics, of course. So what I can tell you is those searching for particular games, I would probably call, I don't know, gambling geeks or something, because not everyone can name more than, I don't know, maybe a couple of, even of existing players who regularly play. They might name their couple of favorite games, but they probably won't be able to name much more than that. So if somebody is looking for some game, it's probably someone very involved who has heard that this new game has come out, for example, or who maybe played that game. It's an old game and somebody played that game long time ago, and then they decided to find it again and play it because they got nostalgic or whatever. Yeah. Talking about your second question, why? Do you want my view or Google's view? Because those are quite different things. My view. So Google would tell you that that was abuse of those large media sites' reputation, and that's their official stance. I would tell you that for Google, it is important that people use their search engine. With everything recently happening, like all those helpful content updates, quite a lot of quite legitimate small blogger sort of sites have dropped out of the SERPs. Spam updates, for example, they affect a lot of special affiliates because casinos tend to be Well, again, I worked for some casino operators, and things might differ from operator to operator, but they tend to be more careful about their link acquisition approaches and stuff like that. Affiliates can get away with more technically, because if their current affiliate site gets banned or loses its rankings, they can always start a new one. A casino can't just, most of the time, can't just go and start a new casino. They have a brand, they have a certain reputation, they want to last for that reputation and that brand to last for them. So yeah. But newspapers, I did a whole 30-minute talk a while ago about the newspapers, the reasons why they have been in the SERPs. That was last year before they dropped out of the SERPs. So the reasons why those newspapers were accepting this sort of sponsored content, the reasons why they were eager to publish it, the reasons why it has been ranking and all of that. I'm not going to go into that much detail right now because it'll take a long time, but in general, Google has been suffering from loss of users since Bing has launched their, I wouldn't call it AI, I would call it LLM, but Bing has been making better progress with this. Plus, there are so many alternatives right now which are not traditional search engines. Google is losing their users, Google is losing their traffic to these alternatives. Google has been losing to Bing. Bing market share in many countries has grown significantly. And that's a very interesting trend. And I'm actually looking forward to it growing even further, because it's about time Google has had a competitor, a strong, serious competitor with a significant market share, because they're too big for their own good for now. Basically, we have a monopoly and they do whatever they want. And all they are motivated by is the ad profits. You have seen the screen with the sponsored ads, sponsored results, taking up the entire above the fold area in the SERPs. So that's your answer. If they don't have traffic, they don't have click on the ads, they can't have profits. They have nothing to report to their shareholders board. That's my opinion. Simple as that. So they have to actually care about what's in the search results, for the reason that they don't want to lose their traffic. They would say they have the best interests of the users in mind, all of that, but actually it all boils down to their profits and them losing profits potentially.
Thank you very much, Julia. Can I get a round of applause, please, for Julia? Thank you very much. Her contact details are on the stage, as you said.
Yeah, I'm going to stay around for the rest of the day today. Unfortunately, I won't be here tomorrow, but you can always write me an email or contact me on Twitter or LinkedIn.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it's late. I do appreciate it. It's quite late. So we're going to have our final panel now. If we can bring up the gentleman for our final panel. Alex, Ivan and Michael, please, to the stage. How we doing, lads? I know it's late. Apologies. Ivan, you have a presentation. Unfortunately, we are very, very tight for time, gentlemen. So we had planned to have about 40 minutes. We probably have closer to 20. I am sorry. Very, very sorry. But I appreciate it's late and you all want to get home, or you all want to socialize. And as per normal, if you want to network or catch up further, you are available throughout the day. Yes? Thank you very much. So we'll start with you, Ivan.
So I'm using this sorry. Hi. I will use this presentation just like somehow a script for having this pretty comfortable and light conversation with my colleagues. And I will also encourage you just like to make you directly questions because we are running out of time and this is very light conversation. So if you have any question in any moment, just like go ahead. So I will start just leaving the presentation to my college and then I will introduce also myself. So please, Alex, go ahead, make a short presentation of you.
Thank you. I'm Alex, CTO of Extremo, with an affiliate marketing company that is based only on organic growth.
Hi, I'm Michael. I'm the co-founder of Routy. We're basically a business intelligence tool for affiliates. So we help affiliates grow by showing them which pages are generating most conversions, which buttons on the website are generating most revenue for them. So we help them really understand the traffic using data.
And finally, my name is Ivan. I'm the head of media in Growth Leads. I'm working within the iGaming industry for almost the last 20 years in both sides, also for affiliates, but also for gaming operators. I'm coming from the pure gaming, video games industry background as journalist, and always personally driven by the innovation, which is something that I, for the last years, as mentioned, trying to drive into the different customers and projects I've been involved with. That means that 15 years ago, I was working like a SEO specialist, community manager, social media manager, digital marketing manager, SEO, SEM. Since 2015, interested in blockchain, and for the last 3 years in generative AI, always trying to see what can we take advantage for the different gambling initiatives I've been involved in. But I will say that the main thing for me, at least at my profession, is just focusing on user acquisition, how to drive people and users to the different initiatives. So we are talking here about how to drive AI and Web3 innovation within this traditional industry. I will say that the three of us, with our affiliate marketing experience, we are facing some challenges. What would you say that is the main challenge that we have from the affiliate point of view with these all new features and innovation?
Well, I think AI will revolutionize a lot of areas, and there are a lot of areas that we can improve. One of them, for example, is the content personalization. If we were relying until now on segments like on segmentation like demographic, location, age, etc., now we will need to be in the future more proactive and offer to the users personalized content, but in a different way, based on certain user intent, on certain user needs, and of course, we can achieve that through predictive analytics that is done through AI, where we can segment really well the user intent and the user needs when it comes to bonus preferences, offers preferences, and so on.
What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I think I agree with what Alex said. I think in terms of AI, the dream for affiliates would be, to have a page where I know that if Ivan goes on it, he's gonna see certain brands which match his profile. Alex is gonna see brands which match his profile. I think we're still a bit far away from that, because what you need to be able to do that is data. Ultimately, AI is totally reliant on data. So I think there are still a few steps that need to be made till we get there. But that for sure, I think would be the dream for all affiliates, to have a properly optimized business, a properly optimized website where you can have this custom view per person that lands on the website.
If you remember, if you were present in the former presentation from Julia, I asked her about the demographics, okay? Because I think that the big change of paradigm and the big challenge that we are really facing now is not only about the technology, but it's about the demographics. It's about the behavior. It's about the different generations that are currently gambling, betting, gaming, okay? And there is a huge gap under my point of view. Well, it's not under my point of view. There is a big gap between the traditional gambling users, which could be just like boomers and Gen Z, and the new, and Generation X, and the new generations, the Gen Z, the TikTok users, youngsters or people that under 30 age, that they have a very, very different relationship with the technology. And they also have a different relationship with the gambling and entertainment opportunities. That means that the traditional, and using the word here, traditional, might be just like a little bit exaggeration, but it gives us a real change. How do you approach those guys? How do you approach that critical mass of potential users? Because what it was working for the affiliate marketers until a few years ago, like just like creating webs, blogs, making deals with news publishers, etc. It's only working for some part of the mass critic of potential users. It's not working for other users like the mentioned Gen Z, who have a different consume of content. They are in other spaces, just like they are forming communities, they are in forums, they are even in games which are not related to gambling, but could be driven to gambling. And I think that's a pretty interesting way on how affiliate marketers, we are changing our paradigm. What do you think about this?
Well, you're right. New generations are more technical than the previous ones. And because of the crypto adoption and the AI adoption, that it's happening fast, I think also from the affiliate marketing side, the businesses will need to come with some innovation. Like, for example, a form of incentives for them, because they come already from a world of incentives, and I'm referring here especially to the crypto world and the Web3 world with NFTs and so on. So I think the implementation of tokenization systems in the future will attract the new generations very well. Or from the operator side, implementations like augmented reality and things like that, because again, the new generations is already experimenting that, and they come really prepared from a gaming background.
I think the methods of acquisition are definitely changing. With obviously you have the Gen Z side as well, who are a totally different demographic to the boomers, like you call them. I think especially with the changes even that Julia was mentioning in her presentation with Google and like with affiliates. I mean, we've seen affiliates totally change how they work. Whereas before they were totally reliant on SEO, on being towards the top of Google. Now all of a sudden they're not, and it happens overnight. So they need to adapt, and they need to adapt fast. So they need to start using things like TikTok, things like they start looking at paid media and all these different ways to reach the consumer. I think for me, what is interesting and what's still yet to be defined is how these users will start to look for information. Because again, like we're talking before, so right now, if I want to find a hotel in Dublin, I'm going to search on Google. I'm going to look up best hotels in Dublin. But if I want to solve a problem with my code or something, I start to talk to ChatGPT. Obviously, for now, that's something relatively small. But the way that Gen Z consume and look for things is different. And I mean, I think even us, eventually we'll start to to change a bit. So, I mean, yeah, AI is a massive disruptor. How it will change things is so vast and can have such a big impact. It's difficult. It's difficult to say for sure.
I will be fully honest now, something that I not suggest to everyone, but I have this situation sometimes. Well, it's not a situation; it's a challenge also that I have, like traditional gambling operators that they want to growth, and they think or they see that the natural way of expanding their base of users and customers is through Gen Z. So it's like, okay, Ivan, what do you suggest? So we open a TikTok account. So we hire brand ambassadors, influencers, whatever. And most of the consulting guys, consulting professionals, or even the affiliates, just like they get, okay, it's service. Sure, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's open new channels. Let's find for a different network of brand ambassadors of lower profiles rather than the big figures just like Drake or Snoop or whatever. Let's try that. Instead of that, what I'm trying to ask before and being honest is like, why? Why do you want to do that? Why you will do that? Because they also have to realize that maybe they are not their natural user base or user acquisition area to invest because they have a very low lifetime value. They mostly hate the traditional gambling product and even everything related to gambling. So that means that will be just only disguising like a modern Web3 operator won't work. Won't work for them. There will be just like a huge expense. They will not get return of investment, and there will be a mess in the final. I'm just thinking in few operators that they go big, like in sponsoring Fnatic esports team, and they get nothing in exchange of that sponsorship because they were not interested in the users, the Web3 communities they are. So my first question will be just like, why you want to do that? In case that they really want to do that, I would say that they have to embrace. They have to embrace that culture, and that's a very tough decision for a big operator. That no one or not be just like massively supported by a board. Again, what do you think about this? Maybe I'm too exaggerate, or I'm just like throwing to my roof. What do you think?
Well, I think the new generations, I mean, it's true, the new generation is not using so much the traditional search and the traditional search channels. And of course, they are more likely to going for community-based answers or other social media channels, because again, they're used to communities. And this comes a lot from the crypto space. That's why I think related to the operators, it's very, very important to the gamification systems and the incentive systems that will exist in the future to be developed further. And of course, developed with the new technology that this new generation is already knows, like blockchain and transparency, smart contracts, and so on.
To be honest, I've seen affiliates actually do it themselves sometimes. So they will have their own form of gamification. They will build up communities. You know, there'll be super young founders as well who can also relate to these Gen Z guys, and they'll know what they're looking for. And it's pretty cool to see. You know, again, like in a market that's very, very old school style, it's very saturated, you see these guys come in with these totally different way of approaching the problem. And they do gamification. I think with operators, I mean, me personally, I haven't seen yet these types of operators. But again, affiliates, at least from what I see, are definitely trying to do this.
Do we have any questions for our panelists, please? Okay, well, on behalf of myself and Antonio, I'd like to thank the three of you for coming on. I appreciate that it is late. I appreciate immensely your patience and your understanding. As I said to you when I met each of you beforehand, this is our first run out, so you have all been extremely understanding and gracious, and I'd like to get a round of applause, please, for the last three gentlemen. As per normal, I have your numbers, gentlemen, and if anyone wants to come and meet you, they're available to do so, yes? Thank you very much.